other nut that has to be addressed at this point is Owen Benjamin. I gotta fucking talk. I gotta talk about Owen Benjamin. That guy is batshit crazy.
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. You really are a heel. You're as cuddly as a cactus. You're as charming as an eel, Mr. Grinch. You're a bad banana with a greasy black peel. You're a monster, Mr. Grinch. Your heart's an empty hole. Your brain is full of spiders. You've got garlic in your soul, Mr. Grinch. I wouldn't touch you with a 39.5-foot pole. Vile one, Mr. Grinch. You have termites in your smile. You have all the tender sweetness of a seasick crocodile, Mr. Grinch. Given the choice between the two of you, I'll take the seasick crocodile. Foul one, Mr. Grinch. You're a nasty, wasty skunk. Your heart is full of unwashed socks. Your soul is full of gunk, Mr. Grinch. The three words that best describe you are as follows, and I quote: stink, stank, stunk. You're a rotter, Mr. Grinch. You're the king of sinful salt. Your heart's a dead tomato splashed with moldy purple spots, Mr. Grinch. Your soul is an appalling dump heap overflowing with the most disgraceful assortment of deplorable rubbish imaginable. Mangled up and tangled up in knots. You nauseate me, Mr. Grinch, with a nauseous super nose. You're a crooked circuit jockey and you drive a crooked horse, Mr. Grinch. You're a three-decker sauerkraut and toadstool sandwich with arsenic sauce.
Fuck you and Beartaria.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Welcome to yet another Zoobox Christmas. You Christmas boys are back. We couldn't help ourselves. We couldn't wait to be back. Oh my God. Dan Profitt, the Mold Spice King. You are mute. I got you. You got it? All right.
Well, why not launch into the new year with technical difficulties? I mean, why
of course,
not just
yeah.
go straight into being Dan Profitt on a stream? Happy New Year, everybody. Merry Christmas. We're celebrating the birth of Christ.
That's right. Except, of course we are. That's what we're doing. That's what we're here to do, and that's why we've picked our boy, the Golden Child, maybe the chosen one. Some people think this guy might be the second coming of something or other. Owen Benjamin. I was watching that like the little clips and stuff, and I was like, oh, that just like looks like us when we're like when we're all like our beards are all fucked up and we're all greasy and we're just like yelling at some Dylan Mulvaney or something.
Right.
I was like, yeah, not that much of a difference.
No difference. The only difference is he makes a lot of money at it.
He does, yeah. People send him cash in envelopes to his house. Can you believe that shit?
I'm pretty sure
people used to send him gold.
Lemons.
Well, that's true. We've gotten some lemons. So now let's not dog too much on the lemon economy here, okay? That stuff cures scurvy. And we always got scurvy around here. I like that was perfect. Perfect.
I
As you
just
faded
did
into the
discover-
background?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, it caught me just as he said it.
All right, so we're going to be talking about. There's so much to talk about with Owen Benjamin. There really is no easy way into anything, Owen Benjamin, because he is, even though he's really only been a red-pilled crazy guy for 5 years, he has lived the life of like somebody who's been doing this since they were 12. Like he's made enemies. He's he has like mortal enemies. He's been accused of scamming people. He's been banned from almost every platform out there outside of like things like Odyssey, BitChute. He is kind of the original canceled guy for a lot of things. And even that kind of started in a respectable place. Like he was calling out Hollywood agents and stuff that were claiming that their like 6-year-old kids were trans. And he would call them out on Twitter, and that's what started getting him into trouble. And then he started making Jew jokes. They wouldn't stop making Jew jokes because people told him not to make Jew jokes. And the rest is history. But yeah, he got pulled down from pretty much everything. Pretty much everything. And then he ended up, he stayed on Instagram. But now he's back on Twitter. He has like a second life, and he's calmed down a little bit. Because now he sees that he's in a bigger pool now. Now there's more people that can give him money for Beartaria. So he's kind of, he's scaled things back a little bit. But that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. We're going to be talking about Beartaria, the once and future promised holy land of the bears. They're not going to live there though, guys. Let's not get crazy. There was no exchange for money for being able to stay on any property. I just want to make that very clear, per my lawyers.
Yeah, and just because you gave me $400 doesn't mean you actually get any. It doesn't mean you get anything. Like,
Yeah.
Why did you expect anything to actually happen? Like, I bought 40 cords of wood and a few bags of cement. Can you get the fuck off my back? Like, seriously.
That's kind of his response to people that are like, what's going on with this thing, dude? You made a lot of promises. And he's like, I don't know. Why don't you get off my sack, man? You gave money to an idea, a vision.
I don't know if we're going to get to the actual video of it because, as we've discussed, there is thousands of hours of video on this shit. It would be impossible to get to everything. But there are some of them, towards the beginning where he's just reading chats from people and he's just making promises. People are asking for fucking, dude, make sure you got a copy of fucking Ninja Turtles 2 Secret of the Ooze, bro. And yeah, absolutely. We'll have one there. We'll make sure. And when all these, quote unquote spontaneous collaborative efforts happen, and they're done by someone who's as organized and thoughtful as Owen Benjamin, and is skilled, and worldly. It always is it's a huge problem. It always turns into Woodstock. Or like if he were to actually go through with Beartaria, it would be a fucking issue. Everything that these people in these towns are worried about would come true overnight. And it would become an issue for Owen Benjamin. Like, dudes
it already is.
Yeah, weird bear bros would be showing up at his door, scaring his family. Hey, at 3 o'clock in the morning, man, can I borrow your chainsaw? Come on, you said this was a collaborative effort, bro.
I think he has had problems with that in the past, to the point where his wife has banned like internet people from their property,
right?
Unless they're like vetted in some other way, like they become friends for real.
Yeah, you have to become a bear.
Yeah.
The bear thing is the gayest shit that I've ever heard in my life. Hey,
Dan, what's your bear name?
I was just going to ask you what your bear name was. I think mine's going to be Hashish Bear.
Oh, shit. I'm going to be Melancholy Bear. I'm going to be Cringe Bear. Happy Cringemas.
Dr. Manhattan Bear.
Yeah, because, like, I'm like one of you, but I'm not. Like, I'm very misunderstood, dude. Actually, that's something... Dude, that would be something literally Owen Benjamin would say unironically on a stream about how he watched Watchmen and he identified with Dr. Manhattan and how he's like, yeah, dude, like, I'm the visionary. I want to go to Mars and make the new civilization.
Yes. In one of these streams that we're going to watch where he's reacting to the town hall meeting, he, not once, not twice, but continually compares himself and his struggle to Jesus Christ over and over and over again, being brought before the Pharisees and the Sadducees and the Romans. And dude, it is, he's not joking, he's not being ironic, he's saying it with great conviction. Like, I understand the mob and being brought before Like, it was just like Christ when he was brought before the Romans, and it's just like,
yeah,
dude, Owen, you are failing at building a shitty campsite. You need to back it up a little bit.
You need to chill, bro.
Dude, what about
He actually sounds like that thing that leaked the other day that came out because the Jonathan Majors assault case was going on. Jonathan Majors is an actor. He was like in Creed 3. He was the Kang, and he was like Marvel's new big bad.
Right.
And some audio leaked of him yelling at his girlfriend. And he says he's like, you need to be like Michelle Obama and Margaret Thatcher. You need to be respectable. He's like, I am a great man. I am doing great things for my people. If you don't get in line, if you don't get with the program, then we can't do this. This can't be. Like, and it's just like it's just crazy narcissist rant. I can't. I cannot. I couldn't imagine like taking myself that seriously. Like I have honestly, it's like a negative personality trait that I can't take myself seriously enough sometimes. Like sometimes I could be like, you know what, dude, have some fucking confidence in yourself, please. Like you're all right. Like fucking stop. But
anytime I've approached things with that level, and it's not even a confidence thing. It's this hubris. It's just a massive failure. It's always a massive failure, and you look like a dummy.
Yeah, because
stupid dumbhead. It's
always when you like try to call the home run. That day, you're like you hit home runs every game, 3 or 4 times a game. The one time you're like, I can crush this, dude. I've faced this pitcher 6 million times. I'm gonna call it out. Then you miss every fucking time. Every time I've ever done that, like been an asshole. I'm like, fuck, I'm so sick of this shit. I'm just going to be a prick to you right now. It always blows up in my face. Yeah. So, like, I just don't anymore. It's not worth the personal embarrassment. So people like Owen, people like Jonathan Majors, they don't feel that. Like that part of their brain, whatever chemical reaction, whatever synapse that fires to cause you to have that emotion, that is not what Owen Benjamin is not capable of feeling it.
I wonder if Jonathan Major's dad spent $150,000 of his mother's money on gay prostitutes.
Hold on. I mean, maybe that's what makes that kind of man, you know? Your dad's going to be secretly gay, and, you're going to grow up with some emotional problems, probably. There's a distance there.
It's definitely going to send a chill down.
I felt chills up my spine as a dreaded ogre has come up from behind.
All right, before we start getting into the Beartaria stuff, I figured we would just kind of glance at a little bit of Owen pre-Beartaria. I know it like there's 2 things I want to see. I want to see somebody did a supercut of what they say is the day that Owen Benjamin lost his mind, which is when he went on the Joey Diaz podcast. Joey Diaz had a podcast, or maybe still has a podcast. I think he still has a podcast. I've never liked Joey Diaz, by the way. I've always really disliked him. He's like a fucking disgusting ogre. Yes. When he would tell stories about being a bouncer at the Comedy Cellar and trading blowjobs for a spot at the Cellar to chicks, I was like, oh, you are those dudes. You guys really are out there doing that shit. You're fucking disgusting, dude. And then they all try to pretend like, oh, we were just kidding. We're comedians. Like, fuck you, dude. Like, it was a different time, pal. I know you did it. Like, shut up. But anyways, Owen Benjamin was making the rounds after he was like kind of in the pre-canceled phase. Like he had gotten on Joe Rogan. Now he's on Joey Diaz. Like his star in the about to be canceled guy realm of 2018 was rising. And Joey Diaz would do this thing where he would give people what he called, I think it's called the Star of Death. It's a 500 milligram edible. And Owen Benjamin does not do edibles. If you give somebody a 500 milligram edible that does not do that shit, you're going to ruin their life. You're going to ruin. Yeah. I mean, you're going to ruin them for a week.
Dude, if I ate one of those, it would be. I'd feel like DBDR. It'd be over.
It'd be over, dude.
Dude, if I ate one of those, I'd be like Mushroom Coyote in Diane's car.
Oh, I can't wait to cover that.
Mumbling to herself and passing out and vomiting. Okay.
I cannot wait. Actually, you guys will have seen it by the time this airs. That's going to be this week's regular nightcap is going to be just Diane, Mushroom Coyote, and I think a few other things have happened. Alex is back in play. I started leaving Diane messages about how I was really happy that their May-December romance was flourishing. Just waiting for a response. All right, well, let's just check out this Joey Diaz thing. We'll just get us in here because I want to see a little bit of Owen before like he's like Beartaria Owen. Just a taste, just for like context.
Benjamin, what's happening?
Just the stars are kicking in pretty hard.
Fuck yeah, and I wouldn't even let you eat the second one because I know these things smack people.
Yeah, of course. And Owen Benjamin goes in there acting like he's going to eat fucking two of them, has no idea what they are. And Joey Diaz, he's like, I saved your life.
People around really hard. But it's Monday night. We got to kick out the jams, brothers and sisters. And by the way, people, Owen Benjamin just gave me a look that I recognize. It's a look that's telling me.
Now, I have definitely had this look a few times in my life. I have definitely had this look. I remember I was like,
fitting to have this look tonight.
Yeah, exactly. By about, by 4 hours in, this is going to be us. Like, it's probably just going to be a lot of video playing. But yeah, we've all been there. I've definitely, like I did it to myself, but I was also like angry at my friends. I'm like, why did you fucking let me do that? Like, what's wrong with you? I'm like a child.
Me.
What's that? Oh, I'm crazy high.
Yeah, it's hitting you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, bro.
No, but it's cool. Like all your story.
You want more water?
Because you're such a descriptive talker that everything you're saying, I'm like literally seeing in my head. It's really fun.
Well, it's just so weird on that. You see things.
Dude.
I look at this.
He's trying so hard.
You know what's going on in Owen Benjamin's head right now.
He's just freaking out.
I got to start this off with a red alert, red alert, red alert.
Hey, listen. That is exactly what's going. Because it's at that moment where you're like freaking out, but you're trying to be cool, and you're trying to be like, this is normal. This is going to pass. Like you think in your mind it's going to pass. Because this happened to me a couple years ago when I first started doing those like edible reviews and stuff, like the Delta 8 shit. They sent me like a brownie that was like 1,000 milligram brownie. Oof. I just really fucked up. Like I just wasn't thinking, and I just like broke off a piece, and then it crumbled in my hand, and I just like reflexively like popped it in my mouth and swallowed it. And I was like, oh fuck, no. I was fucked up for over 24 hours. It was a pretty wild ride, but I definitely had that look. This feeling.
What is that? Mayonnaise and coleslaw. You have no fucking idea, Owen Benjamin. Owen Benjamin is starting to see the devil, ladies and gentlemen. I love it. That's my boy out of fucking New York and shit. But the moral of the story was, I went from this nightlife the first time. Owen, we feeling all right?
Yeah, I'm just
going to get some air.
Yeah, nah, I'm fucking crazy high though.
Okay, you want more water?
Yeah.
Okay.
Every time he stops him, he asks him if he wants more water. He must be chugging these bottles.
Seriously. And I wonder how much. I bet Joey Diaz eats one of these like every day.
Yes.
He's
probably
100%.
100%.
He's probably got a complete tolerance to it.
Yeah, that's like it's like me taking like 70. Like he's fine.
Yep. Wake up in the morning,
Just
have
some water.
breakfast.
Yeah.
I told you. You wanted to eat too. I saved you because I
Thank
like
you, man.
You're one of the few guys in comedy I behave around. You and Steve Byrne. I like you both. You're gentlemen and shit. That's
Thanks,
why I wanted
man.
to have you on the show. Every time I see
Like whenever these Goombas say this kind of shit, you're like, what are you talking about? You just shut up.
Right.
My God.
See,
like
he'd
you
say
just
that to
fucking
anybody.
love
He'd
to
say that
hear
to
yourself
anybody.
talk. Like, exactly. He would say that to a dude that just like he just saw like fucking shitting himself in the street. Be like, here's $5, man. I wouldn't give this to every homeless guy, but I see something about there's something about you, man. You're special.
He'd catch an episode of Zoobox and say it to you. And then forget your name the next day.
It's so cold. It's just that's what hurts the most,
the Owen Benjamin, I always behave myself as a comic. I don't say a fucking word because he's such a nice guy.
Really? Thanks.
You and Steve Byrne. You know I ate 6 stars?
How can you handle 6 stars?
Because we're in training, Owen Benjamin. You understand me? I'll give you a bag to go, and then you'll be in training, and you'll be a soldier of the church.
This is fucking so.
People will see you, and now when they see you, they'll bring you something for your baby, and the best edible that city has to make. And they're going to say, we heard you on the church. Here you go. You're in training.
Nice. I'm training
Nice.
hard.
No, but
This is definitely like a very like seasoned high guy just like fucking with the really high guy, just just throwing all of the shit at him. Because those words become like daggers when you're like that.
Yeah.
And you're like being assaulted. You're like, oh.
You're right. It becomes kaleidoscopic. And Owen Benjamin, look at him. He's panicking right now. Inside, not only is it Dave Hodges going red alert, but it's like echoing on itself and getting louder and quieter. And
it's like that scene from Lord of the Rings. I posted that meme on Instagram with that shot with what's his name?
Elrond and
Frodo.
The worst shot.
The superimposing images. Yeah, the superimposing images. That's what he sees. Like, that's what he's seeing is Dave Hodges being like, Owen.
You have to start Beartaria. The bear trail must go to the Appalachian Mountains.
We have to free their minds, Owen. We have to free their minds.
There's a mushrooms. They'll bring you acid. Yeah, they'll bring you acid, mushrooms, all the fun stuff that you can take in the hotel room by yourself before you see your
just lose my fucking mind.
Sure, with an iPod.
Yeah, throw on some Pink Floyd, just fucking take
and that's it. It's over. We don't do that much shit no more like that. We don't go back to the room and put music on and sit there and meditate. Tremendous. Yeah, those things are strong always. Yeah, you just relax. Wow. This is the devil here tonight. This is it. This is as good as it gets, people. It's a fucking Monday night.
Now, I don't know if we're gonna watch it because I can't. I don't know where the fuck it is. But there's Owen Benjamin talks about this, and he claims that Joey Diaz was like hexing him, like he's really calling out the devil, like he's using these stars of death to kind of open his mind in that way, and that to the spiritual realm, right. And then him continuously invoking the devil, saying the devil's here, my guy from New York. He keeps saying it over and over again. It's just high guy talk, but I'm just saying witchcraft could be going on. I mean, he is Mexican. I mean, they say they're Christians down there, but
they're Catholics.
I don't know.
That doesn't really count as Christian.
Oh, cold.
Oof.
Right. On the Church of what's happening now. Where's Tony Bennett? Did you even line it up tonight? No, you didn't. See? You're fucking slipping, Lisa.
He's such a Goomba.
Thank God Owen Benjamin's on the show tonight. Let's smoke.
Oh, I would have just assumed, like, if I didn't know that his last name was Diaz, and I just saw him, like, he's straight out of Central Casting for, like, Goodfellas or something. Like The Sopranos. Actually, no, he's not good enough to be on Goodfellas. Sopranos. And I think he actually might have been on The Sopranos, now that I'm thinking about it.
He would be in a couple of scenes in like a Bronx Tale.
Yeah, maybe he could make a Bronx Tale.
He'd be one of the guys that's in the crew that's just like playing cards, and he gets a couple lines.
Yeah, he gets a couple lines, or maybe he's standing in the corner. His shirt's a little too short, so his belly's hanging out a little bit. He's like, you know what I mean?
Having some sausages. He's got the sausage sweats.
Yeah, he's sweating, dabbing himself. Do like a do the right thing kind of shot where it's like really dynamic, and he's like on the corner, and then that's how we get introduced to the street, you know?
Oh yeah. Completely off topic. I just saw a little clip of Paul Sorvino talking about how he finally found the character of Paulie. He said he couldn't break the character, and then he was trying really hard, and then he looked in the mirror before he left the house one day, and he saw a look in his eye that terrified him, and he was like, "Oh God." Like, I just saw Paulie for a second, and he was like, "Yeah, I got it." I
think I saw that same thing. It was like a YouTube short going around, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's pretty fascinating. Anyway,
actually, that's one we have not done yet. We have not done Goodfellas. Well, it's something to put on the docket maybe for 2024. Something to think about.
Smoke this fucking bowl while Lisa does this thing. You want to take a hit of this? Owen Benjamin, this will get the blood pressure down.
Another hit, Owen, he's saying.
Stop, yeah, I can really fucking function.
Oh, yeah, no, this is... I want to be around! This is it, baby. Where's the fucking light? I had 10 lighters before fucking disappeared here.
I have so been Owen Benjamin in this exact... Actually, you know what? I think there was a moment. I doubt you remember this. We may have talked about this on a podcast or something, or some recording of when me and Paul showed up to your buddy's house. You were there, and you made like a gravity bong out of a fucking cut in half like a water bubbler holder thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really fucked me up, and you kept like dieseling me. I think that's what you guys were calling it, and you like wouldn't stop.
I was Joey Diaz in that moment. Hopefully, I wasn't so fucking Italian about it.
No, probably not. Probably not. Well, you never know. At that time in your life, I don't know. You were.
I had just broken out of Jersey, so I might have been a little greasy.
A little greasy, yeah.
You guys get this? Is this like weird?
No.
He's so grotesque.
Whatever, Tom.
He doesn't even have his headphones on.
Gotta go. Yeah, somebody watch.
They're calling you a new soldier in training.
That's right.
You got like 8 stars. You're an 8-star
Really?
down now. Yeah.
Fuck yeah. That's it. You're the man of steel tonight. What happened to Tony Bennett? That was quick.
I turned him off because you were coming back.
No, I just went to open the door to give my main man some air here, because I've been where he's been.
In fairness, I guess he's kind of looking out for him a little bit. Opening the door is a pretty nice thing to do. And it's a faux pas. It's a faux pas to do that while they're smoking bowls in there, so it's a kindness.
You want to hotbox it a little bit. Sorry, we're in New England. Clam bake it.
Thank God you didn't pop the second one. He wanted to eat another one. I go, no. Just see how this one tastes. I know you live down the beach. I see you out of the night smoking. I figured you could handle it. Relax for a little while. You ain't driving. You can't drive.
Right.
The car, you got to go all the way to the 90. Forget about it. I got a probiotic in here. I got some green.
Only a couple hours.
No, oh yeah.
All right. Well, I think let's just skip towards the end. I don't know if do they show him. He leaves at some point. He literally just takes off.
Well,
and they.
I think I am right now.
Yeah. All right. Then relax. Just sit tight. We got your back. Just drink some water. Let the air open for you so you don't get anxiety.
Have you seen Captain America yet, Joey?
Oh, yeah. You should have seen me going up and down and fucking going with my little shirt on. Get the fuck out of here. I got better shit to do than going to see fucking Captain America. Look at the reefer we're smoking tonight. We are Captain America. This is it. Don't get no better than this. What are you going to do? It's a Monday night here. It's a Monday fucking night. Can you imagine running with Uncle Joey on a Friday? You have a heart attack.
He's probably.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's 100% being real. Like Joey Diaz was like a maniac. He was on some kind of prescription pills for a long time too. Yeah. I think I think he might be sober now. Like all of them, they've all like cleaned up their lives. They're not like wild dudes anymore because they all have podcasts. They all started having families in their 40s and 50s. So a lot of them kind of cooled off. I think Joey Diaz might have done that.
Yeah.
They were dancing. They had the whole fucking thing. Owen Benjamin coming back. He's coming back. He's making a comeback like Jerry Lewis. This is good shit. These stars are the stars of death, Owen Benjamin. Trust me, I'm fucked up right now myself.
How many did you take?
I took, 6? 5?
6.
Are you serious?
Sure.
How the fuck do you guys do that?
This is it. We've been in training right now for about
For almost 4 years, 5 years.
Oh my god.
Lee and I trained before. You want to take a walk? You're right.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a little
Get some air right there. Get some air on the balcony, and take your water with you just in case you fucking, you want to dehydrate a little bit. You'll be all right. This happens.
It's the best. It's better than the people who don't take it. People love you. You're a hero.
I had to go get my hair.
Yeah, dude, it's better than people that you refuse not to ruin their days. Yeah.
Right.
You're a legend, dude. You did it. That's like very I mean, I don't know. I guess if you're like a working person in Hollywood, you don't have any fucking kids, you're not worried about it. You are perpetually a teenager. I was gonna say it's like a teenager thing, but what impetus do you have to not be that way? Like you're not doing any of the things that force you to grow out of that shit. So
yeah, they're doing like 3 gigs a week.
Yeah. unless they're on the road.
And fucking done for this thing on Wednesday. I had to do 1,000 things. Little stupid.
Is he leaving?
He abandoned shit. This is the real deal at church, you know.
I don't think he knows the code. I think we're okay.
Nah, he's okay. This is heavy duty. Those fucking stars. As a matter of fact, give me the bag. I'm gonna eat another one out of respect for this poor kid.
Okay.
I take all of it.
You know, I've started to like Joey Diaz. In the 5 minutes of this clip. But then I'm gonna remember who he is.
No, you can, I mean, he's a charming, charismatic guy, but you know he's a fucking scumbag.
Oh, yeah. No, Joey Diaz would be a blast to hang out with for like a weekend. And then never talk to again.
Right, ever.
Ever. Think about what Joe Rogan has had to deal with for years.
Oh my God.
He probably was like, guys, you got to stop fucking bothering me.
Just comedians in general, they're all the shittiest people, and they just love to fuck with each other. And just, I bet being around them is a completely unbearable experience.
Yeah, because they're all neurotic and narcissists, and and that's kind of what gives them the ability to observe things in the ways that they do, to find these kind of common threads of annoyance or whatever. It's because they hyperfixate on the things that annoy them. Right. Like they can't let shit go. Kind of, I mean, I guess. In some ways, I feel like I have that kind of brain. I feel like you have that kind of brain in a way.
Yeah, but the difference between us and them is that they're actually pieces of shit themselves. They're completely hypocritical. They have nothing to stand on.
In some ways, it's because we never got the chance. I think we wanted that shot for sure.
I understand that, and thank God that we were both mediocre enough to not have it. But these people are all very bad people, like you said. Like it's like a flame you don't want to get too close to. And I bet, think about Joe Rogan has to deal with who's the guy who takes his shirt off for a living.
Bert Kreischer. Yeah.
Imagine having that dude in your life texting you. You know what I mean? Like.
Oh yeah, no.
Like, come on, Joe, can't I get back on the show this
week?
week?
You know what? This is Joe's it's Joe's penance, dude. Joe Rogan kind of ruined comedy because of Joe Rogan, they all have podcasts. Joe Rogan has done more to demystify the art of comedy in comedians than anyone else. And it really destroys it because it's kind of a magic trick. And once you start talking about it too much, and once you start seeing who these people really are, it's hard to laugh with them anymore.
Right.
Just like, I used to think Pete Holmes was kind of funny. And then I listened to Pete Holmes' podcast, and I'm like, oh, you were such a fucking, libtard jerk-off asshole.
Seriously, can you imagine if George Carlin had a podcast?
Holy shit. Yeah, I am a reformed George Carlin fan. Because you know what it was? Because I heard it when I was 17, thought I loved it, and never looked back. Never again, yeah.
Then you hear George Carlin after you have a little bit of runway behind you, and it's like this.
They got him. They got that son of a bitch. That's what they do when he would start doing the swear word bit. They didn't care for it. I think
Owen Benjamin abandoned ship.
So is this the end? Does he come back in, or did he just flee the scene at that
No,
point?
he literally just left. That's what I was saying. I was like, he just leaves. And I didn't know what the scene looked like on the podcast, but yeah, he just got up and left. He never comes back.
So what did Owen Benjamin, you said that there's actual footage of him talking about this bit?
There is. I'll see if I can find it real quick. Here, let me play the rest out, and I'll look in the background while.
All this stuff is here.
No, that's my sweatshirt.
Oh. Well, thank you for coming, Owen.
No, I don't know. Maybe he's outside.
Should I go check?
No. Stay mind your business. I would get that fucking retarded on the blow. I really think Owen Benjamin abandoned ship. He is the first guest that has ever abandoned
He just
ship.
called an Uber, you think?
I don't know.
Joey Diaz just is about to take back every nice thing he said about Owen Benjamin. He has disrespected his church. He is left without saying goodbye.
Joey Diaz would get like he'd take that real personal too. He'd be a real dick about it. He'd hold a grudge about it for like 3.5 years, and he'd see it at some shitty comedy club in Nebraska and cause a scene about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Be like, oh, Owen Benjamin, yeah. Oh, you're gonna come over and say hi to me, huh? Interesting. I wonder if I'll get a goodbye this time.
Where'd you go?
Okay, so this is part 1, so I assume this is a multi-part series. Oh, they're all kind of short too. Cool. So Owen Benjamin versus Joey Diaz, part 1. Owen addresses the Stars of Death incident.
Oh, when you left the Joey Diaz show, I went home. I drove my car 20 miles an hour on a highway, and just went home, and I didn't talk for like 2 days. Amy was a little freaked out. I'm never.
No, people say this like literally something happened, like because he already has some sort of chemical imbalance going on already, you know, because he's kind of I think he's like a manic depressive, obviously suffers from some form of narcissism. So I don't even know, he might have been on medication at the time he did this. So people speculate. You know, we're not doctors. We're not making any diagnosis here, okay? But that it may have fucked his brain. That he may have just broke him in some way. Or maybe his third eye opened and now he can't get it closed. That's why he's got so much wisdom.
Well, yeah, that's when he had his like Doc from Back to the Future moment. He slipped on the porcelain, he banged his head on a 500 milligram gummy and decided to move out into the woods and buy alpacas and start Beartaria.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Beartaria is his flux capacitor. He just, you know. Come on.
Where'd you go when you left the Joey Diaz show? I went home. I drove my car 20 miles an hour on a highway and just went home, and I didn't talk for like 2 days. Amy was a little freaked out. I'm never ever smoking weed or eating one of their Satan edibles ever again. It was a terrible experience. Did Joey Diaz even call you to see if you were okay or anything? No, I don't think he knows what a phone is. He probably just tries to fuck.
And this is the great thing about Owen. Owen will turn on anyone for any reason whatsoever. This is like, I don't know when this was filmed, so I don't know how long after the fact he's doing this video, like making this response, because like he went through a period of basically, because he has major daddy issues, as we kind of talked about a little bit at the opening. He thinks, or he doesn't think, he knows his dad has been like secretly gay his whole life, like paying gay prostitutes, fucked his godfather apparently, like had a gay relationship with his godfather, and he finds all this out in his, like when he's a little older. So he's got daddy issues. So he like attached himself to, first it was Joe Rogan, like really hardcore. Joe's the greatest guy ever. Joe's helped me out so much, because I think Joe Rogan was trying to help him. He's kind of like the elder. He's like Papa Rogan to the LA comedy scene, I think, for a lot of these guys. And who else? Oh, Jordan Peterson, like super into Jordan Peterson for like a year, all the time. Do live streams. He wrote a song for Jordan Peterson that at some point fucking turned hard. Turned hard because it was another failed father figure. He was like, right. Oh, you got addicted to barbiturates? Like, oh, dude, you're like my dad. You've betrayed me. And he just does this over and over and over again. He just does it over and over and over again.
Seriously.
Yeah, so it's so this is fun. This is interesting because this is a very early like turn for him.
Fuck it. Like he's an ape. Like, he'd probably look at a phone and be like, oh, there's a phone. Joe Rogan, I'm going to fuck the phone. Was the Star of Death trip the catalyst that helped you decide to leave LA? No. All of that whole narrative is total nonsense. We were already looking at houses. The Star of Death just made me realize that people who eat weed are fucking retarded. Weed has different effects per person. Edibles never got me high. I just didn't like it. It just made me be like, the fuck is this? Like, Joey Diaz appeared like a demon. He was like going on and on about shit. He's just like, I was just fucking my dick. And I'm just like, I could feel this feeling of like, I gotta go. Weed gives me anxiety. Me too. I hated it. Fuck Joey. Yeah, it's just, and then saying that it changed my whole life. It's like, easy, buddy.
Yeah, because Joey Diaz, we watched a longer one, but there's a shorter one that Joey Diaz himself put out. The day that Owen Benjamin's life changed forever, I think the name is the video is. So even Joey Diaz was like capitalizing on this, I guess, somewhat viral moment.
Absolutely. No, I think it was more the birth of my son. You know, all these Satanists, they're so oblivious to life. They're just such low frequency, just empty stomachs of just appetite that they have no idea what really matters in people's life. It's like, same with Joe Rogan and Joey Diaz. Like, the last thing they think is, oh, Owen fell in love and had a child, so he wanted to leave. No, they're like, must have been a drug. Because they can't. And even right now, you know, Joe the Toe Rogan will see me rant about him for a year now. And he'll see that I do, like, everyone used to say that Joe the Toe Rogan would do these long, epic, podcasts. How does he talk for 3 hours? And I can do it every day. Effortless.
I like how he has to come back like it's some sort of competition between him and Joe Rogan about, like, he has to get his bona fides. He's like, well, it's not so hard. Fuck those guys. Like, I do it too. I'm doing it fine, dude. I'm better than Joe Rogan, actually. I'm doing more interesting content. I'm telling the truth. Because, like, you listen to, like, the first half of what he says, and you're like, kind of on board. You're kind of like, yeah, these people are. Like, you could, in a certain manner of speaking, you could be like, yeah, they're like fucking demons. They're fucking monsters out there, dude. Just eating fucking people alive. It's disgusting. It sucks. It's soulless. Soul crushing, probably, to be around it. And imagine, like, how a person would feel if, like, you wake up from that haze. Like, oh, shit, dude. Like, I'm one of these people. I've been doing this shit. I almost got married to Christina Ricci.
Oof.
Yeah. He was engaged to Christina Ricci. Oh, you didn't know that? Yeah. Oh, yeah. See, that's he's got a whole arc. Arcs. He was in a couple movies. He was in The House Bunny. He's in some sort of awful sitcom on TBS.
And run a farm, and be a dad, and, all this stuff I do, and be a writer, and do an editor, and all this stuff. And, of course, the first thing he thinks is meth. And
I don't think he's really wrong about this perception problem that that crowd has or would have. Like, it would never occur to them that somebody just wouldn't like their lifestyle. So they just kind of impose that on other people. They just kind of project it out there. Be like, whoa, it must have been something that happened in a way that I understand it.
Right.
Owen Benjamin's on meth. It's like, or I'm not a pathetic waste of space. I don't watch pornography. I don't chase pussy and dudes' dicks.
You sound like a fucking loser.
Would you ever do Joey Diaz podcast again? No. Last time he gave me an edible that basically paralyzed me for like 2 days. It was basically like
Okay, so if this is part 2, I was gonna say, did the story get like more intense? Did he escalate the story? I wonder if every time he's told the story, like it gets crazier and crazier. Because last time he's just like, yeah, I was really fucking high. I was fucked up. Joey Diaz like looked like a demon to me. He's like fucking snarling and being a Goomba, And now he's going to claim that he intentionally drugged him.
Right.
He always has to be in the position of like the beleaguered truth teller, like the victim of something.
He drugged me.
He drugged me. You want more?
Shit, dude, Milker Nation ain't fucking around. Okay, Milker Nation comes with receipts.
Hold more water?
Close up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I want to thank the hard work of Milker Nation. I want to thank the hard work of Digital Jonestown for doing all the legwork. Essentially, kudos. Hats off to you, boys.
Nice.
Let's do some water. Yeah.
Fuck.
And yes, I know you're boys. Trust me, you are.
I told you. You want to leave too. I saved you because I
Thank
like
you, man.
You want to take a walk? You all right?
Yeah, I'm gonna take a
Get some air right there. Get some air in the back one. And take your water with you just in case you fucking, you want to dehydrate a little bit. You'll be all right. This is the real deal at church, As a matter of fact, Give me the bag. I'm gonna eat another one out of respect for this poor kid.
Okay.
And you wanted to.
You know what? I gotta tell you, Dan. I could definitely hear that coming out of your mouth. You know what, man? In honor of our friend that's having a fucking problem, fucking faggot over here. Let me get another one of those things.
Take two? I know. Like, I was like, I'll take another one. And Joey's like, dog, you're going to see the double stick. Dog, you're going to see the double stick. And I don't hold a grudge. But no, I'm not, he's like, come on, dog, just, come on, dog, just have a
Now, I'm not going to say that Joey Diaz did not apply a little bit of pressure, but Owen Benjamin is also the kind of dude that would fold like a cheap chair for somebody like Joey Diaz. Because he would want Joey Diaz to like him.
Yeah,
he wants Joey Diaz to think he's cool.
Exactly.
This is something that all narcissists understand. Like, no, I want you to I actually want you to I want you to like me. I want you to respect me.
And not only that, but he was still at a point in his career where he was trying to like climb the ladder, right?
Well, like he had climbed the ladder and he had gotten to a certain spot where he had kind of plateaued. He had been there for like 5 years. He was working stand-up, and he did a lot of award shows. He used to do like the Independent Spirit Awards. He was very popular doing that. Yeah, he would do like hosting gigs. Like I said, he was on a sitcom that lasted like 3 years. I think it's called The Sullivan Brothers. He was in the House Bunny with Anna Faris. He's like one of the guys that tries to, I don't know, be in the sorority or something.
What's the House Bunny? I'm so out of touch with pop culture in the last 15 years.
The House Bunny is, yeah, it's like a comedy in the vein of something like Legally Blonde, but about a girl that used to be one of Hef's girls from at the mansion. That gets kicked out and goes back to college, and then she joins like a sorority. It's not a good movie. It's very.
Sounds. Scorsese, did Scorsese direct this?
Actually, yeah. Well, shadow direct. He would never. He would never admit it. But
he wouldn't want to take credit for that. That's
he's like.
For him.
Yeah, it's like when Steven Spielberg had to come in and take over for Tobe Hooper because he couldn't handle directing Poltergeist. So it was just like that. He had to come in. He had to do it.
Treat. Like, oh, no way. I want to. When in Rome. And I was just like.
Fuck, Owen, your eyes look pretty fucking crazy right now. What are you on right now, dude? Look at those things.
Yeah, he's just like jacked up on Adderall. At all
Yeah, I was
times.
Yeah. Like, what are you talking about, dude? You got your poison. Talking trash about Joey Diaz. Come on now.
So, no, I'm all right. High IQ and edibles don't mix. Yeah, it was.
Oh my, that's a drop. High IQ and edibles don't mix. Of course, Owen Benjamin, anytime he has an opportunity to talk about his IQ, he will do that. He's a very high IQ individual, kind of a Rick and Morty type. And the way he knows this is because his mom told him so. And I'm not shitting you. That's his source. That's his citation. His mother was a teacher. She said he had high IQ, probably around like 150 or something like that, 152.
Oh my God!
I'm not even shitting you. And then people were giving him shit about it, so he brought his mom on his stream to affirm this. Oh yeah, this is. I don't even know if these streams exist anymore, but he used to do streams with his mom all the time, and I think he got a little too wackadoo for her taste, maybe. But yeah. Yeah, she was like, oh, yeah, he's very gifted. Very 152 IQ.
And just because she says so, you know what I mean?
And that was it. And they're like, well, how do you know? Where's the proof? She's like, I was an educator.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was nice. And he's never, like, and that was it. That was the end of as far as he was concerned, that was the end of the controversy.
Right.
He was just like,
Ma said I'm smart. You guys, come on.
Come on, dude.
Oh, would you ever do Joey Diaz podcast?
Come on.
Treat.
Come on.
Like, oh, no way. I want to. When in Rome. And I was just like. So, no, I'm all right. High IQ and edibles don't mix. Yeah, it was. I'm not gonna say I have nightmares about it.
You've ever read.
Oh, if they don't ball wash, you get booted. Like if you say anything, like to the contrary, even politely disagree, he loses his mind. He has banned people permanently from like IP banned people from chats that have given him tens of thousands of dollars. Like
yeah.
First of all, why would you cut off that whale? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Second of all, that's just rude. It's just shitty.
But also, my God, like, why would you give Owen Benjamin 10 G? Like, that's ridiculous.
Dude, people have given him a lot of money. Like, because he's, like, very successfully crowdfunds just his life. He did that for a while. Like, people literally sent him, like, just wads of cash in the mail. And then he would, like, open the physical mail and he would read the letter because he got demonetized, so he couldn't do super chats. So people literally just sent him the super chats. Yeah, very analog. Very analog.
At least he read them.
He did do that. You got to give him credit where credit's due. Yes.
But it's like, that was terrible.
I'm not going to say I have nightmares about it. This is the devil here tonight. Oh, yeah. No. This is, I want to be around. This is it. Where's the fucking light? Pick up the pieces 10 lighters.
When somebody breaks your heart.
Well, yeah, but see, here's the good thing that happened from the Joey Diaz incident. I'll never smoke weed, ever. It's like, you never really know. Edibles made me feel like I was dying. Yeah, it was so bad that, like, now, if anybody's ever like, oh, you want to smoke a little weed? I'm like, no. It's like not even close. To the point where
in fact, this is a new litmus test for him. Now he looks down on you.
Yeah.
Oh, you thought he was like a cool homesteader guy? You thought he was a cool homesteader guy that just like wants community and like go, be like the boys? No.
Now he gets to majorly judge you.
Yeah. You're basically
use that as a basis for which to start judging you about other little shit too.
Yeah, because that just opens the door. That opens the door for criticism. Like, oh, you're the type of person that would do this. I can't believe I trusted you. It's a complete betrayal.
where I'm like that. I'm oddly thankful that happened.
This happens. They had to do 1,000 things. Little stupid. He abandoned shit.
All right, let's see if is there one more part? Yeah, there's one more part of this. One more part of this, and then we are going to start getting into the Beartaria story. There's just so many, like we said earlier, there's so many arcs, there's so many tangents you can go down. Like, Owen Benjamin has there's no moon, the moon landing is a fake arc, he has a flat earth arc. Actually, there's a really great documentary somebody made about him. Somebody that is very talented, Porcelain. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the YouTube channel Porcelain. He's done a lot of kind of these documentaries on internet figures. He did one on Owen Benjamin called Smarter Than Your Average Bear, and it basically covers that period of time, like of him not believing in the moon landing and thinking the earth was flat. And then he kind of got scared away from continuing it because he was going to have like this big trilogy, Owen Benjamin trilogy, but the bears get so activated that they do nothing but like they fucking hound you constantly and they don't leave you alone. They're the kind of people that have that mental illness where they'll make like as many sock accounts as it takes.
You're talking about like the YouTube drama community and UK community and
yes.
Metal Mark.
Yes, exactly. Just kind of like them. Yeah. Except probably way more good. They actually can do it. They actually can make your life difficult. Some of them have figured out how to make people's lives difficult. Those people just like to act like they can.
You nuts.
Benjamin, what's happened?
Just the stars are kicking in pretty hard.
Fuck yeah, and I wouldn't even let you eat the second one because I know these things smack people around really hard.
I'm fucking crazy high though.
Okay, you want more water?
Yeah.
Okay,
nice.
Let's do some water. Yeah.
Fuck.
Oh, would you ever do Joey Diaz podcast again? No. Last time he gave me an edible.
I wonder, did he just like, no, okay. I was going to say, did he just like put all of the ones together for part 3? But no, okay.
That basically paralyzed me for like 2 days.
So I go on the podcast, we're smoking some weed, and then he's like, he has an edible, and I'm like, oh, I'll hang, let's do this.
And I've been that exact guy on that exact podcast.
Ooh, yeah, Joey
like,
got
gave me
you
the
too,
star,
right?
yeah, and I was,
Yeah.
I couldn't handle it, man.
He's a different animal.
I love that dude.
He's the best, but he's a different animal. You can't, you know, don't try to outdo him ever.
I was just trying to hang.
And so I eat one, and I go to eat another one, and he goes, no, dog.
That's like Joe Rogan's just has that knowing look where he's just like looking at the ground. He's like, yeah, man, we probably shouldn't hang out with him.
Yeah,
Yo, dude, you were hanging out with Terry? No, that was not a good idea. Terry's a different kind of animal.
Trust me. And I've like heard him on Rogan.
Yeah.
And they always talk about how he never really does that. He always like lets people get fucked up.
Yeah.
Like I was like, I'll take another one. And Joey's like, dog, you're going to see the devil stick. He was the one, he had mercy on me, which I thought was incredible. Because I'm like, yeah, let me just grab another one of those stars to death. And he's like, no way, doc.
Yeah.
You're going to fucking die.
Trying to be nice to you.
It was basically like he drugged me. He had mercy on me, which I thought was incredible.
And so, because I didn't realize that it was
the Stars of Death.
Star of Death.
That's 100 milligrams.
Yeah, and
plus you smoked?
Plus a lot. We smoked like for an hour.
Are you a big smoker?
I smoke enough. And so we're on the podcast. We're talking, and I start realizing.
So I was wrong. I thought the Stars of Death were 500 milligrams. So that's even way less.
No,
that's
I
way
think
less.
that they are. I think that they're wrong here. Hold on, because I looked it up hold on. I had it up in my browser here. I think you're right. No, it is a 500 milligram.
Okay, that's what I thought.
They're incorrect. 500 milligram. I mean, that would blow even
Like
a seasoned smoker's mind, man.
Yeah, unless you're like somebody like Joey Diaz who's literally like doing 3 of these a day, like you're gonna have trouble navigating shit.
You actively wake up at 1:30 in the afternoon as a general practice,
Yes, exactly.
that I can no longer speak, right? Mm-hmm. And we're talking about a topic, and I'm literally like, I want to have things. And so I just go, hey, man, can I grab some air? And he's like, yeah, dog, definitely get some air. And then I went outside, and I just never came back.
You never went back?
No.
What happened to you?
I couldn't feel my legs. And then I was like, I can't go back in there because they're going to know I can't speak. And so I started walking around, and then I figured out I didn't remember how to get back.
Now, I will be honest, I feel like this is something I would totally do. I would be too high. I would be out there like looking, and I'd be like, I don't want to go back. I don't want to deal with this anymore. And I would just leave. I have done that several times in my life at parties and shit. Where like everybody's doing coke, and I'm like, I just don't want to do any more coke. I'm good. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna fucking go. This is.
I used to reach a pretty decent threshold in my day too, where it was just like, gosh darn it, don't any of you just want to kind of like smoke a bowl and eat a few snacks and then just go to bed at around 1:30? Like, why do we need to be up at 6:30 doing coke? Like, I don't have any interest in that whatsoever. I'm tired. Coke was always like I don't think I've ever actually done coke. Well, I know I've never actually done coke. I've been around it, but it's like it's so antithetical to my personality. Like I want to get comfy in a bed. I don't want to be up all night chattering with these motherfuckers.
Yeah, exactly.
These people in this room, are you serious?
Exactly. That's what happened. You're like, I don't know. You start like you're like Owen Benjamin, like they turn into demons. Like it's time to go. But I am very much more of your school of getting stoned. Like, no, let's just chill out. Can we just chill out and like eat some Chinese food and like watch some Adult Swim and fucking go to bed? That's cool to me. Like that's a good time for me.
In Boston, we were a lame band. No, they didn't want to party with us because we were going to go back to my apartment and smoke the bong and play like Fable. Or like take turns playing a single player game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. I see, dude. I would like dream of that kind of dynamic because I was the person that was like you, but nobody else in my band was like that. Like they're all like, like Big Paul. They're all up. They all want everybody's got to get up, get manic, get crazy. Let's go nuts. Let's go to parties. I got involved in so much stupid shit. But occasionally I would be like, you know, guys, I would just call a cab. I would just literally walk outside the bar and I'd just like call a cab. Like, I'm going home. Like, not doing this anymore.
Usually Plotzik would crash at my apartment because he would have to drive all the way back to Keene and go to work the next day.
Oh.
So it was just like, you know, that was a great excuse to go find Chinese food somewhere and get the hell out of Dodge. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Cut out
early.
Yeah. Get out of there before the T stops running. You know what I mean?
Exactly, 100%. Or the buses or fucking whatever. Oh my god.
That's the real Boston Irish goodbye is getting the fuck out of there before the T stops running, so you don't have to catch a cab.
Yes, 1,000%. I had to walk home from Joppatown one time because I fucking missed the buses by like 20 minutes.
Brutal.
I was very upset.
Oh, hey, where'd Profitt go? Profitt just saved himself $36. And I didn't have to talk to all of you this night. All night. No.
And so then the next day on Twitter, like literally like 1,000 people were like, "Are you okay, man? Did you fucking die?" Because it's like, and it was, I guess people really enjoyed the podcast.
Yeah.
You could genuinely know that you watched someone completely melt down.
Their brain stops.
My brain stopped working. And then everyone was like, "You saw the devil's dick." And I'm like, "I did."
You're going to see the devil's dick.
Take the devil's dick.
Sucking the devil's dick. Sucking the devil's dick now, baby.
I saw the devil's
How'd you
dick.
get home?
What is up with
I drove, but I chilled for a bit, though. I went to a park and hung for a while.
Yeah, you got high and
Everybody's like, how'd you get home? You drove. The guy's like, amazing. No, it's not. It's an awful decision.
Yeah.
Joey Diaz would have got him a cab. He would have got him an Uber.
Seriously.
I believe this.
went to a park.
I stopped being able to talk, and then I just left. I said, I'm going to get some...
I don't know how it would come. How does this come up again? Like this is years later now. And he's telling this tale again.
Yeah, probably somebody in his chat was like, "Hey, Big Bear, what? Can you tell us the real story about what happened with Joey Diaz?"
Yeah. Could you regale us, King Papa Bear?
Mayor, and I never came back. And then I left Los Angeles.
Was the Star of Death trip the catalyst that helped you decide to leave LA? No. All of that whole narrative is total nonsense. We were already looking at houses.
Now, I will say this. These people that get obsessed with characters like Owen Benjamin, whatever, and maybe we are guilty of this occasionally, but this is very pedantic. Because that's like it's like just a shortening of the story when he's retelling it. He's like, yeah, that happened, and then I moved. And they're like, no, but you said it didn't have anything to do with that. Didn't you, Owen? Oh, looks like you're a liar, pal. Like, not really.
And I was like, I'm out of here. And dude, I like not that long after left Los Angeles and never went back.
Fuck Joey. Yeah, it's just, and then saying that it changed my whole life. It's like, easy, buddy. No, I think it was more the birth of my son. You know, all these Satanists, they're so oblivious to life. They're just such low frequency.
You know, I'm not even gonna. It's pretty base to be a guy that they all know, and he just trashes them on the reg, being like, he's like, you're a demon, dude. Like, fuck you. Hey, you know,
just empty stomachs of just appetite that they have no idea what really matters in people's life. It's like, same with Joe Rogan and Joey Diaz. Like, the last thing they think is, oh, Owen fell in love and had a child, so he wanted to leave. No, they're like, must have been a drug.
If you can get natural strains of like cannabis or something and it helps you, great. What's out there in those stores? That's terrible.
Okay, so these are years apart. Like, it is okay for Owen Benjamin to evolve his opinion on a topic. That's, you know what I mean? That's what I mean when they do this kind of stuff. You're like, nah, not like who gives a shit?
Right.
Like, what hypocrisy are you calling out that he changed his mind about fucking marijuana? And he didn't even really change his mind. He just said, yeah, natural strains. If you go buy it in the store, you're buying crazy wild shit, which he's not wrong. Like, that stuff is, engineered to probably kill us. I can't imagine, I cannot wait. Like, this is what's going to take me out. It's gonna be whatever this is what's gonna take me out. Some unknown fucking chemically made like product in a factory somewhere where they're like, yeah, dude, I don't know, man. We ripped open the third dimension and started changing the chemical structure of the plant so it's not illegal anymore.
No, that's why you take the hashish pill or the hashish bear.
I probably should. I should hashish bear. You're gonna have to teach me your ways, okay? Because I've become a stoner in the past year, so.
Terrible. Dude, it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. I got no spiritual awakening from it. Nothing. Like, nothing. I lost my mind for about 40 hours. You know, nothing scary, but like, during the podcast, he started appearing to me like a dragon, like an angry monster. He's like, blah, 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 and I was just like.
Can you imagine Joey Diaz just looking like Bowser all of a sudden from the Mario Brothers? Like, oh, fuck, dude, shit.
It was just like a frozen man trying to get home.
Gotta kill these. We gotta kill these plumbers, Owen. We gotta kill these plumbers. Yeah, these guys from Brooklyn, they're giving me a hard time. We gotta kill these plumbers, Owen.
In a world of.
Side note, movie review inside the Beartaria live stream. Super Mario Brothers movie. I actually really liked it.
I think it's like it was good for what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a wholesome little nugget. That's all it needed to be.
But it could have been more wholesome. They set up this idea that Mario's family thinks he's a joke, right? They don't respect him. They don't respect his attempts at a business. He's like living with them. Him and Luigi are not in a great spot. They have like no faith in him. And there's nothing that happens in the movie where he should like organically earn back their trust other than them just watching him like defeat Bowser at the end. And then they're like, oh, you're awesome. I always knew you had it in you, son. I'm like, that's not what happened. What's going on here? I'm being too much. I know. But
I you know what? I gotta say, I didn't even watch it that much.
That closely.
I don't even think I've caught the end because I Theo has watched it a couple times and I've watched it beside him.
Yeah,
and I've just seen like chunks of it.
I have seen it a bunch of times recently because my son Ronan really likes it. He will sit and watch it, so it's just been on more often than not. So I've seen it a few times now. But I actually liked it more the more I watched it because it was just kind of like you said, it's wholesome. It has like good values that kind of undergird what the characters are trying to achieve and what they're going through. Although I have a take that Bowser's actually the secret hero of the movie because he's trying to make an honest woman out of Princess Peach and Mario's going to just steal the best years of her life without ever putting a ring on it. He's just going to be a little fuck boy.
Because he's Italian, he'll probably just plant a seed and then skedoodle. You know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying?
Fucking Italians.
And Bowser's trying to save her. He's trying to save the kingdom. He's like, we could rule together. Like, this would be an incredible. Finally, peace. This is like Israel-Palestine stuff, okay? The Mushroom Kingdom. And Bowser's wherever he's from.
Well, you know, maybe later you can make a fucking 45-minute long video about how it stole your childhood or something.
I should, actually. I'd be like, you know what, guys? I never really played Mario, but the iconography, I love it.
Demons.
Like Joey Diaz appeared like a demon.
Once I got that high, I was like, this is a den of demons. I wasn't aware of how spiritually dark that podcast and the environment was until I got that high.
I'm not going to say I have nightmares about it, but it's like.
It was to a point where I was like, this is not like the weed I smoked in high school that made me a little giggly when I watched The Simpsons. Like, this is...
No, it's not.
This is really, really bad.
He is 100% correct about that. He probably smoked some swaggy swag in high school.
Yeah.
And he ate a concentrated 500 milligram dose of medical marijuana in California. It's like, come on, guy. Of course it's not the same thing.
But it's also kind of not... It's not... You know, I don't have like really any problem with like people doing it and stuff like that, but I do think that there is a line that is somewhat has been crossed in a certain degree where it's like we are just getting people acclimated to like really just being fucked up all the time. like just constantly fucked up and not engaging with their real lives. Like I never used to feel this way until it started being more like ubiquitous around me, because now it's kind of available everywhere. Like I get it. Like, you know, everybody, most people indulge these days. I have noticed a change. Maybe even in myself. Maybe I'm becoming one of these demons. Listen, it just helps me sleep.
That's why they call it spirits. Speaking of which, cheers. We've passed the hour-long mark. You know what, Shaun, I got to tell you, now that we are only a few hours away from Christmas morning, didn't you say that we were going to be tracking Santa throughout the night?
That's right. Thank you, Dan. Thank you for reminding me. We have exclusive to Zoobox tonight. Get the kids, gather them around. I know maybe you put them to bed. It's time to wake them up. It's time to wake them up. Okay, we got a real nice surprise for you. We have our very own Santa Doppler. I mean, we pull out all the stops on Christmas around here on Zoobox. We got our own Doppler. We got somebody out there tracking Santa, tracking all of his movements. We're going to be checking in with this Doppler as the night progresses. Actually,
that's what Big Paul's doing right now.
He used his contacts. Yeah, he used his contacts. I mean, he pulled a lot of strings, this guy. I mean, honestly, he probably did some things he probably shouldn't have, but we're thankful. We're thankful for this Christmas miracle. Thank you, Big Paul, for contributing to the magic and the merriment. All right, so let's just check in. Let's just check in here right now. Well, I mean, I'm sure he's fine. He's magic. He's Santa.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine what Santa has to do these days. There's no fucking chimney. Everybody lives in a goddamn prison cell-like apartment complex. Yep. He's having to deal with this kind of stuff. And then
there's like more people in the world than there's ever been. He's got to fucking put up production. Miss Claus is probably nagging the shit out of him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But cheers. You know what? Hey, Merry Christmas. This is to
Merry
you,
Christmas.
Santa. Cheers.
To you, Santa. All right. Well, I guess, we're good with this. I think we saw what we came to see. Now it's time to get into the Beartaria stuff. So the Beartaria stuff, we're going to start kind of at the end of this story. We're going to be...
Actually, before we start, Shaun, it might be a good time to take one of the first breaks, because I got to throw more wood in the fire and get myself some more water. I kind of want to settle in for the Beartaria stuff.
That sounds great to me. No problem. Okay, so we're going to take about a 6-minute break, and then we'll see you guys on the other side. Here's something, again, if you got the kids up because of the Doppler, then you're in luck, okay? Here's my dramatic reading of A Very Die Hard Christmas. Ooh, it's Christmas Eve, everybody. It's Christmas Eve. Gather the family around. Gather us all around. It's time to read a classic Christmas tale. A Very Die Hard Christmas. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and up in the tower, everyone was partying except one wallflower. John McClane missed his wife. Things just weren't the same since Holly had moved west and changed her last name. He tried to win her back, but still she said no, while unbeknownst to him, there was trouble below. A truck had pulled up, and who should disembark but 14 men whose intentions were dark. They spoke not a word and unloaded big crates. They cut the phone lines and locked all the gates. Carl swept the ground floor, shooting every guard dead, while visions of bearer bonds danced in his head. John took off his shoes, making fists with his toes. It actually worked. Well, what do you know? When out in the lobby, there arose such a clatter, he sprung to the door to see what was the matter. When what to his wondering eyes should appear, holy crap, there are terrorists here! John hid under a table where no one could see and watched Hans question Mr. Takagi. I'm going to count to 3, there will not be a 4. Give me the codes to open the vault door. I don't know the codes, so go ahead and shoot. "Okay," said Hans Gruber and ruined Takaki's suit. John tried to call the cops by pulling an alarm, but instead called the bad guys who tried to cause him harm. But John killed Tony, who had very small feet, and sent him to the terrorists as a Yuletide treat. He put a Santa hat on the German and his eyes all aglow wrote, "Now I have a machine gun. Ho, ho, ho." Carl was furious. Tony was his brother. He chased John across the roof and they shot at each other. John was able to escape through the ventilation shafts. "Come out to the coast," he sighed. "We'll have a few laughs." At Nakatomi Tower, Sergeant Powell appeared. He checked the whole lobby and saw nothing weird. He was pulling away but didn't get far before Marco landed on the hood of his car. Powell drove backwards, screaming in fright. "Welcome to the party, pal," John yelled with delight. More police arrived, the FBI and a SWAT team, but Hans didn't mind, it was all part of his scheme. More rapid than eagles, his henchmen they came, and he radioed and shouted and called them by name. Now Eddie, now James, now Franco, now Uli, on Fritz and on Carl, hair long and unruly. They shot the SWAT tank with a surface-to-air missile and knocked it away like the down of a thistle. Now John McClane was angry indeed. He blew up 2 terrorists and called them jerkweed. Ellis told Hans, "Bubby, I'm your white knight." Hans shot him dead, giving the hostages a fright. Hans went to go check on the explosive fuse and saw that poor John wasn't wearing any shoes. John fled from Carl and Hans, but alas, he had to run barefoot over sharp, broken glass. His feet, how they hurt, his soles oh so bloody. John crawled to the bathroom and called his good buddy. John was weary and ready to throw in the towel until he got a pep talk from Sergeant Al Powell. Powell was chubby and plump, a right jolly old cop, and he trusted the cowboy in the tattered tank top. But a reporter was probing into McClane's life and revealed that Holly was actually John's wife. Hans quickly flipped over the gold picture frame. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. McClane." His clothes all tarnished with ashes and soot, John staggered to the roof, bloody and barefoot. The explosives were wired to the rooftop with care in hopes that the hostages would soon be there. John warned everyone the roof would soon blow as the chopper strafed him with high-powered ammo. Around his waist he tied a fire hose tight, and screaming on oath, jumped into the night. He dangled in the air and gritted his teeth, while flames encircled the tower like a wreath. Fiercely fighting his way back inside, John yelled out, "Hans!" He was done trying to hide. He limped to the vault like an old man on crutches, only to find Holly in his filthy clutches. John dropped his gun, put his hands on his head. It seemed he and Holly soon would be dead. But with a secret gun taped to his back, John shot Hans in a surprise attack. Hans fell out of the window, still holding Holly's arm, and slowly, deliberately raised his firearm. The tenacious villain held on by his nails till John unhooked Holly's watch and said, "Happy trails." Bearer bonds fluttered like fresh fallen snow as Holly embraced her blood-spattered bow. So Merry Christmas to all, be kind to one another, and most of all, yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. Oh, what a magical, magical, powerful Christmas tale. Thanks everybody out there in Zoobox land. Thank you for watching this video. Thank you for checking out the channel. We appreciate it, and we wish you all a Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year. Except for you. You know who you are. You fucking know who you are. Well, that was a reading of A Christmas Die Hard, but the video was playing like dog shit. I'm not sure why. Just another wonderful Christmas gift to me. So, if you'd like to actually watch it when it's not choppy, it's on the channel. You check it out. Check it out. Sorry, kids. Sorry, go back to bed. I'll have your parents come get you again when we check in on Santa. Okay. So, now we're getting into essentially the main event. We're going to be talking about the Beartaria scam. Some call it. So what? Actually, you were the one who you suggested this. So what brought this on your radar at all? I mean, I know you're always looking for the content, fill that content hole. which this definitely would do that.
Well, recently I just was looking at more stuff on Rumble. I built like a Rumble playlist, and Owen Benjamin ended up on there, and he streams like every day.
Mm-hmm.
So I, in order to fill my content desert, I'll dip into Owen Benjamin every once in a while, and he's a rifled nut. He's a piece of work. He's interesting, but because of that, suggested videos started popping up, and I started seeing this word Beartaria, and then I think what it was that there was like a Barricade Garage rant video where
yes,
he was talking about give people their money back, and I was like, what the hell? So then I actually put the words Beartaria into YouTube, and it came up with the digital
Jonestown.
Yeah,
digital Jonestown, yeah.
And that just like opened up and it blew my mind, because just like so many things with Owen Benjamin, there's so much information on it, so many hours and hours and hours of stuff to digest on it. It's like, where do you even begin? And what is Beartaria? What was he getting at? What did he promise people? Where did it come from? Why did people go along with it? And then you find out that there was an original Beartaria that he didn't do, and now he's doing something in the Ozarks. It's different, and it's like, what the fuck is going on here? So it was a lore black hole, and as soon as I fell into it, and of course I'm immediately making memes for myself in my head about Beartaria. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just like going through my workday, making myself laugh, and so that's it. And I was like, I gotta crack Beartaria, and it's so much like a fever dream. I was like, I need somebody there with me to make, to guide me through the back rooms and make me forget that it's, and also, just there is so much information on it. I was like, Shaun must be able to lend some kind of other perspective, just because he's seen stuff that I haven't seen, and vice versa.
Yeah, 100%. Because Owen Benjamin was kind of like that for me for a long time, where it's just like he was always embroiled in some like really, just like petty drama with somebody, but it would always blow up into these really intense things. It's kind of just like you had said earlier, like the UK drinkers and stuff, where at some point everybody's just accusing each other of being a demon and a pedophile, and you're like, oh my God, but you can't stop watching it. Like, it's so addictive. Like, there is, like, the next arc you should go on was the beginning of the original Beartaria. He was talking to this guy called James True. The James True saga is incredibly entertaining. They go from being like fucking best friends. Like, this is the best person Owen's ever met. This is like his brother. They are hetero life mates. That's what they're going to be. And then within a year, he's a demon. He's a pedophile. He's trying to get you to worship Satan.
Right.
Like, except for the James True guy actually would reciprocate, though. He wasn't like, because he's also a nut. So he would reciprocate like the kind of intensity of the rhetoric. So it was kind of fun. A lot of times when Owen goes after somebody, he goes after somebody who kind of has no recourse, no ability to really stand up for themselves very well. The only reason, the last person he had a falling out with was a guy named Made by Jim Bob. They had a falling out over a debate on the Crucible channel about the nature of the Trinity, I think. Like whether or not, or how they perceived it, whether it was divine, how you're supposed to interpret it, etc. And Owen has no
major falling out over the fucking Trinity.
And Owen is just a guy who kind of ideologically, philosophically, religiously kind of shoots from the hip. Like whatever he feels is right. He has, he has revelations all the time. Like he's building like his own version of kind of a Christian sect to one degree or another. Like he has very much his own opinions, his own ideas, but they're not kind of built on any like study or anything like that he's done. He just kind of intuits his way through things. And then he was debating people that like what they do is debate people about like religious texts and stuff, because there are like these weird Orthodox guys. And he got destroyed. He got destroyed and like turned into a weird defensive crybaby, and then it's just spiraled out from there. And it was like weird. Like he dug up like shit about this guy's wife and was like posting pictures of this dude's kids on his Instagram. Like it got weird. And the guy was just called, like there's a leaked phone call. Like it's a whole other thing. Like we could literally talk about that for the next 6 hours if we wanted to. But that's not what we're doing. We're here to talk about Beartaria. That's probably maybe a future time. Me and Dan will come back again. We'll have to like isolate another arc and like maybe dive in. But yeah, so we're going to start kind of at the end. We're going to start at, this will bring us up to where we are now. Because Dan and I were discussing this and we're like, there's too much stuff. There's too much information to kind of sift through to get to this place that we're at. It's just easier to have somebody kind of lay it out for you as they perceive it, as it's happened, and then we can kind of watch some things surrounding it. We can interrogate it ourselves and see if we feel like it's a scam or not.
At first, you have to understand like what is Beartaria in the first place. What is the idea? What is the concept? And then how does it play out as like a drama fest?
Yeah.
So, like, what is Beartaria? It's this campground.
That's a good question.
I mean, in theory, it's, you know, Owen Benjamin had the idea to start some kind of semi-public campground, or like not public, like it is very vague what his idea is, and from the beginning you can tell it's going to be a disaster because even Owen Benjamin doesn't know what it is or what it's supposed to be.
Well, because he wants a place for like families, communities to kind of come together, like have a place for them where they can go escape and have a community and, you know, learn about like kind of like a homesteading kind of community that's like nationwide, and they come to Beartaria for, I guess, basically to watch Owen Benjamin do stand-up and go camping.
Yeah, right.
And like, you know, in some respects, you're like, okay, that's cool. I totally like encourage people to do things like that. I think people should do that. They should connect based off of similar interests, values, etc. nationwide. People should be connecting in that way. But it's through Owen.
Right. In order to run a place like that, logistically speaking, like administratively speaking, you have to, as he comes to find out, come up against zoning laws, maintenance. You need to have a plan. You need to have people who understand architecture and plumbing and surveying and all kinds of different things. And he doesn't understand any of it. He's just like, oh, my buddy with an excavator is going to come up this weekend. We're going to build 10 cabins. We don't even have running water. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, because they went into this like whole hog without, like you said, like checking into any of that stuff. I can appreciate like the idea that like, if they want to go make something that's like fucked up and doesn't work, that should be their business on their property. Like the state getting involved and just trying to get a little fucking money so you can have some guy come down and like with a fucking measuring tape and like, well, this is borderline, guys. This is borderline. Who cares? Like if you want to go out and do that on your own property and everybody dies as a consequence of it, that's on you.
Yeah, but my thing is that's not what he's proposing. He's not proposing like a bunch of bros in some shacks. He's like, this is a place where families can come.
No, it is exactly
if it's a place
community.
Where families are going to come, then you need somebody to go out there and do zoning. You need somebody to come in and inspect the fucking buildings. Why? Because you can't have children in a fucking cordwood shack with like shittily poured concrete because Excavator Bear had to leave early on Sunday because his wife was bitching at him. And you weren't able to use the equipment as much as he said you might be able to.
You don't know his wife, Dan. You don't take that back.
Just like having had to be a manager and deal with fucking people, and then like I've been the manager without a plan before. It is such a waste of everyone's time. It is such an insult to everyone involved. And when you have thousands of people giving you $400 a piece, and you're like, yeah, you'll be able to camp there whenever you want. It's like, camp where, dude? Where do I park my fucking RV up here? You know what I mean? And so he had an obligation to these people, and he fucking blew it.
Well, I don't know. Like, I can't remember exactly. Maybe in this video they'll get into it, like what the initial promises was. Because I mean, as far as I understand, it was cabins, which I don't even know if they were planning on having them with like electricity or running plumbing. I don't even know if that was the intention of those things. I thought it was more of like a rustic kind of situation. I don't know though. I have no idea. I guess you watched the zoning commission. You watched, or you listened to at least a good portion of it. Is that what they were upset?
When he gets the initial idea for this, and I'm talking about on the first stream where his wife like hands him the Zillow page. He's got the number of acreage, and he's like, yeah, well, we got like 200 acres. We'll make 30 acres into a shooting range, and we'll make 50 acres into like housing, and then we'll have like 10 acres where bears can just come and do it. And it's like, he hasn't looked at the land in real life.
No,
he doesn't know what kind of access it has. He doesn't know what kind of topography it has. He doesn't know where all this shit's going to go, if it has any trails or anything. And he's just like promising shit to people in the chat as he's telling them that to give him money.
Yeah, but they have a personal responsibility themselves to like not be fucking retards. Like, you can't help some people, man. Like, if they're going to give Owen Benjamin a bunch of money with no fucking actual agreement that you're going to get anything from this.
Well, that's the other thing, is that it's like immediately from the beginning, it's like, guys, I'm going to own it. There's not going to be any sort of collective ownership. Like, I got to own it. It's like,
well, because that's what he found. Well, that's what he found. That was a response, because that's I don't know if we're going to. I think that might be predate all this stuff, because they were under the impression that was the case, that they kind of owned. They were part owners of the property, and that's what they were investing in. And he was like, no, because they just assumed that would be the case. Like, why wouldn't you assume that? I guess if you're saying it's everybody's. I mean, they're a little kooky. Some of these people are a little out there, as a lot of internet communities are. Like, I don't know what. Well, I guess Owen Benjamin kind of just is in a situation with like a community. He didn't understand what this world was until he became a part of it. He didn't understand online. Didn't understand that like the people that are sitting there like watching his streams every day religiously, remembering every decibel of his words, like. He doesn't realize that a lot of those people are probably very unwell, very mentally ill,
and useless. I mean, how many bears does it take to build these cabins when nobody knows what the fuck to do? Nobody's swung a hammer before. Nobody knows how to mix cement. They're all just like a bunch of fucking extremely online dudes.
Well, some of those guys are. No, some of those dudes are real homesteaders. Like, if you go watch like the Beartaria documentary, I mean, they're all like kind of knuckleheads, but they're like. You could just tell, like, they're like just like blue collar, like construction worker dudes. Like, but there isn't as many as you would think. That's the thing. Like, I mean, I think he gathered, like, we're talking over $1 million to buy this property at things like $400-500 donations. And I'm sure he had probably a couple big ones in there too. Probably he put a couple $100,000 into it himself. But there's only like 30 of them out of that entire community of people that are going to go there and do this stuff that have any idea or acumen or have done it or have swung a hammer or have done something. Maybe these guys aren't foreman types. They're not the guys that like know what's going on. But I don't know. I would say that. I don't think not all of them are, but most of them are. I don't want to be disrespectful to Hard Hat Bear. I don't want to be disrespectful to Workbench Bear.
I'm being a dickhead to Excavator Bear.
Dude, seriously, you should. Like, his wife she's a real piece of work. I'm just saying.
But
he's dealing with a lot.
If you're wondering why we're almost talking about Beartaria in the past tense, it's because none of this shit ever came to fruition. He built a few of these cabins. The town came down on him, and nobody's been up to the property in a long time. So, and as the so-called detractors and haters and trolls predicted, everyone's forgetting about Beartaria, and Owen Benjamin still owns the land, and his family's going to own it forever. That's what counts. That's what matters. That's
what a nice. Grift. Hey, listen, it's a nice little piece. Is it a grift, Dan, or is that just the way things work out?
Yeah.
The
universe just tumbled together.
Yeah. Sometimes things just fall into place.
Neuroreceptors, because you've been taking narcotics for 20 years, I'm guessing. And that's why you have no sense to realize that you shouldn't put your naked kids on public internet sites. These fucking drug addicts, man. It's like, same with that Grounded Extracts guy. One of the reasons he freaked out on us with the Beartaria Times app is because he was putting pictures of his naked children online, and we took them down. Not like genitals or anything, but not cool pictures, in my opinion. sure, post your family, encourage family growth, show what it's like to have a good family.
They're probably shirtless kids outside, I bet.
Yeah, like a 1.5-year-old in a diaper with no
in a
shirt
diaper.
on.
Yeah, that's
and
probably
Owen
what
Benjamin's like, oh, he's posting naked fucking weird pictures of his kids. It's like, no, Benjamin, you are the weirdo, dude.
Yeah, because he thinks he's part of a community where he doesn't have to worry about that kind of shit. And that he can show people like his beautiful family, like, and they're all, everybody's supposed to be naturalistic. Everybody's supposed to be homesteaders. It's not that weird. But Owen is not he's not actually one of them. Like, he's been doing this for a couple years. Like,
he's a weird urbanite, and as soon as he sees a little kid with no shirt on, his fucking weird brain is probably going, boobs, boobs, boobs. It's like a 1-year-old. It's like, yeah, you want to raise like wild kids out in the woods. It's like people like us, like our kids run around naked. You know what I mean? Like, some of the time. And, he posted a picture online, and then he immediately says, no, it wasn't anything bad. It's like, well, then what the fuck was the issue, Owen?
I mean, maybe he thought he's opening a door. I mean, they are under some amount of scrutiny, right? There are a lot of people that troll that community. There are a lot of people that would try to maybe misrepresent something like that. So if that is the issue, if that is his concern, maybe I can kind of understand. But all you have to do is explain that to somebody instead of freak out at them. If you just say, "Hey, man, like, we kind of got a target on us," and I don't think there's anything wrong with them or with these pictures, but like, people are weird, and he'd be fine. But yeah, and then he comes on here and he
slanders him, calls him a weirdo, and it's like
drug addict.
Why does it always go back to the nonce shit?
I don't know. It's so weird. I guess because it's the worst thing. It's the worst thing you can call somebody. Hey, okay, fair enough.
I do have to say that nonce is probably one of my favorite words that I've learned in the last 12 months, because that is just some of the most British shit I've ever heard.
It is. Actually, I didn't know what it meant the first time I used it. The first time I used it was?
What's that?
I was trolling Mark Taylor.
Ooh.
It was the first time. It was on the stream where we all met that day.
What a fateful day.
Yeah, what a fateful. Our lives have never been the same.
Well, some of us aren't even here anymore.
I've literally thought more about Mark Taylor than his mother. You know what I mean? I've put more attention into Mark Taylor than his own fucking family. It's sad. I'm trying to help this guy.
It's weird, as I've thought more about Mark Taylor's mother than Mark.
But do not post suggestive images of your children. Oh, you're the real sicko. No, I'm not the real sicko. I know what the internet's filled of, and you can't post your half-naked kids in suggestive poses. Okay? Then he freaks out.
Okay. How does it go from the pictures weren't really that bad to half-naked children in suggestive poses? In suggestive poses. In suggestive poses. Tell Caitlin I said hello.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's like, what the fuck does he mean by suggestive poses? Are they like standing in the grass?
Yeah.
Or like, what if it's suggestive? Then there is something wrong, Owen. Like, it can't be both of these things.
It can't be both.
There's nothing wrong, but also it was very suggestive. Like, what the fuck? It makes me think that Owen is doing that thing where he sees like demons behind every rock or whatever.
It is 100%. Like, somebody has done him wrong. Like, this was done to ruin him. This was done to do something to him. Like, you are hurting me. It's always, and that's always what it returns to. That's what it always comes back to, no matter how banal, no matter how pedantic, no matter how like obtuse. It will always. He finds a way back there.
Look, Sean,
you have done something to me.
If my dad stole 150 grand from my mom so he could fuck gay prostitutes, I might see perversion behind every rock too.
Listen, all references available at louderwithcrowder.com, which, if you guys don't know, Owen Benjamin was a writer with louderwithcrowder.com for a while before he turned on. I forgot that he turned on Steven Crowder too. He said he's the kind of guy that lets Jews flick shekels at his open asshole.
Now, hold on. Hear me out. That's funny.
No, it was. It was funny. It was funny. But the way he was like, the first time he said it, he was in such like this manic rage state, like where he's like fucking, he was like 6 White Claws deep because he used to drink White Claw on his streams, and he was like, and he was just fucking freaking out because it was. Listen, it's all. You know what? I got to just stop it there. I have to stop there because it just gets too involved to go any further in that explanation, because it has to do with the moon landing and NASA. It gets crazy. Are dinosaurs real? Probably not.
No, they're not. The answer is no.
I'm seriously. When you have a kid that's super into dinosaurs, you start reading about dinosaurs. You're like, these people don't fucking know anything. What is going on? But anyways,
the lady found a really intense, like, National Geographic dinosaur documentary that's like 4 DVDs long.
Yep.
And my son was watching it and trying to explain to him that, like, all of this is very tenuous and, like, we don't actually know.
Yeah, we don't
what
know,
any of this
dude.
stuff is. Like, I was like, dude, a lot of this stuff is made up. I was like, you see how, because it shows them, like, sculpting the recreations and stuff. I was like,
Yeah.
you see how they have all those little pieces on the table and they're, like, sculpting a recreation from scratch of what they think it might all go together like?
Yeah.
None of this shit is real. They're making an assumption at what could have been. So
Yes.
always remember that. Don't ever buy into this crap about, like, a velociraptor could run 35 miles an hour. It's like, no.
Listen, it's all just a
Even the
psyop.
people who
Dan.
are crafting the models, it is just a psyop. But even the people who are crafting the models were talking about how they didn't know how all the muscles would go together.
Yes.
They could only
Yeah.
imagine, and they had to, like, come up with it. They're coming up with it. It's made up.
No, but that's what I mean. When they just tell you that they don't know anything, like because it was a few years ago, but we were like fucking deep in the shit. Probably like just like we were 4 DVD National Geographic documentaries deep in the dinosaur shit, and I was like, they don't know anything. This is all a guess, and that's why every like 20 years they completely change their theories about everything about them and about how they walked and moved. They have no fucking clue.
Well, they just announced that the Tyrannosaurus has lips.
Oh, of course,
Did
yeah.
Did you hear about that? Like,
No, I did
every,
not.
Every rendering of the Tyrannosaurus with its, like, nasty, vicious teeth sticking out, which, you know, it really doesn't make much evolutionary sense to have your teeth exposed to the air all the time.
Yes.
You know, but hey, don't ask me anything. I'm not some weird fucking Paleolithic artist that, you know. I mean, these guys. Anyway, I'm getting off in the weeds. All we know is that the Tyrannosaurus's lips covered its teeth. Okay.
Listen, if you guys ever see Gremlins 2, if you think about the hot Gremlins lips, that's exactly what they look like. That's actually probably why they look like that way in Gremlins. Those are kind of like, you know.
And this dude was talking about. I'm sorry, we're getting off in the weeds, but he's talking about the Tyrannosaurus and how it moves. And first of all, no creature in nature would have arms like that on a body like that. Okay, that's ridiculous. That's preposterous that you're going to get me to think that enormous monster had these tiny little stubby arms. Okay, and then the guy's saying, well, the way it moves is, you know, it's really front heavy. So the tail acts as a counterweight in the back, and the animal lunges forward, and he's constantly kind of falling forward and then pulling himself back with his tail and then lunging forward. He's constantly falling forward almost. And it's like, do you realize how fucking stupid that sounds? This creature weighed, you're telling me this creature weighed like 8,000 pounds, dude. This thing weighed as much as a fucking Chevy Silverado. And you're telling me that it weaved back and forth as it walked, and it's like, no, I understand how suspension works.
Like a
This
fucking Down
creature-
syndrome kid who has
Yeah.
like no equilibrium.
Yeah. A Down syndrome kid who has to wear a 5-pound weight tied to his back so that he can counter-correct himself. Like, no, you sound so stupid right now that only the most mid-wit, half-wit could understand and comprehend and be like, you know what? The Tyrannosaurus really did walk with a weird gait. It's totally weird.
Listen,
I'm sorry.
Steven Spielberg did a lot of fucking damage to our generation, okay? Because that's all we see. We want it to be real. We want to be part of the magic, okay?
All
We
I'm
want
going
to
to
be
say
part of
about
the dino
Steven
magic.
Spielberg, Steven Spielberg had a knack for taking things that happened historically and expressing them in a way that maybe was a little ahistorical, okay? All I'm going to say about Steven Spielberg.
What do you mean, like
And,
Saving
maybe
Private
later we can
Ryan?
Read Crispin Lover's 8-page letter. That's what I was talking about. I was talking about E.T.
Oh, E.T. Well, yeah, definitely there.
Actually, if you, some people say that E.T. and Close Encounters are like CIA psyops. They're like predictive programming, because when Eisenhower met with the aliens in '53, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're talking about.
Listen. That's you guys. That's boring stuff. Nobody wants to hear about that. Nobody wants to hear about that. How it's predictive programming. How it's about getting fathers to leave their families for highfalutin ideas like being musicians with these aliens, or in this in ET being.
Owen Benjamin would be in.
Owen Benjamin knows all about. No, he actually, Dan. Yes, he in fact he was, and he did several live streams specifically talking about Steven Spielberg being a pedophile. Not. I don't think that they definitely don't exist. I'm pretty sure they got taken down very quickly. But I was there, Dan. It was me and like 120 bros. 2 of them my actual bros. All of us watching it together.
When Crispin Glover asked. But Steven Spielberg said, "I did it for the 6 million." Was he talking about the members of the Jewish community who had died in the Holocaust, or the $6 million that got put into his bank account?
Listen, all references available at louderwithcrowder.com. I don't know. That's where we get this information from.
It's good info.
It's good info. That's why I have the stinger. That's like, you can't, that's illegal to use unless you're like an affiliate. So I'm just saying, it's true. It's true. Crowder wouldn't lie to you. He wouldn't lie to you. He couldn't even lie to his wife. He's like, "You dumb bitch, put the fucking medicine on the dog."
There's a reason we only have one car. You don't deserve to.
Yeah. Oh, you about to see? He turns into Joey Diaz for some reason. Oh, you about to see the devil now, bitch.
You're gonna see the devil's dick now, honey.
Out, slanders the app, slanders me, runs his fucking mouth. And what do they have in common? They're both drug addicts. I don't feel bad for these fucking addicts. You want to take pills into your endocrine system's fucking shot, and you don't know what right and...
Owen Benjamin is me in my worst moments. My most hateful, bitter moments. Like, I don't give a fuck about you or your fucking kids or your fucking wife. I hope you get cancer and die.
Wrong is, and you're in pain all the time, and you think that you can just lie and you don't know morality, then get the fuck out of here. I used to have a much softer heart for these people. I'd be like, "Oh yeah, just live with me. Okay, I'll help you." No, you got to help your fucking self. And if you think you're going to pull me down into the abyss of your narcotic delusions, you're out of your mind. They're in constant pain and agony because they're addicted to painkillers. Okay? That's what I see with these people. They're like, maybe they had an injury or they take all this shit. They're always in pain. They're always in pain, always in pain. And so they get on the internet and they're just these dark, hollowed out, sociopathic demons where they want to see someone else in more pain than them because that, in their mind, it makes them feel better. That's why.
Do you think this is Owen Benjamin just kind of telling on himself a little bit? Like he's actually just talking about himself?
It's always that.
Yeah, like just projection. He's just projecting like his own feelings about people he dislikes because he dislikes himself so much. Oh my God.
I feel that very deeply. I do it all the time.
This drug shit. The drug explosion after the Afghan war in America has changed people for the demonic really badly. Jim Bob seems real methed out. Okay, a lot of these big trolls appear to be on...
And Jim Bob used to be another one of his like former like besties. Jim Bob has been to the property. Jim Bob was there when they first broke ground in Beartaria. Like he's one of his boys. You fucking turn on him hard over that Trinity shit.
Hills, especially the ones that kicked it. Like that Australian bitch that spent her life trying to destroy my career because she donated $40 and I didn't send it back allegedly when I couldn't fucking find it. Because I wasn't organized enough, okay? That's her claim for a jihad against me, all right?
Hey, listen, $40 is $40, Owen. I don't know if you know what this economy is like out there. This snowflation. But times are tough, especially over in Australia, Owen. Come on.
Well, Australia, isn't that where the hole in the ozone layer is?
That's what I've been told. That's what I assume. Whenever I see an Australian, I'm like, yep, it's definitely true.
She claims that she was on heroin and she kicked it because of Jesus or whatever. They don't really kick it. They get on legal opiates. I think Grounded Extracts did the same thing based on his behavior. Yeah, and there's one thing I've noticed about a lot of addicts is they want other people in more pain than them because it makes them feel better about themselves.
You know, so many people in the comments said, well, was Crow saying the New Jerusalem?
Also, all of the bears kind of look like this. This is kind of your standard bear look. I mean, there'll be different weights, of course, but like the kind of the beard, kind of the shaggier hair, wearing usually a black shirt, a few tattoos, some dungarees. Usually into music, claim to be into music.
Little newfound Christianity hanging out there.
Yeah. Yeah, some new age Christian stuff going on, some crystals up here.
Sarcastically or satirically, or was he just saying it in passing to make Owen feel good? And then those people saw the video and then said, oh, okay, got it. It's not that at all. It's straight up hardcore heavy promotion of Beartaria for multiple years. And so it's been proven a scam time and time again. You know, there's so many videos online and just reports and timelines put together of, you know, besides Owen Benjamin getting people to send him $400, promising to send it back if they didn't acquire a $2 million property, you know, which they never acquired, but they got a different property. And then Crow said, let's do a Crow 777 episode promoting the Beartaria documentary. It's called Building Beartaria, which was supposed to be a...
Which does exist. There are 3 parts of this documentary. It's altogether almost 5 hours, I think. And it's just like...
Now, wait just a minute there, Shaun.
Yes.
I had a hard time finding the first 2 episodes of this documentary, Building Beartaria. All I could find was trailers for them.
They're there.
Did I boomer it? I boomered it?
You might have. I'm not sure if I actually added it to the dossier. I know I was looking. I was scrubbing through one of them the other day to look for clips of Owen. But I'll look.
Physical place that now no one's allowed to or anything like that. Owen says because it's a zoning problem, whatever. A lot of people thought this would happen. He'd have some type of issue with money or the county or whatever. And so he would just go on to the next scam, and that's exactly what he did. He started doing the Ozarks, the Missouri scam, okay? After he said, well, Idaho didn't work out. We bought the property. We bought a property with all your money. And then a couple people wanted their money back, and they did massive smear campaigns and hit pieces on just these regular people that sent him $400 with the promise that they'd be able to camp and fish and do whatever for a couple weeks out of the year for life. That is what was promised for people that donated $400 or more. Coincidentally, $500 is the lowest amount you can take someone to small claims court for. That's interesting. So he made it $400. Okay. All right, and
okay. Correct this, gentleman. You can take someone to small claims court for any
amount of money. Yeah, they could, and actually they could also, I believe they could collectively go after him together. I think they could group up and go after him. Yeah. I did find part 3, the Ozark Legacy. I bet you have a feeling they probably took down the other ones, because the other ones had to do with the previous property.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that it's, yeah, I've had a hard time finding them. I couldn't go on tour on the dark web.
I feel like it's probably on a website somewhere, like where they hosted it on like Uncensored TV or something like that. He's part of one of those.
It's probably on fucking Locals.
He's got to have a Locals. He must have a Locals. He's on Rumble.
So they scrapped the building project that they did an entire Crow episode on, did an entire documentary about, which was absolutely embarrassing. You can look it up. It's called Building Beartaria. And they did 3 documentaries. Gavin McInnes said when it came out, he's like, this seems a little rushed. Yeah, if it was a legitimate thing, it might have seemed rushed, but it was.
I do appreciate that Gavin McInnes will just say what the fuck ever about anybody, no matter if he's friendly with them or not.
It was absolute nonsense. A bunch of dudes, a bunch of unhealthy dudes that are promoting healthy values. That's why this is a scam. Crow says, you got kicked out of Beartaria. The only other person that says that is Owen. We left willingly, and we got asked about it, and we spoke honestly about it. Well, it's a scam. And then they started attacking us, sending porn bots to us. I don't want people to get scammed anymore. I don't want people to be told, Crow 777 approves this guy who's calling all the people he works with pedos and drug addicts. Why would you work with a bunch of pedos and drug addicts? He's giving that stamp of approval. Well, so he must be legit. He must be legit. Like people, some people in the comments, they're like, nah, I can't believe that Crow, like he can do no wrong. They eradicated grounded extracts from the website is the way he put it. So no one gives us any business anymore. That's what he said. So it's not about the information. It is about money. They want to hurt us financially. Because why? Because we're just crazy and on drugs? No, because we...
I'm pretty sure he proved it. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't lie to me.
hurt them financially. How did we do that? And how are we doing that? We're pointing out what a scam they're involved in. Beartaria. You heavily promoted Beartaria. All we wanted you to do is just say, hey, we promoted something that is turning out to be kind of insane after watching the leader of this cult that we promoted, lose his mind on a daily basis on...
Okay, so building Beartaria update, I have found it. It's on Owen Benjamin's BitChute page. Okay. Part 1. Also, and you can go to buildingbeartaria.com where there are links to embedded videos of all the different parts, and it's like 5 hours altogether. But we will temporarily maybe take a peek at part 1. We'll take a little look-see at some point to kind of see what they were getting up to out there. There was some sort of Brokeback Mountain situation. What are you bears doing up there? Well,
stream ranting and raving about all sorts of things, and we pointed it out that they promoted something that we also promoted, and we shouldn't promote it anymore. So we're letting people know, because publicly we promoted it. So what do we do now publicly once you find out it's a scam? You publicly demote it. You take away your shining endorsement that is a crow.
So now I wonder, did they talk to Owen about this? Like, I wonder if they discussed with Owen, like asked him about what the situation was. Like, did they inquire at all as to whether or not this is a scam? You know what I mean? Just confront him with the allegation. Or did they just start like posting videos and stuff saying it's a scam? You know what I mean?
I don't know. I mean, there's probably chat logs of all of it somewhere.
777 radio.
Who has these receipts? That's what I need to know.
Stamp of approval. They deleted our episodes, are heavily supporting someone accusing us of being pedos and drug addicts. But you think they would have given me permission to upload my own episode? Okay. They've all been removed, taken down because we called out Beartaria for being a scam. And this is very sad, very disappointing to see. All they needed to do was say, hey, yeah, Beartaria is a scam. Everyone that leaves, even Grounded Extracts, is getting slandered and libeled and called, saying that they're abusing their children and on the app and all these things. That's not enough for it to be a scam. Never mind the mountains of evidence against this dude, Owen. February 22nd.
Why don't any of them take him to court? All right, is anybody going to take him to court? Like, I just don't understand. Like, you're like, oh, we have all this evidence, but is it just because they want to like make these fucking call out videos? We got the receipts, dude. this is totally a scam. It's like, okay, well, are you guys going to do anything about it? Or are you just going to make fucking videos on YouTube?
I think they're just going to make videos on YouTube.
I have a sneaking suspicion.
9:34 a.m. Okay? I just wanted my article out there, and I just wanted it to be known we're done with Beartaria. Beartaria is bullshit. We're done with it. But we're just done with it more than anything. Whether it's a scam or not, we were done with it.
It's fucking gay
It
as
is a scam,
shit.
but we were done with it.
Fucking done with it.
So, this is one of the first responses I got back from it. So what does all this mean to you? Is what Crow wrote back to us leaving Beartaria. So I wrote back, it means things are not what they seem. This is February 22nd.
It's like going through some teenage girl's diary. It's like, here are the receipts. Look at what Emily wrote. Look at what she wrote in response. She was blown away.
Seriously.
When I left the club, when I left Beartaria, it was a scandal.
Second. And if my experience helps validate one person abused through what this community has become, then I've won. Things were stated about me publicly that I don't appreciate. Okay, at this time, they released a statement from the Beartaria Times saying, we put out pictures on the app of naked children in suggestive poses, which is absolutely untrue. And all of our 500-something followers that we had.
I know, it's like, you really got to qualify that, Owen. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
On that bogus app would verify this. So hundreds, if not thousands of people saw our profile on a daily basis. We posted pictures of our family, of the work we do, of nature, of all sorts of stuff. We never posted children without clothes on, never mind in suggestive poses. Sick fucking people that Jason and Crow are standing up for. Sick fucking people. And this didn't just happen to me. This happened to Jim Bob and dude, a ton of people over the past few years. If they fucking sometimes just disagree with Owen. You know, and the other day.
And yet you all stay. You all stay until it's your turn in front of the fucking gun. Like, what is wrong with you?
Right.
Like, we've been watching him do this systematically for years. But, you know how Big Bear is. Chuckle.
Yeah, I don't understand what the impetus to hang around and seriously involve yourself with this person is.
Yeah, like, because they're not, like, passively, like, hanging out on the internet. They're trying to do things together. They're, like, promoting their businesses. They're building apps. They're helping Owen, buy his paradise. The Ozarks. Beartaria.
I'm watching a Ben Balderson interview, and in the comments, someone saying, yeah, well, fuck you for going against Owen, and don't stand up for grounded extracts. They're fucking child pornography, all this crazy shit, dude, that fucking Owen has been pushing. He wrote, I'm sorry to hear that. After everything I just said about Owen, he says, I'm sorry to hear that. I find being myself is best. Right, I don't know why he even said being myself. Right, we all are ourselves. I find being myself is best, and groups tend to undermine that. Right, so why did he promote joining Beartaria is the new Jerusalem?
I mean, this guy is like a total hypocrite. He's been fucking busted, dude. This dude is leaving this guy nowhere to hide. Nowhere to hide. Good luck, Crow. I mean, this is a dressing down. I mean, he's spilling the DMs, dude. You know it's serious when people go behind the wall and expose the DMs.
We would never do anything like that.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's a good thing all of our Signal apps constantly are desyncing and shit, so we can't.
Right.
It's not there anymore. It doesn't exist.
He says not to join groups while promoting the shit out of Beartaria, still to this day. And as the comment section says under my own videos, Crow you can take to the bank, but Owen, right. For a lot of people though, Owen's legit because Crow, who you can take to the bank, signed a check for Owen, dude. He co-signed Owen, okay? It's really not that big of a deal to just be like, yeah, we're not down with what it's turned into. Hundreds of thousands of dollars that got donated for a property that was promised to be used by those people. Not allowed anymore. And now he started a new grift, a new land grab. Now it's in the Ozarks. It's Missouri. It has nothing to do with Idaho. And the Idaho people, Owen keeps saying, they want me to keep the land. They want me to just keep it and just fucking forget about it. Like, this is the...
Yeah, like, what do you want, BlackRock to buy it? Huh? You want
seriously?
You want Charles Schwab to own that land? Who would you rather have, Charles Schwab or fucking Owen Benjamin, dude? I'm going Owen Benjamin. I'm going America. I'm going to the spirit of resistance, buddy. It's happening. Oh, and there's dude. Owen Benjamin has an InfoWars arc too. Dude's done a lot in a very short period of time.
How did he fit all this into the last couple of years, man?
I don't know, dude. He used to host the fourth hour sometimes. Yeah, crazy.
Just a small tidbit of one of the things Owen said he would do that he didn't do.
Yes. I think we can get it. What do you guys think? You think this will do it? Because if not, I'll return it. That's why checks are real easy. If you go cash...
This is the one we got to watch next.
I don't know. I mean...
What's that? This video?
This is the one we got to watch next. The stream where he, like, comes up with it off the, quote-unquote, off the top of his head.
Okay.
Thank you. I will try to... I won't be able to keep track of it as easily. If we don't hit our mark, I'm not going to keep your money. I promise.
He kept all the money. Someone did ask for it back, and he went on a slander smear campaign. Her name is Liz. I don't really know much about her, but, you know, they're all talking about it, that they all participated in this harassment campaign. Like, there's people very open about, you know, their part in it and wanting, you know, redemption from it. Good on them, you know? This is just a clip of a stream of Owen being like, yes, send me money. And then at the end, he says, and by the way, if we don't get this property, we'll send it all back. If they don't hit their mark. They didn't hit the mark. It was a $2 million mark. They did not hit it. Owen did not send it back. Okay.
That is pretty fucking wild. That is pretty wild that he has managed this. There's no way this doesn't catch up with him. That's too much money. That's too many people. I mean, just on principle, enough of these people got to at least be irritated with him. Holy shit. Because like as our friend here, Grounded Extracts, is explaining, people are upset.
Well, I mean, you would be if you bought into this, because he really did kind of say, oh yeah, sure. At the beginning, he was making all kinds of claims.
Sure.
About things that people would get for participating. Then all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, wait a second, hold on. We gotta back this up. You know what I mean?
Well, it's just crazy. He just took their money and then he moved on to the next project. And I assume raised more money.
Now, I thought in this video he played the video where, like, his wife brought in and
he might. It still has some time left in it.
Looks like he's just gonna keep showing fucking cell phone receipts.
Receipts, dude. Yeah, that's when I'm done. That's when it gets serious. Like, you can't do that, man. That's against code. Not cool. I hope Crow I hope he goes after him. You know what? I hope Crow get him, get his family. No, not really, Crow. Don't calm down, Crow. Calm down. This is a comedy show.
Okay, so, yeah, but they bought a different property. Right, they bought a property that they filmed a documentary on that Crow did an entire Crow episode on. Crow did an hour-long Owen Benjamin building Beartaria, the promotion of the documentary Building Beartaria, which was in Idaho and supposed to be for whoever donated $400 would be able to, for 1 or 2 weeks out of the year, camp there, fish there, hunt there, do all that for the rest of their life. Not one person has done that. Okay, they're not allowed to. Owen says, oh, that's because the county, they put zoning things in. All of Owen's neighbors are very open that they want him to get the fuck out of there, okay? And why? Not because of necessarily all this shit. He started making enemies by talking shit to people's face in real life. I don't have to prove all of this. This is well-known information at this point.
I can imagine like Owen Benjamin, 6'7", fucking beard, deranged hair, finding somebody coming out of a fucking feed store or something. Hey! Hey, Trevor, you fucking complaining to the town? The fuck, man? You couldn't talk to me? You know, just walking, and he's fucking huge. Like, oof, oof.
Same thing with Crow. Like, they're in bed with people, and they go, la, 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 la. If anyone reaches out to them and says, hey, this guy that you're, like, heavily promoting as the new Jerusalem is, like, you know, calling all his...
They're really calling it the New Jerusalem? That's kind of amazing.
Me, dude. Come on.
Just the New Jerusalem, dude. Holy shit. Maybe this is really a cult. Maybe Owen Benjamin... Dude, maybe within 20 years, Owen Benjamin just becomes like king of America. The Bears just take over.
Yeah, the bear trail just goes from coast to coast, dude.
He keeps scamming people out of money and buying large swaths of property around the country. And but they didn't realize what he was doing. He was like he was surrounding everybody. And he's going to turn them all into like little kingdoms. He's going to trap us all in here.
I hope.
Man.
Co-workers, pedophiles, and doing all this crazy shit and blah, blah, blah. And Jason's response is, oh yeah? Prove it. Prove Beartaria is a scam. All right? He's a liar through and through. He's just a fucking liar. And I'm not saying we all haven't lied. You know, we all haven't done certain things. And, you know, not...
He gets way too... Yeah, he gets way too personal. He's like, some of us, we got down bad sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not saying I haven't lied. I'm not saying I haven't stolen a bunch of tiny shit from convenience stores. You know what I'm saying? Or like,
that's what it would be too. Yeah.
There's a Sam Hyde stand-up where he's like, "I'm a normal guy, just like everybody else. I buy small pets from Petco and torture them to death, just like I'm sure all of you do."
Told the truth in this scenario, and even maybe a bad scenario, we regret it. This dude don't want redemption, and he's been scamming with it over and over and over. This is what I wrote back.
See, this is just like, it's just become like this tribal war. Now he's like, no, man, you need to join my team, my side, my tribe, and we need to go to war with the Bears.
Right, and it gets to the point where just like, oh, and look at this paragraph of text messages. Look at this paragraph of text messages. Look at what he texted me. Dude, get your fucking phone out of my face.
Response to Jason, a.k.a. Secrets of Saturn. Jesus Christ. Come on, guys. You don't have to pick the fucking gayest online handle I've ever fucking seen. Secrets of Saturn. Goodness. I've gotten the vapors. Fuck.
I love it.
Back to Jason's comment. You publicly promoted Beartaria for years, and Beartaria is a scam, which Rose points at via text when she says, y'all are done with Owen, but only privately. Multiple people reached out to you to publicly acknowledge the fraud. A lot of our private consults told us they were some of the people that reached out to Crow, Jason, and Rose about Owen. And that they did not want to hear it. Multiple people reached out to you publicly to acknowledge the fraud that is Beartaria. As there's a mass exodus, we spoke out because we also publicly promoted it as well. But too much money is being made from the Bear signups, and y'all appear to be too cowardly to do the same and publicly backtrack on your heavy endorsements of Beartaria. And y'all claim to be truthers. And in this area, it's absolutely absurd. And like you said...
Oh my God, dude. This is some fucking low IQ shit. Owen Benjamin. Like, holy shit. And then like Jessica came over and like she like pushed me and then Carol didn't believe me because she didn't see it. Like, what the fuck?
Said a lot of people
these dudes are supposed to go make a bunch of cordwood cabins together.
Yeah. Just take this energy and then go sue Owen Benjamin, please. Holy shit.
Ask Balderson, hey Balderson.
I would love, actually, this is the kind of guy that would do that, and he would represent himself. And he'd be like talking to the judge and be like, in your honor, as you can see clearly here in this text message, Secrets of Saturn. This is my man, Secrets of Saturn, right here. See, he's telling me that he doesn't care it's a scam.
I had read that, and this was years ago, but it reminded me of it. I guess when Christopher Cantwell went to court for the Charlottesville shit, he made a statement to the judge that indicated that he expected the judge to have read his blog that week. I can't remember exactly what it was, but like he was kind of like taken aback that the judge hadn't like read his blog posts from that week.
Yeah. As you know, Your Honor,
no.
I'm under a tremendous amount of stress right now if you've been reading my blog.
Yeah, and it's like, no, that your everyday blog posts aren't getting combed over by the court. You know what I mean? That hasn't been entered in this week's update from Chris Cantwell. Hasn't been entered into evidence. So.
What do you mean, Your Honor? You don't watch the kill stream? You don't watch the kill stream? Ethan Ralph called me a Fed. That's where all that stuff started. Christopher Cantwell as a Fed was Ethan Ralph's The Kill Stream. It was back in the... Or maybe Worski Live, actually. It might have been that. Yeah. Actually, it might have been Worski Live. That was kind of the hip happening thing at that moment. Is when him and JF Garepi, I'm telling you, the two best hosts ever. It's a crime that show is not still going on to this day. It's a crime.
Or, my mind splits into a million things when you bring up JF, which, first of all, where the fuck is JF's wife? That story has fallen off the face of the earth. Nobody's even talked about that. Second of all, you want to talk about the most intense hosting duet when JF actually made an attempt to have Emily Eucas come host his show with him.
Yep, she did it twice.
It lasted like an episode and a half. And
well, because the first time it was kind of normal, but then he got like a strike or something. And then the second time he jumped on her every single utterance of like everything, and it was stupid.
Yes, it was so brilliant. But anyway,
good for Emily though. Emily got married, and I think she's a mom now. Good for Emily Eucas.
Yeah, she put those milkers to use and got out of the spotlight.
She'll be back. She's not gonna be able to help herself.
Do you think this is what Crow should have done?
As far as I know, she sings. She'll sing inspirational folk songs at like NJP barbecues now and stuff.
That's yeah. She's on that circuit. I don't know. Is her and her husband still doing that podcast?
As far as I know, I don't check up on the right stuff very much anymore. But as far as I know, her and a couple all the alt-right wives had a podcast on.
Oh my gosh.
The right stuff.
I was gonna say, it was on the right stuff. It wasn't on like Red Ice TV or something. That feels like a Red Ice thing. The Red Ice is like kind of like the Fox Morning News of the alt right.
Well, Emily Eucas is married to one of the guys who does Fash the Nation now.
Yeah, I know who he is.
So
very Aryan looking dude.
I've never seen him. I can imagine.
Oh no, they did a podcast together. It's on Odyssey. Just look up Emily Eucas podcast. It's kind of it's honestly a kind of a weird podcast.
Anything low cut going on? Forget it.
What's that?
I asked if she was wearing anything low cut, but I shouldn't have gone there.
I think so, actually, but like in a modest way, in a hot way. Modest is hottest. You know what I mean?
Mormon
yeah, exactly.
And called out Owen. Balderson says, "Yeah, I think he should grow a fucking spine, and he should man up to fix his part in the stupid shit and fix it." Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Balderson's a fucking man. We have liked a lot of
I've always liked Balderson. I always have.
What we saw in the Beartaria philosophy. So did we. That's why we joined. And I have several bear friends that live near me who are very cool people. I know that for a fact. I almost moved near Jason and Rose because I'm friends with the same people he's bringing up. Yeah, I'm friends with them too. In Louisiana. Yep. And yeah.
This guy sounds like he's making some kind of veiled threat. Like he's going to gather a posse and head down to the Beartaria property. Beartaria Prime, he calls it. He says, Owen, I paid for this plot. I paid, goddamn, fuck the zoning commission. You pay the fine, bitch. I'm here to camp with my son.
Yeah, he wants his timeshare.
He does. Listen, he paid $400, dude. He sat through the seminar.
One of their names is Bra Bear. Won't say his real name, but I'm saying gang names. I'm saying cult names. That dude is so cool, him and his family, and a bunch of other people around there. They've reached out and supported us since all this shit started more than they ever have. I'm very grateful for that because they saw it. They left Beartaria. Yeah, I'm talking about the people you go to meetups with and you hang out with that you're saying, oh.
Yeah, we got spies. We got inside spies. He's like trying to sow discontent among the bears. He's like, we are everywhere. You don't know who I know.
He's taking on a very Mark Taylor energy right now.
A little bit, actually, yeah. He's about 10 seconds away from texting a girl that he'll hack her enemies for nude photographs.
Right?
Yeah, you know? I mean, with an offer like that.
Get a cute little black lady to come stay with you for room and board, and then all of a sudden, things get a little... none of that's verified. I shouldn't say any of it.
Yeah, Winchester's kind of a wild... He's kind of a loose cannon. He looks like a retarded Morpheus. If that's really who he is. If that's really his real face.
Oh, yeah? You're talking Beartaria is a scam? What about the bears I know that live right next to me? They're not bears anymore.
Like, I'm watching this, and I'm, like, slowly, as it goes on, like, fuck these people. Like, I hope Owen keeps that land, and they just make stupid videos. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? Good God. This is how I felt like when we were doing the Who Killed Laura stream. Like, guys, like, what the fuck?
I know. And it's they're the biggest losers, but I can't stop watching anything about them.
Oh, it's so engrossing. No, I have the same sickness, Dan. Like, you cannot look away, and that's like part of your life. All of a sudden, you're just like, oh, I wonder what the Bears are up to, and you're like, who am I? What have I become?
I hate to say it, but the other day I was on my lunch break, and I found myself like doing the rounds, checking all those fucking UK losers.
Oh yeah,
YouTube channels. You know what I mean? It's just like, oh, what's Shagger doing today?
What's Shagger saying in his? Yeah, you got to check that community tab, folks. Pro tip: community tab is where a lot of juice is. There's a lot of juice in those community tabs.
So much.
That's where they do most of their correspondence. Actually, it's like mostly in the community. But yeah, you watch these people, and it's like I start like having less and less sympathy for him. Like I kind of started like, yeah, it's fucked up, man. I cannot believe he did that. I can't believe he's getting away with it. And now I'm at the point where like you guys are such fucking like assholes. So like you're just fucking like retarded people. Like who can help you? I feel like I'm turning into Owen Benjamin. I'm gonna start repeating his rhetoric about how he's fucking these loser drug addict trolls should just stuff it.
I mean, I agree with you. When you start hearing Owen Benjamin's plan, if you're a dude in the chat and he's explaining to you his whole plan to bring like 10 bears up, and that was the one that broke my brain because Excavator Bear is going to be there on Sunday. Like, okay, so for how many hours are we going to be operating an excavator, and what is it going to be doing specifically? This shit needs to be planned out days ahead of time.
Like, I remember watching some of the first Building Beartaria documentary, and, like, no, those dudes, like, literally went out there with just, like, shovels, like, trying to get into into a mountain. Like, it was retarded. Yeah, and like you said, no planning, no idea what they're going to do. They just went out there and just started digging.
It's just so retarded. It's literally just like boys playing in the dirt. And
kind of,
so
yeah.
If you're a person with 2 brain cells, you start asking a person like Owen Benjamin some logistical questions, like, you know, where are the plans for these cabins? What's, you know, take me through the steps of building this. Like, what is the excavator even there to do?
Yeah, where's
Blueprint
I mean? Bear, dude? Where is it?
Right, where's Blueprint Bear? Like, because that was the first thing that I thought. I was like, well, if you're building off-the-grid cabins, like, what the fuck do you really need an excavator for? Like, are you putting foundations in? Like, what's going on? And the truth is that Owen Benjamin wouldn't be able to tangibly answer any of these questions. So
No, he can't. No.
If you gave him even $400, yes, you're a fucking retard.
But like, see, but that's the beauty to Owen. He's like, no, dude, we're community, and like we all bring our special something. You know, like I bring my wisdom, my logos, my comedy, and you know, and you guys bring manual labor. Like,
exactly.
It's great. It's great.
Yeah, you guys bring the fucking manual labor. Exactly.
Dude, you can't use that. You're not even in communication with these people, or you know they weren't fucking bears anymore, dude. I assisted with their first.
Oh my god, the way he just like shot up was very aggressive. Like he's getting irritated. He's like, let's take it back a second here. Oh, of course, now you're gonna do that to me. Why wouldn't you? I just wanted to see it. And now it doesn't want to load. Digital Jonestown. YouTube.
The reasons he freaked out on us with the
It's gone. It's gone. You know what? It wasn't important. Honestly. Okay. There is one thing I wanted to check in with before we go to that stream, just because he was talking about how he got in trouble for zoning. So that zoning hearing is very long, but somebody clipped out the portion where Owen Benjamin tries to explain to the zoning commission about internet trolls and about what they're doing to him.
In the rebuttal, you're given 15 minutes if you want to utilize all that, and then we'll have questions.
Great. Thanks for sharing. I appreciate it. And I'm going.
Big bear indeed. Yeah, it looks like he's about to fucking just fall on all fours and just start husking about. That's a big fella. That's a giant fucking dude.
Oh, yeah.
I would not want to. Honestly, I would not want to get him upset. He would just like turn into a fucking Hulk freak. He's all roided out on some kind of Adderall medication because he's a drug addict.
Right.
My God. My God.
Except his drug addiction is okay because he has a prescription.
Well, yeah, of course. Listen, he needs this. Like, you don't know what you don't even know. You don't know what it's like to be Owen Benjamin. Fucking 152 IQ. It's just, it never stops. He needs help.
Answer any questions?
Sir, can you face the board though? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, sorry. I just want to talk
I
to people
understand.
that sell this stuff. All right, so first off, I'd like people to just know who I am. I'm a comedian, and I have 4 little kids under 7. I live on a farm on Colburn Road. I wake up every morning. I milk goats and cows. I was on Leno, Fallon. I've had 2 Comedy Central specials. Adam Sandler put me in 4 movies, so I had this career.
Yeah, so you should fucking listen to what I have to say.
Yeah, it's Adam Sandler put me in 4 movies, so...
You know who Adam Sandler is, old bitch?
You guys
have you
know,
seen
right?
Mr. Deeds?
Yeah, you guys know. You've seen Click.
In Hollywood. And I'm only addressing this because so many of these things were character associated. Now I'll talk about the misunderstandings about commercial. Should I do that first?
Let's talk about
that. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
I would like that.
Okay, so the reason that I think a lot...
He's like, yeah, I'd like that. I'd like it if you just actually spoke to what we're here for and not, talk about how fucking cool you are.
Could the gentleman stop fanning his own balls and tell us about the cordwood cabins, please?
But I haven't even told you about... Dude, I know jujitsu. Dude, fucking Joe Rogan's a joke.
A lot of people are upset and scared, and I totally understand it. And frankly, I like that you guys care about your community. Swear to God, it's awesome. I think more of you should do this. I was trying to get a commercial property. I've done 80 days of live streaming online, so you can edit me in a variety of ways. And there was a period of my life where I was trying to get a 300-acre commercial property, and one of my friends who trains local sheriffs and stuff was like, oh, I could do a gun range, all this stuff. I'm like, yeah.
So that's what he's saying. He's saying that the original property was intended to be commercial, and people are taking those old streams and presenting them as if he's talking about the current property, which is not commercial.
Also sounds like sounds like bullshit.
No, it is
Sounds like something
bullshit.
that a kid would say to get out of.
I mean, because how else would he be selling this to the bears to give him more money and build Beartaria? They're going to want to utilize it, which makes it a commercial space. Like, you are leasing out plots of land and parts of the property. People are giving you money so that they can come and stay there. It's like it's a
the
business.
kind of shit that a person like Owen Benjamin does not think about at all.
No.
Until it's imposed upon him, and then once it's imposed upon him, he is a victim.
Of course. Yeah. It's like, yeah, he hoists himself by his own petard and then just starts pointing at the people that are like, yo, what the fuck?
This would be great. It was a commercial property. I couldn't afford that, so instead we got something much smaller, and I've never promised anyone ever on the new property that we're doing that they have any rights to it whatsoever. So trolls of mine have edited these videos to make it look like I'm making a claim. Like, for example, what that one woman said about, this is Owen's spot. I didn't make that video. Someone in Australia made that video. All right? My wife's half Hispanic. My grandmother's Jewish. Like, to hear people talk about me being in a hate group is literally... Sorry. My bad.
Smash that early life button, my friend.
Well, like, I mean, honestly, it's his time. They should just shut the fuck up and let him say what he wants to say. Like, shut the fuck up. It's his time. Right. This is a fucking public hearing. I cannot stand these fucking quizlings that get on these boards that behave this way. And if you have any fucking problem with some retarded thing that they're telling you you can or can't do, they'll have you arrested.
These are the kind of people who get into homeowners associations and get really excited about it.
Yeah, exactly.
So, for example, I haven't been there in 10 months. We'll fix the potholes. We're down, you know. We're into the community. And the noise of the water was for fire prevention last year during fire season. And that's the only time it was on. We filled up a tote, and we just wanted it to be there in case there was a fire. These cabins that people think are these elaborate cabins are 144 square foot or 400 square foot. There's no heat. There's no lights. It's made out of cordwood cabins and sand. All right? And so I'm not I just want people to understand what I actually am and what we're actually doing here. Because I get how scary that would sound if all of a sudden your quiet neighborhood is this timeshare or a place that people are paying to camp at. That does sound horrifying. And I know it's easy to paint me in a light.
Yeah, but that's kind of what you're doing. Honestly, it shouldn't be horrifying if it's a small town, because that's commerce, man. Those people would probably like that, honestly. If there was a real campground up there, they'd benefit greatly.
Nah, man, they would fight against it tooth and nail. Oh, well, the access road causes too much traffic out on 123, and now they're going to have to pave Bear Paw Road, and Bear Paw Road doesn't need to be paved.
It doesn't need to be paved. You heard my father. End of discussion.
I'm reminded of a conversation I had with an old lady who worked at the Sullivan Country Store, and she was bemoaning that they had paved Apple Hill Road in Nelson, and I was like, "Oh, well, why are you so against it? What exactly is it that having it paved that you don't really like?" And she just went, "Eh." That was her response. "Eh."
Yeah, because she's holding down that register. She doesn't want anybody else in that store,
So, if you think that these fucking people wouldn't put up every bit
You're right.
of opposition they could,
Well, because I've had somewhat of a little bit of an experience with this when I was pipelining. Because when you're pipelining, this is where you're going to all these kind of weird small towns, and you kind of like 400 people descend on those small towns, and their like economy booms for like the 2 years that you're there. Like every restaurant full every single night, bars full every single night. And the people there really like it. They really appreciated it. Come on, Big Bear.
No, there's no internet connection to Beartaria, bro. So it's gonna.
Yeah.
In the rebuttal, you're given 15 minutes if you want to utilize all that, and then we'll have questions.
Great. The people are paying to camp it. It does sound horrifying. And I know it's easy to paint me in a light because I'm a controversial comedian. But I had no idea how to do permits, like at all. Like, look at how I'm dressed. I've never even been to court. Like, I'm dressed like an idiot. You know? Like, I don't know how this stuff works. I'm 42 years old. I've never even been accused of a crime. You know, I'm not a danger to anybody. We're doing these little...
I'm sorry, Owen Benjamin. Earlier, I heard you tell several people that you drove while under the influence. You are a degenerate criminal, and you should be arrested immediately.
I was also going to be like, you know who else was 32 and never accused of a crime? Adolf Hitler. But then I remembered that Adolf Hitler had been to jail a couple of times.
Sorry, buddy.
Cabins so that we could have a place where I could meet members of the community, and it wasn't my house. And we could, like, fish and teach kids how to, like, you know, it just really benevolent reasons. And so I'm really glad that you got to hear us today, and I hope the community understands me a little better. And you don't need to like me, I understand. I do controversial jokes, but the videos a lot of people saw were about a property that I did not buy. And I've never solicited money in exchange for any use of this property at all. That was another property that I did not buy. So I hope that helps people understand. And we are not high traffic. I haven't been there in 10 months. You know, I have farm chores every day. You know, we're not this giant group. We're not associated with any of these groups that people are talking about. And I really hope people understand that. And thanks for having me.
Aren't you guys part of the Proud Boys?
God.
Aren't you part of one of them Proud Boys? You Antifa? Goddamn cracker ass.
One of those Antifas.
I seen you, Owen Benjamin. I seen you in the house, Bunny, and I know you're a demon. I seen you talking to Joey Diaz. Anybody that's associates with Joey Diaz is no friend of this community. Let me tell you this right now. Oh, come on.
In the rebuttal, you're given 15 minutes.
Like, I haven't been there in 10 months. You know, I have farm chores every day. You know, we're not this giant group. We're not associated with any of these groups that people are talking about. And I really hope people understand that. And thanks for having me.
I got a question.
You got some questions? Yeah.
In our packet here, this is under the year of hate extras. It states in here, Red Ice TV on January 4th, he had discussing doing tactical training.
Oh, my God. He was on... Dude, did you hear this? Oh, we got to wait for Dan. We got to wait for Dan. So, okay. He was on Red Ice TV.
Yep.
And they got him talking about being in a fucking white militia out in Beartaria, dude. Because, you know, he wants to be liked. He wants them to like him. And he's just kind of be like, yeah, dude, it'd be great. You're right, man. You guys bring up a lot of good points.
I know it.
And you know who's sending these people? Because these people do not have the acumen to be able to go find this shit on their own.
Yeah,
it's ex-Bears, and people that just hate Owen Benjamin. Like there are people out there that just like do, and they always have, just done like I hate Owen Benjamin videos ever since he basically started like getting red pilled. There was actually a dude who did it for years. So he was kind of like on the Owen Benjamin beat. His name was Davey Crocco, but apparently he passed away. He passed away for real. Yeah, Davy Crocco. He passed away for real, not like other people. For real. Davy wouldn't do that.
Other people? I wouldn't know who you were talking about, buddy.
I mean, either. Is there like a bird around here or something?
Horses for donors.
No, that was the other property.
Okay.
And that was with a group that was not, I'm very supportive of the government. That's another thing. If people listen to my live streams, I love that we have a government. I would never want our government to fail at all. The guy that does those tactical trainings used to work for Homeland Security. Like 100%. That's why being compared to these groups, I thought was so preposterous. But it's all good. I'm glad I can address these issues.
So you're not planning on doing any shooting?
No, not at all. Zero. Yeah.
So it's your contention that everything that we've read, or that we've...
Well, in fairness, they're kind of trying to accuse him of like future crimes. Like he hasn't done any of these things. Like you can't really. I mean, so what? He said that. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Who cares? Like what is?
Yeah, but they're not accusing him of future crimes. They're trying to determine what usage he's going to get out of
what his
property.
intentions are. Yeah.
And what are his neighbors going to have to put up with?
I guess that's fair.
You've been presented as far as your own words is based on a different property.
Yeah, 100%. And I can send you the other property. It's zone commercial. I didn't buy it. It was out of my league.
Okay, any other questions?
Okay. So, you know what? I just got an alert. I got an alert. It's time to check on old Saint Nick. We've got a message. I got a message from that Doppler guy that Big Paul hooked us up with. I can't say his name, legal reasons, because this is kind of a big deal. Not everybody gets to have access to the Doppler in this way. So let's see what's going on with old Saint Nick.
Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtails ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to laugh and sing a sleighing song tonight. Oh, jingle bells.
Well, that was a little choppy. It was coming in a little choppy. The weather is not so great in certain parts of the country, probably where Santa was there. Again, in another looked like apartment complex. Looks like he was trying to get on an elevator. It's tough being Santa Claus. You really started thinking about it. Like I said, and now that everybody lives in these fucking brutalist architecture, nightmare apartment buildings, it's even worse for him. He can't even enjoy the lights. Okay? People got nowhere to hang them. All right, so we are going to go from there. Now, do we want to watch Camping Rights? Is that the one? 70 bears on the property full time?
Hold on a second.
Or Owen Benjamin reacts to the zoning hearing. Is that what we should do?
I think the 70 bears on the property. Let's watch 70 bears on the property. It's a quick one.
Okay. Let's do it.
If we get, let's say, 10,000 bears contribute $400 each, that's $4 million. That could buy us 600 acres plots across America. We need 5,000 strong people. 5,000 people can change the entire political outlook of America. 5,000.
Listen. I mean, how many people took part in the revolution? Is that what you're trying to say, Owen?
1,000 strong people, even if you never come to Beartaria, but just support it. A place where it's like, oh, well, we can go there and learn stuff. It changes the whole outlook of everything. If 5,000 people chipped in $400, 5,000 people contribute $400. 5,000 people could donate $400. 5,000 people could contribute $400 in 2 weeks. 5,000, yeah, but 5,000 are like ready to rally. We have about 5,000 really interactive bears. We have a larger audience that just casually listens and stuff,
But we have like 5,000 people that are with me for like burning a bike. So that's why I came up with that number of $400, 5,000 bears, $2 million, epic compound land that can't be touched. Okay, so let's talk about Ursa Rio. So here's some of the stats we have, and this is what we should be.
Man, he had to become like a salesman for a while. He had to just constantly pitch it probably every day.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it must have been absolutely inane just every day with his new plan. And that's what I'm saying. Is like he had to constantly be promising shit to people.
You know, we talked about this. I think we talked about this briefly at the top. I know we briefly mentioned it before we actually started recording. Is that I kind of think that he wasn't lying when he said what he wanted to do. Like he wasn't lying. I think at this point he's probably not really lying. He's naive. He doesn't know what he's doing. He has no idea like the logistically like how to achieve his goals here. But he seems like completely delusional. I mean, he's talking about 5,000 people. Like he would have access to 5,000 people that would give him $400, which obviously didn't happen. But yeah, but I don't think he was trying to lie to people. I think if he could have made that work in the way that his mind wanted it to work, it would have happened. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, but he's just such an idiot. He's a bumbling retard, and he can't see his idea through to this actual. I mean, let's face it. Owen Benjamin is a fucking rich kid who he's probably never met with any consequences in his life. He's probably never really had to accomplish any goals or tasks. I mean, the dude was a fucking stand-up comedian for several years. We already talked about how these people are fucking trash. And then all of a sudden he gets a bug up his ass to move out to the country and start raising alpaca. And now he's going to be fucking Mountain Man Jim, taking everybody into a new revolution. Get the fuck out of here. This dude doesn't even know how to dig a ditch.
Yeah, because he comes up with this stuff like in these manic states of like kind of idea spinning, and he's like one of these guys when he thinks something, he thinks he's the first person that's ever thought it, and it's like this giant revelation. It's gonna blow everybody's mind and change the world. He's a natural leader, like because when he was kind of deplatformed, when he was canceled for a while, I think some people did actually really go out of their way to support him, and it really gave him a very high sense of himself, even more so than I think he was before, because he thought of himself as some sort of messianic figure. And I know that sounds like hyperbole, but when you hear the way he talks about himself, I mean, we haven't really heard any of that kind of wild shit tonight come out of his mouth, but on the reg, this dude engages in some seriously wild self-aggrandizing. Often comparing himself to Christ, like
in the video that we'll watch next, when he reacts to the zoning board, he will compare himself to Jesus Christ and the crucifixion several times.
He's like, whoa, bro, like I get it now. Like I get what Jesus was going through, And until you've had this experience,
what we should be looking at. All right, so we have 698 people who donated $400 or more. 700 people sending me $400 or more to buy and build Ursa Rio without being a scumbag about it. I'm going to give you the updates about it now. That's why all the gammas and the trolls, they assume everything's a scam because they couldn't handle it. 700 is actually...
And he's fucking buzzing on Adderall. His eyes are like fucking pinholes.
A perfect amount of people. We originally wanted to do 5,000 people at 400 to raise $2 million for a $1.5 million piece of property that we didn't get to. We didn't raise that much, but we raised a lot. And so if we can host 70 people full house, then everyone can get 2 weeks a year. So because then 5 months of full house is 700 people. And I'd say the majority of donors have no interest, not no interest, but they have no desire, like they probably will never go. Like even my wife.
Fingers crossed.
She's scared of wildlife. So she's like, don't take this the wrong way, but I don't want to go. The good news about how quickly I pulled.
No, you don't think your wife doesn't want to go hang out with the fucking bears, Owen? Yeah, I'm sure she's afraid of wildlife. Yeah, she's afraid of the bears, dude. She doesn't want to be like, oh, Ames, oh, babe, like Owen says. Fucking chasing her around, just pestering her for attention. Like, can you see it?
Seriously. No, I can absolutely see it. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Pull the trigger is that property that was $200,000 plus fees, and then I had to pay tax on all that money because you can't write off buying land, would now be $320, $350. The amount of people we have that can donate their time and expertise, and maybe we can do mini fundraisers for stuff, but we still have money left over to probably around $100,000 left over to build a really good bathroom system, like a public bathroom system, and some sleeping quarters. And we've sent out emails to a lot of people. I don't have all the emails of the donors. It's going to be an interesting way to figure out how.
Oh my God. He's like, yeah, I don't really know who gave me all this money. I don't have any of their names. I wasn't organized, guys. Can you blame me? It was a wild time. I was in a manic state asking people for money.
He openly admits that he had no system of organization and he couldn't track down anybody's donations once they sent them.
Yeah, that's why he couldn't get that Australian lady $40. I'm like, dude, at that point, wouldn't you just like take it out of your wallet and just send her $40? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? No, dude, I gotta find the check. I gotta find this exact. Like, what are you talking about? No, just send her $40 and she'll leave you alone. She'll leave you alone. Well, she's not gonna leave you alone, but I guess you can say that you're the moral superior in the situation.
How to make all that work. Oh, and by the way, none of them ever donate to Beartaria. None. Because sometimes when people freak out, I'll check the donor list to make sure that they're never invited to Ursa Rio. Never once have any of them ever donated. They're just parasites. I've had people who've donated, like, not like me as much anymore, but none of them ever make a scene like that. Not one time ever. Because the last thing I want is when I send out invites to events or something to send out an invite to someone who's literally insane and stalks me. Because that's a form.
So this is his way of saying, I will not be contacting you. We'll figure it out later. We'll figure out who can actually come and stay at the property. Because I can't just send out a mass thing because some of these people are deranged because they want their $400 back.
And then you also have to think that he knows the entire time that every move he makes with this, his wife is going to be up his ass about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm really curious about what that home dynamic is. I really don't. I feel like she's kind of passive and she's just like, oh, that's just like Owen's thing. I'm doing what I'm doing. Like, because I've never seen her. Well, that's not true. I guess I have seen her engage a little bit here and there at times, but.
I just imagine she's this like 4'10.5", like rail thin, waifish little bird. You know what I mean?
Kind of.
She's just fucking terrified of him. She's fucking terrified of his rage.
No,
no one's ever seen as much rage in this man as she has, and he's like fucking 10 times her mass.
They used to call her baby mouse Amy. She was so small.
Of stalking where you just watch all day, you know, and so
you know,
never
on,
guys. I've
Breaking Bad when Mike tells a story about, and then I went out and he beat the hell out of her again, and she was just this tiny little baby bird, and then I put my gun in his mouth and I told him if he ever touched her again, I'd blow his fucking head off, and then blah blah blah. Then the next week he killed her. He was talking to the guy in the story was Owen Benjamin.
I have a list of donors. None of them ever did. They were never actually part of the community. They were always parasitically extracting. Okay.
No, they were part. They sent you money, dude. Like, I mean, if they're like, how big of troll? Do you think the trolls just want you so bad they're just going to send you tons of money so they can feel like they have an in to harass you? I mean, that's a fucking commitment. It just seems like you have a lot of unwell fans. Like. You know, like who would get caught up in like Beartaria? Mushroom Coyote.
Yeah, dude. Oh my God. She would donate because, like, as Diane revealed, and you guys have all seen because that episode happened 2 days ago, Mushroom Coyote is going to inherit all of her money. Dude, doesn't that make you so fucking angry? Mushroom Coyote's going to, like, I don't even know how much her mom has, but even if it's like 20 grand, that makes me so fucking angry.
Oh,
A
yeah.
person like Mushroom Coyote just gets like free money out of the ether.
I hate to say it, but I think Diane kind of had her dead to rights a little bit, because Diane was just like, you're sitting here telling me that you're gonna like scam, so you can get free weed and free like assistance. That you're actually intentionally trying to scam them to do this.
Right, and
like this is not like an unwell person, but not a great person either.
No, yeah, she seems like, well, I'll reserve that for my chat sessions during your episode.
Fair enough.
2
Fair
days
enough.
ago,
Fair enough. Yeah, that's gonna be it'll be fun to dive into. We haven't, we got to end the year out with some Diane action. Come on.
But I agree.
She delivers.
I will say this: I don't think that Diane is exaggerating about anything in that story. It sounds very collected, and
she wrote it. She wrote a statement. She wrote a statement.
She wrote a statement. And what I love about it is that Mushroom Coyote is one of the biggest train wrecks of a human being on the planet.
Yep.
And like in some ways, so is Diane, but not socially, not like on the surface. Like Diane is very much a boomer. She's all about appearances. She's all about things looking and smelling good and being in order, you know. And then to have, oh my god,
some chaos demon. It's like it's the things that lives inside Diane's heart. It's like Mushroom Coyote is the manifestation of like this creature inside of Diane.
Yeah, and she represents so much about everything Diane hates about the world. And
Because
just the fact
sometimes
that they were together and they had that.
Oh, it's crazy! It's wild. It is wild as fuck that Diane like picked this person. Like this, what you picked this person? Like, what are you doing? But anyways, beyond that, but oh shit, I lost my train of thought. It's okay. I'll watch it. I'll watch it. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. It'll be fun. All right.
Anyway,
Guys, I was setting up this thing on $400 and you get a ticket to, dude, fuck it. Just contribute. I won't turn away good people.
I won't turn away good people. Dun, dun, dun. Now we're going to watch Owen responding to the zoning hearing. So you basically heard the juiciest part of that hearing, which is like Owen's statement about himself. Like that we're here for the drama, you know? A bunch of old people just calling Owen a Nazi. I mean, it happens. But so this is from June 23rd, 2022, day after Beartaria planning and zoning hearing.
And then I had a 3-hour trial yesterday at the zoning commission for Boundary County.
Oh my! It's already begun. It's already begun the trauma of this experience. I was on fucking trial
over a building permit for 144 square foot or 400 square foot.
Although I will say this in defense of Owen, all of those people got to read out of context statements by Owen Benjamin, basically slandering his character over and over and over again. They got to present all this information that clearly had tons of asides about his character or the type of person that he must be, and he was not really allowed to respond to it. It was kind of like an Alex Jones situation. Alex Jones in that Sandy Hook trial, he couldn't. He was just had to sit there and be accused of things.
That's true.
But you know, I got your back, Big Bear. I'll be fair.
Cabins with no electricity, heat, or plumbing. And it was one of the most interesting experiences of my life. The zoning commission could not rule on whether or not I could finish my cordwood cabins. And so they're passing it on to the commissioner. But the insight I got out of it was so unbelievably valuable. Because I've never been to a court, I've never been to a commission. I've never been to any of these things. I had no idea how this works. And I think I really understand the trial of Jesus a lot. And don't think I'm comparing the quality of my character to Jesus, because I'm not.
No, it's just experiences, these kind of formative experiences that turn you into somebody like Jesus.
It's not that I'm not comparing myself to the quality of character of Jesus. I'm just saying I've walked his path. Specifically, I have walked down the same path as Christ Jesus,
Yeah.
King of the Jews.
Are you familiar
That was
with
me, Owen Benjamin? I went to a town hall meeting.
Are you familiar with the agony in the garden? That's me having my terror sweats, my terror nightmare sweats from when Joey Diaz, the demon, tried to tempt me away from Christ.
When Deborah from the general store was taking minutes at the town hall meeting, I had PTSD flashbacks of the Pharisees putting Jesus on trial in front of the whole village. It's horrible.
Just not right. It's just not right.
Not even close. But I finally understand the relationship between the mob and the Pharisee and the dude. And it's so interesting because I thought I could just clear it up because last year they had some...
Did he really think that he was going to just be able to walk in there and be like, guys, this is a huge misunderstanding?
Yes.
Wow.
Sean, yes. This is how he sees the world. Because why? He's a fucking rich city kid.
Yeah, no,
And
I know.
that's
Yeah.
That's how he's handled everything in his life. And his dad smoothed it over with his mom's hooker money. And now he has to fucking deal with this shit himself. And he's totally vexed. Because, yes, Deborah from the general store now holds sway over him. And he cannot fucking understand why.
Yeah, he can't accept it. He cannot accept this reality.
Hearing, and I didn't go because I didn't...
Also, Deborah's probably a fucking drug addict. I'm sorry.
Probably, but ultimately this is... And this is where it all comes down to. Ultimately, this is about normal people in an isolated place in the middle of nowhere who don't want a bunch of fucking internet dickheads getting drunk and smashed and shooting guns on their property. And then, after a couple years of it, getting some stupid idea about like running for sheriff or something. They don't fucking want it.
Oh, you're 100% right. You're 100% right. Oh, dude, wouldn't that be amazing if Owen Benjamin became their local sheriff? Like this war goes on forever. Like he owns the property, but he can't do anything with it. But he's a property owner, so he can run for like sheriff, and then he wins somehow. It'd be amazing.
He was talking about that in one of the original, and of course, that's the downfall of this episode is that you can literally only scratch the surface of this. Somewhere within the dozens of hundreds of hours of Owen Benjamin talking about this, he directly addresses that whole thing, and that he was going to. I know people who are mayors. I know people who are deputies. I know people who are sheriffs. Hey man, we could. He was basically talking about starting his own little parallel government.
Yeah, they're doing like a
It's
hostile
really
takeover.
strange.
It's like those dudes. They made a documentary about it a few years ago on Netflix. Those Hare Krishna people that were up in the mountains in Oregon. That's kind of what they did. They they went out in the mountains. They build their like little weird Hare Krishna fiefdom out there. Or is it not Hare Krishna? It can't be Hare Krishna.
It's like
it was just like
pleasurist.
Yes, exactly. Actually, he would be definitely one of those people that would be out there, 100%. Think of all the good butt fucking out there. Holy shit, these hippie chicks are wild. But yeah, they did that too. The people in that community like took over the little town that was like adjacent to it and like started to try to run like the people that live there like out of town. And it's actually a pretty interesting story.
Know about it, and I didn't. It doesn't even matter. Morning, BB. Happy Friday, everyone. So, all these people lied about me, about Ursa Rio and what I am and who I am. I mean, there were people yesterday comparing me to the Aryan Nation hate group, blah blah blah, and that I'm going to run this big commercial thing and all this. And so I thought I could clear it up, and I made my statement. And sneaky Mike Whelan was in the corner taking pictures, so I'm sure it'll be in some publication. And because the big misunderstanding, and I do take some responsibility for this, is that I was dreaming about this idea live as it was changing. And so the original idea was that I was going to buy a commercial basically compound and have 300 acres. It was 1.5 million. I was trying to raise.
Guys, I was just dreaming aloud while also asking you for money at the same time.
So
I mean,
wild, dude. So
listen, if it wasn't for the dreamers, Dan, like nothing would ever happen. Nothing would change, you know? He's a dreamer. Dude, I cannot believe these motherfuckers are not trying to take this dude to court. Like, holy shit.
$2 million.
Here somewhere wants to get 10% of this. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
come on, guys.
Come on. Fart God, honestly.
And I did the math. If 500 people gave me $400, you know, I could buy that and then have some money for renovations, and we could have like events, and people could camp there, and it was zone.
It's exactly the same thing that happens in the movie Step Brothers when they fucking become friends and they want to build the bunk beds. Like, that's what happened to Owen. He just got super excited. He's like, we're going to do all these activities. We're going to have all this stuff out there. We're going to have a white militia.
Yeah, and or like, you know, when teenagers get an idea to do anything. Like, I remember when we were teenagers, it was like freshman year, and before a school dance once, we were going to do a build a bowl contest. And everybody was going to build a bowl to smoke weed out of. We were going to bring them all into the woods. We were going to have a contest where somebody won a prize. And we talked about this for several days leading up to it. But then when the actual rubber hits the road, when you have to get like 10 people in one space at one time, all of them with a project that they've worked on, and like have a competition or a judgment or something, like, there has to be some level of organization. It can't just be a thing that people talked about.
Because they won't, nobody will do it. Yeah, nobody will do it.
Nobody does it.
Unless somebody organizes it and reminds everybody and says, hey, you doing your thing? You got your thing?
Right.
Are you going to be there?
And the person who's in charge of that has to understand what they're doing. They have to have a holistic view of what is going on for it to make sense. Like, in Live at Pompeii, Roger Waters is having a fight with one of the music critics that's trying to like diss Pink Floyd's last record, and they're having an argument over the production of the album, and Roger Waters is like talking about specifically what a producer does, and he says, in order to produce a record, you have to know what rock and roll is, you have to know what the music is about technically, and you have to understand the equipment that it's recorded on.
Yeah.
For you to produce a record, you have to like have this holistic understanding of several different things and how they weave all together to make one finished product that will stand for more than a few days.
Yeah.
And when you're the lead of any project, you have to be that thing.
Mm-hmm.
And Owen Benjamin is a fucking bumbling dreamer, like you said, and he's just like reading chats like, oh yeah, oh Reddit bear, yeah, oh we're definitely gonna have a lake where we can go swimming, oh yeah, definitely, Christmas bear, yeah, we're definitely gonna have a bunch of pine trees that you can put all your Christmas decorations up, oh yeah, microplastics bear, we'll definitely be able to have like a playhouse for your kids and all this stuff, we'll dedicate 30 acres to that. And then it's like, dude, like, I wanted to go back in my research in one of the streams. I wanted to go and add up all the acreage that he is like promising to people, and
It's
by
like
the end
hundreds.
of the stream, yeah, how many hundreds of acres he has been promising out of the like 40 acres that he's going to buy, and it's just absolutely insane. Like this, you're right. Like these people, if you're stupid enough to follow a person this impulsive and
well, and that's
without a
the
plan,
thing. By the time he ends up doing Beartaria, like even even the first iteration of it, he already had a reputation for being like a nut and not treating his community well and blah blah blah. That's why I was kind of so shocked that he was like thought he would have 5,000 people that would give him $400, because he actually went through a period of time around that time where he had to kind of revamp his public image a little bit. He was trying to get away from the guy that constantly talked about what he would call the little hats, the people that wore the little hats. And he did that for like 2 years.
You mean your grandma, Owen?
Yeah,
Come on.
exactly. Come on. Fart God, seriously? So, you know, the Argentinians. He was talking about Argentinians too much. And so he kind of wanted to change tact a little bit. He's like, well, I kind of beat that into the ground. And the reason he started doing it is a noble reason. He's like, because they fucking told me I couldn't do it. And you can't tell me I can't make fun of something. Fuck you. I was like, that's how Owen Benjamin started his red pill journey. I was like, cool, good for you, dude. Fuck yeah. He did something called like Julock Holmes. Yeah, he did he actually had his wife film it. It was very,
Julock Holmes.
Yes. He was like in a fucking Sherlock Holmes outfit with little, curls coming out of it.
Shylocks, yeah.
Yeah. It was, it wasn't very good, but I appreciated just the fact that he was like standing up for that. Standing up for you can't fucking tell me that I can't say something. That's retarded. And he unfortunately paid a hefty price, and all of his friends turned their backs on him because they're like, no, we don't want you to do that. Bunch of pussies. They're all fucking comedians too. Just the fucking spineless fucking people. I mean, I'm not a big fan of George Carlin anymore, but George Carlin would have told those people to go fuck themselves, at the very least.
Commercial. And my friend Brandon at Veritech Tactical, who is not in any way opposed to the government. In fact, he trains sheriff's deputies and all that, was going to run tactical courses and all this stuff, And so I didn't raise that much, but with the amount I raised, I did manage to get a 10-acre parcel.
Now, so he doesn't give a number, though. I wonder, has he ever given a number about how much he actually raised?
No, he acts like the federal government and the military budget. He doesn't really even know what the number is.
Yeah, well, actually, that's probably true. He probably doesn't really know. It was just money that he was just putting in his own bank account. He was just putting money in his bank. And he's like, oh, yeah.
Tax-free, too, because it's donations. Just tax-free.
Actually, yeah, there's a lot of issues here. I cannot believe, wow. These bears must be fucking retards. I mean, seriously, just what you just said right there. Like, that, it's over. That would be over for him. If they went and audited him, these bears are not, or maybe they're noble bears. Maybe they're like, we wouldn't do that. And much respect if that's the case.
The IRS agent shows up at Owen Benjamin's door and it's DBDR because it's fucking over.
Yeah. It's actually, I can tell you exactly what it is. Oblivion. That's what you hear when DBDR pulls up to your house to audit you, to check your books. Better watch out. He's like, yeah, so I'm here because my dad made me get a job, and he knew somebody that worked at the tax place. And they gave me a gun. They gave me a gun and a bulletproof vest, and they said,
I have like top-level security clearance or some stupid shit. And,
I don't even care, honestly. Here, you want to see it?
He's like laughing at how little you make. He's doing his like DBDR live, like, brutal, dude.
Bro.
Oh, you're totally getting mogged by everybody else in this neighborhood, bro.
Dude, I mean, like, think of this guy. This guy thought he could go to the gym with his friend and not look like a fucking idiot. Can you believe that? That right there is like that's a distillation of every DPDR video.
And everything changed. It was no longer commercial. Every donation given was under the assumption that there's no obligation, no contracts, and it just became a private endeavor. And I shot 2 documentaries about it, and everything changed around it. And all the donors were more than happy to contribute, because what a lot of people don't seem to understand is I have a lot of support because people want to see the story. They want to be part of this story.
Apparently not, Owen, because you didn't raise enough to get that nut. You don't have all the support, pal. I'm sorry.
It's not about camping. It's not about compounds or anything like that. It's about the story. It's about, I'm going to support this dude who has these wild ideas.
It's supporting the dream, dude. Like, if he can achieve this, then anybody can. It just kicks the door open for the rest of us.
And Sam Hyde warned us like 8 years ago. I remember hearing him say this when I lived in New Mexico when I first discovered Sam Hyde. He was watching an Ashton Kutcher like thing about how Ashton Kutcher had partnered with Intel, and there was this new microchip that he was like doing an advertisement for, and they're talking about storytelling, which is story. And Sam said, as soon as you hear somebody mention the word storytelling, you know that something is bullshit. Okay?
Fair enough, yeah. Well, because they're literally telling you.
Right, it's a fairy tale, and as soon as this shit goes south with the Beartaria stuff, he starts spouting this shit about how it's not about a campsite, it's about a story. It's like, well, no, that's not what the fuck you said for the first 6 months of this, dude.
Freaking
It's in your
years.
wife's womb. It's in your wife's womb, dude.
Dude, yeah. It's in the heart of every mother that's ever carried a child. Beartaria.
And so I'm 42 years old. I've never been arrested. I've never been accused of a crime. I barely have speeding tickets. And so
Get ready. Get ready. Yeah, right.
Fucking square, dude.
So, to make me seem like a menace to society, I'm not anti-government. In fact, I like the zoning commission. I don't want someone building a McDonald's next to my farm. At this, the trial.
I want a McDonald's next to my farm. Fuck.
Yeah, come on, pal.
McDonald's on tap. Get the fuck out of here.
Honestly, when you don't have McDonald's next to your farm, that's like spitting in the face of humanity and all the progress we've made. Let's be real, okay? We have come this far so we can pay $3 now for a McDouble. God, we used to be a proper country. I used to be able to get one for $1.
Dude, they had a dollar
fuck?
menu. They had several items. They had they had a parfait for $1. And it was a pretty damn good parfait.
It was all right. It was all right.
It wasn't nothing special. It was a little yogurt. It was a little strawberry. It was a little granola.
But when you wanted to
Nothing
treat
special. It was
yourself,
just
when you
a-
wanted to treat
yeah, a little
yourself a little pickup, a little energy.
You don't need a whole ice cream. That's too sweet. But you want something to finish your little meal with, you know?
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
Why don't you give me
Yeah,
3
you work
fruit
hard.
yogurt parfaits?
I work
Hey,
hard.
sweetheart.
I gotta treat
Sweetheart.
myself.
I've had a long day. I had a real long day down at the town clerk office. This fucking asshole went to build a campsite. Can you give me 3 fruit parfaits?
Yeah, please. Stats. Yeah, you know me. Stats.
Hey, you know what? Hey, fuck it. They're only $1. They're only $1. Give me another 6 McDoubles. Well,
Yeah, come on. That was how it was back in the day, too, because you'd be like, you know what? I'm going to spoil myself. Make that 12 McDoubles, sir. I'm going to be put myself into a coma.
yeah, we used to call it a 10-sack. We would go through and get a 10-sack of like half McDoubles, half McChickens. Just get it.
Yeah.
Dude, go pick up a 10-sack.
Exactly. 100%. That's the way it was done. We used to, where we lived, we had a McDonald's and a Taco Bell right next to each other. So half the car would want McDonald's, half the car would want Taco Bell. And then we would just kind of swap. It was beautiful.
Dude, I've been listening to, the kids have really gotten into the record player, so we've been listening to a lot of records, and a lot of my records I got from Turn It Up, downtown Keene.
Yeah.
They still have the price tag on it that says Turn It Up. And
Turn It Up.
I'm talking Black Sabbath, Blue Oyster Cult, Metallica, Iron Maiden, all these classic fucking records, $1, $3, $5.
I know. I know.
You go on eBay right now, go on eBay and try to get yourself an Iron Maiden record. You're going to be spending like $30.
At the bare minimum, $30. Yeah. And that's probably for one that looks kind of ratty.
Gross.
Because we kind of off and on collect records, so we kind of pay attention to that stuff. But yeah, back in the day when they were just dumping records, everybody was just like liquidating all of their record shit. If I had only known, Jesus
buddy,
Christ,
that was. I had a really decent job at the butcher shop. I didn't have any cares in the world. Every week I would go on eBay. I'm so glad I did, because now I have a real solid library, and I got it for fucking pennies on the dollar compared to what you get now.
Hell yeah.
I know we're talking about Beartaria, but Walmart fucked it up. As soon as Walmart and Target started doing their like $38, 180 gram colored pressing reissues of everything.
Yes.
That's when the new price tag went up.
And it killed the whole market too. It's like not fun anymore. It's just lame. It's kind of lame. And then it tries to like prey on people's collector sensibilities. You're like, well, if you buy this exclusive clear record with specs on it from Walmart, like for your favorite Metallica album, they actually have. I'm not gonna lie, the Ride the Lightning one's pretty sick.
Listen, I was going to buy myself Ride the Lightning for Christmas, and I was just thinking about, I got to get one of the nice colored ones.
Yeah.
So I'm like Meat Canyon said, I'm a part of the problem.
Yes.
And actually, also speaking of Meat Canyon and nostalgia, when you have 15 minutes, check out his new video. It's not gross in like the normal Meat Canyon way. It's actually really heart wrenching, and it'll make you not want to buy your child any more toys.
Oh, good for him. Well, he always has that though. He has that like that undercurrent of like truth. It's like the reality of what you're engaging with in some way, and like in a deep, poetic, profound way, where he's showing you the ugliness of like this world and stuff like that in a way that's obviously gross out and stuff and just kind of entertaining in a visceral way. But it is, I think, sometimes a little bit more thoughtful than maybe people would think it is.
And this one, don't get me wrong, it's a Meat Canyon video, but it definitely it hits a few notes that the other ones don't kind of have the time to hit because they're so intense.
Well, it's kind of like when you watch those, like, it's not exactly the same, but like the Millennial Thinker ones with the Wojaks, like all of those animated videos where you're like, it's satire, but it's also talking about something very like real that people obviously go through and feel, and it's like really depressing. I'm always depressed after I watch them.
This one specifically is about like nostalgia and being an adult collector. And recently, the kids have all the toys they want, but like, he's got a couple of the NECA Ninja Turtles. Well,
yes,
I had this intense desire to own the Donatello one. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I fucking want it so bad. I can go on eBay right now. It's $23. $23, goddammit, from China. Get the bootleg. I can have it, okay? And I'm like fighting myself, like, don't do it.
Don't do it. Don't fall into that, yeah.
These are your children's toys.
Well, that's like, why you have to buy. It's just it's purely vicarious for me now. Like I had a that super shredder from that NECA one, that really nice one. That was like it was like $50 when it came out, and I got it on clearance for like $15. And I had it up on a shelf forever. And Foster wanted it.
You talking about?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah. I am talking about that one. But Foster wanted it, and it was up on the shelf. And I had a moment where I was like, no, you can't. That's not that kind of toy. And then I was like, what am I thinking? I'm like, yes, son. Here, please go play with the fucking super shredder. Thank you for asking. Here, what else would you like? You know what I mean? Like that moment of self-awareness. And having kids though did reactivate the collector almonds because we were looking at toys and shit. And you're just like, oh fuck.
It's like, wow, I have an excuse to buy this. Like this, one of my favorite toys of all time, the fucking Samurai Leonardo with the cool armor, and $3 on eBay, $2 shipping. Are you kidding me? My kid's like, Papa, why'd you buy this for me? It's like, because I love you, buddy.
Because I love you, buddy. Yeah, exactly.
I remember it's because I love you, but it's also because I wanted the tactile responsive feeling Leonardo's armor again.
Yep. That's what it is, too, because you just like hold it for a second, and then you're like, okay, here you go. I'm good. And then you get to see it every once in a while, and it gives you a little juice. You're like, oh, fuck yeah. As long as they haven't broken it. As long as they haven't ripped an arm off. Like, Foster's at the age now where he's, like, testing the integrity of all of his action figures.
Yeah, it's like, what's the tensile strength of this G.I. Joe?
He keeps bringing... He's like, Dad, I don't know, the leg fell off again. I'm like, what do you mean it fell off again? Like, I'm putting this back on. It's on there. You were pulling this off.
Yeah, it's like those NECA ones. It's like these neck beers... Me in an alternate timeline would have it up on a shelf above my gaming computer.
Yep.
Posed. Like all four of the turtles with like fighting a foot soldier with like the shredder throwing the ooze at them.
I share those impulses, and it makes me feel like in some ways I'm like, well, what's the big deal? Who cares? In other ways I feel like deeply disgusted with myself. I'm like, I'm just like, sometimes you fall into that empty consumer bullshit. I feel that way sometimes with buying movies. Like, I'm ready to stop buying them. I'm starting to feel like I'm giving myself like anxiety because
You
of
got the fucking Library of Congress of movies already, dude.
yeah. I could probably safely stop and be fine. Like, I'll never get through all of them if I just started watching them now.
I need to buy a few more because there's certain ones that I need to buy that I know are going to be edited or taken off the shelf that I need to secure before
That's
they're gone.
true.
But at the same time, I was reading an article and somebody was like, "Oh, it's like so hard to get a copy of Dogma on DVD," and then you go on eBay and it's like $22. It's like it's not that fucking difficult, guys. Come on.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, those are definitely bootlegs because that's been out of print forever and it's tied up legally with the Weinsteins. That's why it's never been released. I think they did I know they did a special edition DVD because I used to have it.
But that's my deal. Like, for me, it's about the media and what's on it. I don't give a shit if it's a bootleg. As long as the quality of the media is there when I get it, fuck it, who gives a shit?
Yeah, I'm like that for the most part. I mean, like, I upgraded. Like, I have a 4K TV and player, so I'm like, well, I'm just going to buy 4Ks instead of Blu-rays because it is better. But I watch DVDs too. Like, it's not that big of a deal.
Oh my god, can you imagine how fucking boring the subject of Beartaria is that we got off on talking
I know,
DVDs
just talking about collecting shit. It's a nice little reprieve. Give people a break. Owns a lot. Owns a lot.
We might want to take another 5-minute break in a second.
Yeah, I got you.
Got a little bladder expansion going on.
Okay, well, I hope this video doesn't play choppy. I know Streamyards is being a real motherfucker to me. Actually, stay right there. I'm going to hop out and hop back in, and maybe it'll reset whatever's the problem is.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dan Profitt, and I invite you to Profitt's Camp for Doomers, antinatalists, and jackasses. Oh, Sean's back.
Oh, there you go. You want to play the Camp for Doomers?
No, I just kind of launched into it instinctually.
I love that video. I don't care what anybody says. It's like one of my favorite things I've ever made.
Seriously.
I just think I wish it was a little bit shorter. It's too long, but I think it's just like it's the stars aligned. I don't know. It's just like a perfect video to me. I watch it like occasionally just by myself. I just pop it on. Yeah. Get swept up in the romance of it. Okay. All right. Well, we will. Dan's going to take a leak. We'll be right back. Enjoy the existential dread of the Santa Claus.
Another one of these nights, just sitting here thinking. I start thinking about the deeper layers of things, the dark subtext that underlines everything in our lives, even the most seemingly wholesome things. Talking about the Santa Claus. You know that movie with Tim Allen. Becomes old Saint Nick, bringing cheer to the world. Well, this is marketed as a family film. It's something that children should watch. But the reality of the story, what's actually going on, is more akin to something of a nightmare. You have this dad, this everyday man, this working guy, working stiff, going through something of a separation or a divorce from his wife. She's already moved on. She's got somebody else. She's got somebody there already in his old house, raising his son. And this has caused something of an estrangement between the two. And he'll do anything to get it back. And through this process, this guy, this poor sad sack, this working stiff, accidentally kills Santa Claus. But it doesn't stop there. While they go investigate the scene, he and his son, they find a card in Santa Claus's pocket. It says, "If something should happen to me, put on my suit. The reindeer will know what to do." Now, he's freed this poor soul, as we'll come to find out. This is a magical trick. This is basically witchcraft. Okay? And he doesn't know it. He just sees this instruction. And so he acquiesces at the behest of his young son that he's trying to fight for the love of. And what he comes to realize is that this is a trick. This is something of a curse. Something akin to a genie being asked to turn their master into a genie, thus enslaving them. A metamorphosis begins to take place, a physical one, and a psychological one as well. He becomes fat and hairy. His notions of responsibility at his job, his loyalty to his family, all but evaporate. It's a way to make it okay that he is not going to be there anymore for his family. That's the conclusion of the story. He goes through all this stuff, all of these experiences, and his takeaway is, I am now the father to the world, to all children. So it's a good thing my wife left me. It's a good thing that she found somebody else. Somebody's got to raise my son. Somebody's got to be there for my family. He embraces this process of death and rebirth. But it doesn't stop there. No. There's a darker implication. A much darker implication at the end of the movie. When his son is asked what he'd like to be when he grows up, he says, I'm going into the family business. Now, if we read between the lines, having established what we've already established, what we've already seen happen in this story, that means this young boy will one day grow up to kill his father and take his place in the magical Christmas world. Very disturbing. This kid knows on some sort of instinctual level that that is his destiny. His destiny is to kill his father so that he can become him.
Anyways, I don't know what. Whoa. Big echo.
Sorry, my fault. Give me 2 seconds. 3, 2. There we go.
Check. Yeah, we're good. So anyways, apologies again for the choppy video. I don't know what's going on, but if you want to check that out, it's on the channel. Please go check it out. It's got like barely any views. And you know what? While it's not a masterpiece, it's kind of funny, okay?
Can we really quickly get a latency check? Can I count to 3 and then you finish on 4?
Sure.
1, 2, 3.
4.
Okay, it's like a half a second.
Okay. All right. Are we got? Yeah. Okay. We'll go back and watch a little bit more of this.
Yeah, we might want to skip around this because I also want to watch the one where he's talking about building with the 40 chords.
Okay.
That would be the last one that's in the dossier.
But I mean,
ultimately, this entire hour and a half is him simply continuing to compare himself to Christ and the struggle before the Pharisees.
That's kind of amazing.
For a building permit for a tiny slab of concrete cabin, it was guys. It was fascinating. So, the amount of fear that came out of the community, and the interesting thing is, we've been up there now for a year and a half, 2 years, doing cordwood cabin builds, having private get-togethers, pretty low key. And we privately talked to donors, and we've told them about, how everything changed. And everyone's totally cool with it. They're like, just make something beautiful. And that's one reason why we made documentaries.
Yeah, I had to get up there and just let everybody know, hey, man, these people that are telling you that this is a giant scam, not true. Not true. I did not steal anybody's money. In fact, they've sent me on my way with well wishes.
fact, they told me to tell you that you should give me $800.
Yeah, exactly. It's time, double or nothing, everybody. Let's make this dream a reality.
So that people could be involved and watch it without we don't have a commercial property. And so logical, reasonable people can understand that. But there's a lot of fear and there's a lot of trauma in this area, like especially way up near Canada, especially around Ruby Ridge and a lot of other stuff. And so, Mike Whelan publishes an article comparing me to Ruby Ridge, which is deeply ironic because Ruby Ridge was government overreach where the ATF agent shot someone's wife.
Did some guy really write an article like comparing Owen Benjamin to what's his name, Weaver, and saying like he's like Weaver was a deranged dude? Aren't we far enough down the line in history where this is not the accepted narrative of that event? It's weird.
Who knows? I mean, who knows what weird blog post he's talking about?
Yeah, I don't know who. I assume is. I wonder if it's like a local outlet out there, and that's kind of where all the people got some of their info, like started questioning him. Maybe. Not sure. Yeah.
All right, so they're really a terrified group of people up there. And this one guy with his fresh pressed jorts, swear to God, iron jorts, swear to God, was saying that
truly the most offensive thing, the ironed jorts.
That I'm like the Aryan Nation and
in this, he'll make lots of references to the fact that I am wearing a nice pressed blazer and
this guy's in jorts.
And I'm taking myself serious. And these damn boomers are in starched shorts.
I mean, if you're going to be petty, I guess go all the way. I dressed up for this occasion. This was a fucking trial. And you guys dressing like the village idiots. What a fine group you are. Who would ever take you seriously? You're lucky this is not on videotape. Joe Rogan wouldn't be having this.
Terrified and people can't leave their houses and all this. And this is, guys, it's complete nonsense. And then this old guy that I thought I made up with. Remember I told you guys this story? And this is why I'm telling you guys all this. Because, Yeah,
I ran up to this guy when he was filling up his truck. I just kind of fucking ran up to him. And we had a conversation. I thought it was fine. He said it was cool.
Smart tactical move is typically don't say anything, especially if there may be a lawsuit or something. But I tell the story. That's why you guys support me. You're part of this story. And I'm the Bard of Beartaria.
The reason why you're a fucking retard that talks about this kind of stuff when you're not supposed to is because you're a narcissist. You can't help yourself. There's information about you that the people need to know, even though it could be really detrimental to you. You know what I mean?
And he keeps calling Shaun. He'll keep calling himself the Bard of Beartaria. Okay.
Well, what else would you call him?
I guess you're right. I guess I can't think of a single other thing I'd call this guy.
I'd call him a fucking court jester. That's what I'd call him. I saw him at the zoning commission. Looked like a clown.
Yeah, man. I tell the story. So this dude, I met him. He was really angry, and I told this story. He comes up on the property when we're there. It's like me and three guys, like me, Woody, a couple guys, just like mixing sand and building cordwood. And he comes up, he's like, I'm so goddamn mad at you. You know, he's like 5'6". He's like this old vet. You know, he's got some old tats on his arms. He's this little old guy. And I'm like, why? He's like, you're a hate monger. Everyone around here's scared and no one can leave their house. And dude, it was like mental. And I'm like,
that's what I'm curious about. Where did these people get this impression of him? Because it's in the middle of nowhere. Owen Benjamin is a very online figure. If you're not very online, you don't know who the fuck Owen Benjamin is or who he's associated with or what he said.
Right.
So I'm assuming that guy, that reporter that he's talking about, the journalist, must be some local dude that is kind of plugged into the internet, probably like a younger guy, maybe in his 30s or something.
Yeah, with like a vlog.
I guess. I don't know. I don't know.
Who the fuck else? I mean, who else other than, like you said, the local paper and some people on the internet? I mean, when you think about it, these people, like, okay, Owen
Like, where would they have seen
Ethan
him?
Ralph,
Yeah.
Vosh, Destiny, Mr. Beast, okay? You could ask any fucking person on the street, you could show them a picture of these people and ask who they are, and they would be like, I have no fucking idea who
Yeah.
this person is. These people are incredibly famous on the internet. So I guess it's easy to be a little myopic.
I suppose so, but I guess, like, I'm just like, who? I mean, I assume it had to have been ex-bears that, like, were feeding someone information, because like we've talked about several times, there's such a volume of it. Like, how would anybody find any of that shit?
Right.
Like, you know,
and who would want to comb through it all? And just the phrase ex-bears, oh my god. I mean, Jesus, what did they pray the day away?
Oh my god, seriously, guys, seriously.
What do you think we're doing here, man? He's like, I've seen the videos. And I'm like, we were gonna buy a commercial property. There's NGOs and there's trolls.
I hope he said it to him just like this, like as if he was like a mentally like retarded person. I did not buy the initial property. The guy's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I just think you're a Nazi.
Yeah, and, like, you know, tangibly, aside from the money involved, this is no different than the videos between Mushroom Coyote and Diane.
No, it is. No, seriously, no. There's a lot of similarities, especially when you, like, go back to that ex-bear grinder extra or whatever the fuck his name was. Like, that's him being a Diane or a Mushroom Coyote in the situation. You know, he's doing his version of the call out. Right. Here's the receipts. Here's this. Here's that. This is where. I mean, that's how they are. Like, Mushroom Coyote did that, didn't? Like, here's the receipts. Diane telling me to kill myself, and like.
Yeah. Diane
Jesus.
told. She said she's a freak and a man with a pussy.
Well, you know. All references available at louderwithcrowder.com.
What can I say? No lies detected.
And there's media people that hate me. And they, like, edit together the scariest possible thing for your psychological profile, and they bomb it at you. Look around. Does it appear like we're scary people? There's not going to be a shooting range, although it is legal, but we have no interest in that. I'm not anti-government. We're not going to have a lot of people coming in and out of here. It's not commercial. No one can pay to come here. So relax. And over, you know, and we're...
You know, I feel like when he says I'm not anti-government, I feel like this is a little bit of a retcon. I feel like Owen Benjamin definitely spent some time doing some serious fucking Fed posting when he would get hammered by a fire. Good thing those streams don't exist anymore. You had to be there. You literally had to be there. When he was, like, drunk, going through, he had all of his kids' books. He brought them out to the fire, all their books. Like, Amy had taken the kids away to see her parents or something. He's just getting fucking ripped by the fire, going through these books, ripping them up and throwing them in the fire and talking about how they're all lies. And that's when the dinosaurs aren't real thing started. That's when he started down that path. It was fucking... I wish to God that stream existed, because we could have just watched that all night.
I didn't even know that existed. That's incredible.
Yeah, I hope somebody's got it. Maybe I wonder if some of that stuff's probably on BitChute if it's anywhere. But
yeah, and at one point I'm yelling at him. I'm like, dude, look around. Woody was in the Navy. Like, that dude looks more ethnic than you. He's Sephardic. And he's like, he starts calming down. He starts seeing it. And then he leaves and he comes back with his wife. And he comes up. He's like, I'm sorry. And I'm like, apology accepted. I'm like, I get it. People get scared. This is a very scary time. And he goes, people around here are really scared. It's not just about you. They're just scared. And I'm like, I know. It's a time of great fear. He's like, one guy's got one lung. You know, people's families are falling apart. Everyone's scared of the future. Everyone's scared of dying. He's like, you're just an easy target. And I'm like, I know. I'm like, there's actual compounds around here. Like, the funny thing about North Idaho and me is there's actual militant compounds here.
yeah, but it's their militant compounds. That's the difference. It's theirs.
Yeah, they don't. they're in no danger of having fucking Joey Diaz and his buddies show up for the weekend. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I'm the scapegoat, man. And so this is how I started understanding the Bible better, because I go to this meeting yesterday, and so I wear a jacket for the first time in 3 years. And so I get all dressed up, and I'm excited to go calm down the community and talk to the board. And there's a trial for my building permit. Swear to God, it was from yesterday. It was from like 5:30 to like 8:30. The entire time was just about my ability to finish my cordwood cabins that we've had to put on hold because they issued a violation. And I'll explain how that's going and all that.
Look at these disgusting, ludicrous pictures of his kids that he's posting on the internet.
I mean, this is pretty suggestive.
It's in a scandalous pose. You can see this boy's neck.
I mean, listen, buddy. I don't know where you're from, but that's nearly CP. That's nearly CP. It's borderline. It's borderline. What's this kid doing down here? I mean, the fuck.
And so thanks for
justice for grinder extract.
Just being a part of this story. It's just fascinating. So and by the way, I realize I am losing weight because the trolls were like, "Oh, looks like you're on meth." So thank you.
Not a single fucking person said you look like you're on meth, Owen. I know you would probably really appreciate that, but no one said that. You know what I thought? I was like, fuck, Big Bear is Big Bear. The mirror may have. Maybe it did. Maybe it did. But I was just like, Big Bear got big. He's Big Bear now. He's Big Bear. That's what he's got to be, though. Because he's got to be like kind of as the patriarch here, he's got to look like he can handle business. He's got to be bulk mass.
Well, the plum does not fall far from the plum tree there, Sean. And you can see from the look in his eye that he's doing everything he can desperately to not spend $150,000 of his wife's money on fucking gay prostitutes.
It's only a matter of time. It's his destiny. Listen, it's his legacy.
Because the trolls can't say anything nice. They can't be like, "Oh, you're looking good, Big Bear. You've been jumping rope." They're like, "Meth." And guys, everyone.
No, he's like, no, it's Adderall, guys. I mean, yes, it is. It's a highly addictive stimulant, but it's not meth, guys. Not a crackhead.
Everyone's white there. Everyone's white. The only guy that looked remotely ethnic was the guy with me because he's Sephardic and British. And so I find that fascinating.
Maybe that's what they're afraid of. Maybe they saw this dude and they're like, who's coming to move? Who's moving to the mountain? You see that? You see him? Well, it's too dark out. Can't see him now. You know how they is. Tell a joke. Make him laugh.
Look, all of a sudden these Semitic people from the city are going to buy a compound with Beartaria Tactical.
Hey.
Listen, that might be an IDF training camp. This guy might be a Mossad asset. You don't know.
You have no idea. What is this hashtag never again? What the fuck?
Because I'm like, that guy's the most. And so anyway, these people are like, and so the same guy that I thought I made up with is back with his paper. And of course, I'm right back to being a Nazi and everyone's afraid. And he's like, World War II was fought so that people didn't have to be afraid anymore. Dude, he's like one of the worst baby boomers ever, fought in Vietnam.
Oh my God. I love that Owen had to be held captive by his nightmares. That's amazing.
And the mudslinging that he does about this guy being in Vietnam continually throughout this hour and a half video.
I'm sure. I'm sure. This dude who's never done
children.
Oh my God, dude. Fucking kind of disgusting. The dude who's never done a fucking thing in his life that wasn't self-serving. Like, go fuck yourself.
Drop bombs on rice farmers.
You got something to say?
No, Sean, I don't. I was gonna say something, but he just took he took the words right out of my mouth.
Hiding in North Idaho and now needs someone to put his anger on. Because fuck that guy. I thought we made up. I thought we were cool. I understood
his fear, and now he's right back being like, people.
100% correct. All he wants is to just be cool with people. He just wants to be liked by people.
Yes,
I thought we were
100%.
good. I thought we were good, and we were good. So now I'm taking my ball and I'm going back to Beartaria.
That's exactly how he acts. Yeah, like a dejected child. Like he's been kicked out of the friends. Oh, I thought we were friends, but why'd you push me?
People won't leave their houses because of this man. And I'm just like, all right, man. Because I know behind the curtain now. He told me it's just because he's a scared guy. He's a very fearful guy. And then there's this lesbian couple there that publicly made a statement that I'm the bad man. They fear for their life and all that. And so Woody was there because he was going to testify, but we never had time to have him up because they debated for literally 3 hours about what's the definition of a dwelling. It was fascinating. And so, because Woody interacted with the lesbian couple, and it was very pleasant. You know, he went over, so did a couple other guys, and we're like, listen, what they say.
Is he like trying to say that because like he's had a few pleasant interactions with people, that means like he is not who they think he is? Like if you say like, you know, like hypothetically, he is like some crazy like Nazi dude or whatever. Do you think like Nazi dudes aren't just like wouldn't just be nice to you if they met you on the street?
No, he seriously thinks he can walk in here and glad hand these people like he does his fucking chat room.
And Adam Sandler put me in 3 movies. 3.
Yeah, guys, come on. Haven't you seen Happy Gilmore? You like the Waterboy. Bill, didn't you just quote the Waterboy the other day at the bar? So come on, guys.
Come
How
on,
is it an
guys.
Adam Sandler movie?
You know him. I'm
You
trustworthy.
Guys, you know him. You've seen him in the movie. Everybody who show of hands. Who knows who Adam Sandler? Rob Schneider. I met him. Guys.
He's a good guy. I don't care what people say.
I just want to start a white militia on Beartaria. I just want to shoot tens of thousands of rounds, possibly in the direction of your property. I don't know where my shooting range is going to be set up. I don't know where the backstop is. I don't even know what a backstop is because I don't really own guns. I'm Owen Benjamin. I just left the city like 3 weeks ago.
Actually, yeah, I don't even know if he does own gun. He must own a gun. He's full on LARP. Yeah.
It's part of the move out of the city and become a redneck package. It's the starter package.
That's true.
Say about Owen is total bullshit. It's fantasy-based journalism.
I did the same thing.
If you guys need anything, we're here to help. We're just guys down the street, you know. And they were super cool. And the lady, this lesbian, and I'm only saying that because that's like their main complaint. They're like, we're lesbians and he doesn't approve of us teaching kids, you know. And so, and the lesbians said, and I'm only saying that because that's how they identify themselves. I don't even know their names, but they did public complaints. And so the lesbians made sure to tell.
He's a little bit more litigious than he lets on. Like he's going very far out of his way to be like, I am not trying to use that as a slur.
Yeah, he knows exactly that he knows that all this will at some point be brought up before the Pharisees. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So now he's being very careful.
Yeah, he's being a little bit more careful.
I tell people, and I can never follow my own advice, but I tell people, you know, if you're going to say something a little spicy, just add the words "Your Honor" after it. And if it still sounds like a good idea, then go ahead and say it. But it's probably not going to sound like a great idea.
Yeah, you know. That's a good rule. That's a good way to kind of divine things, like, you know, how to make decisions.
Yeah,
I support
right.
this. I think that's pretty slick.
But that's what Owen Benjamin is thinking right now. Is every word that I say is going to have to be put in front of a judge at some point now if I want to get this stupid thing. And now at this point, it's like some obligation to him. He's got the land. Now he just wants people to stop fucking bothering him about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's probably a big part of him that would walk away from it if he could. And just or walk away as in not talk about it anymore. He's still going to own it and everything, of course. But he just doesn't want. He wants to walk away narratively, like the dream, a dream.
Yeah, like
tell Woody.
Yeah.
To use propane to heat our cabin. She's like, definitely use propane. And Woody's like, anybody here that knows Woody knows he's just the chillest dude. He's like, all right, man, propane? Like, okay. And she's like, definitely use propane. And then she writes this letter to the board saying, and they're going to use propane. Guys, these people are so fucking mental. Like,
That's a 40 chess move. Those lesbians tricked you, Owen Benjamin. You and your buddy Woody.
Dude,
come on now.
You got licked.
You got
licked
bro.
by that lesbian, bro. You weren't the first one either.
the only other interaction, I've had very minimal interactions with the neighbors, but some of the guys up there have hung out with them a lot. Some are super cool. But this dude kept driving by, and he's like, hey, in his truck, and he was all right, but he was always drunk. He's like, yeah, I like to drive around, catch a buzz. And he's like, people around here are scared of you, man. And I'm like,
I'm just out here thinking, having a sixer, before I go home to the wife. Jesus.
Yeah, he's talking to the fucking neighbor from Office Space.
Yeah.
Oh, shit, man. They're giving you trouble about starting your Beartaria? Oh, fuck them.
Yeah, fuck that. You know what, man? You got to do you. You know what I mean, man?
That's what I always say anyway. Shit, I got to go home. Have a good night, brother. He fucking has his road soda and tosses it out the window and burns down the dirt road.
Hell yeah.
like, aren't they more scared that you drive around catching a buzz? And then I find out he's living on a property with a woman who buys and sells exotic animals. So these people are...
He's like, I'm dangerous. She's the fucking Tiger King. What are you talking about?
He gets super fixated on the buys and sells exotic animals thing, and it's like funny for you to be fixated on a quirky thing that somebody's doing with their rural property, Owen.
Yeah. Well, that's because he knows that he knows that the public sentiment is against doing that, and he just wants to make them look bad. He just knows that, so he just picks at these very pedantic bullshit things.
Again, this is the UK trollers. This is Mushroom Coyote, except with more money, more clout.
It's more sophisticated. It's a little bit more sophisticated. Like, I can understand them, and I can, like, this is a real thing that's happening. The UK drinkers and that whole crew. That's like none of it's real. It's literally all it's all kayfabe.
That is true. It's all kayfabe until they start like doxing each other and sending the police to each other's houses.
Yes, then, and I think, which I think has only really happened once, it seems. But once is enough. That's what I always say. You know what I mean, man?
Well, the best part is that all the UK people are all on benefits. They're all a bunch of fucking slag chavs, mate, and they're all threatening to send evidence to the Department of Labor or whatever to get each other's benefits taken away, and they all collect, like. Somebody was saying, it must have been the YouTube streamer new guy was like, I've got so much footage of her going up and down ladders and working on stuff and cooking and sweeping and being active, and I'm going to send it. Dude, it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. The Loser Truman Show.
It's so fucking nuts, dude. It's so nuts. But yeah, you can't, it's my soap operas, dude. It's my soaps, Gotta go watch my shows. Sorry, Sarah. No, I'm gonna be up for a while. I gotta catch up on my shows.
Yeah, there's a reason General Hospital's been on for 56 seasons. Okay.
Exactly. You know what? And it's never been as good as the UK drinkers. You know what I mean? I mean, there's been fake suicides. I mean, this stuff it's high drama. It's high drama.
It is people claiming to have gotten each other hacked, people getting each other kids taken away, people shoplifting on the street openly.
All the friends that have been lost along the way.
Seriously.
Alley Cat, nobody will speak to her. She is verboten. She's done.
There were a real couple cozy streams, or I was just chilling. I was doing my little Fallout stream, which, by the way, Shaun shit on my Beartaria tonight. I wanted to do a Let's Play of building Beartaria. I was going to use Spectacle Island in Fallout 4, okay? I was going to build Beartaria live. There was going to be another box down below Shaun that was going to be my cell phone looking at the screen.
Oh, my God.
TV. Okay, I went to the town, and he shut me down, okay? They fucking shut me
I
down.
did. This man is a Nazi.
But, there were a couple cozy streams where there was Polarin sitting there with his clock going back and forth, and I was playing a little Fallout, and Laura and Alley Cat were talking about whatever the fuck those two talk about. And it was very cozy after Hashish Bear lived up to his name and, settled in for the night.
Yeah.
And they blew it. They blew it, dude. They fucking blew it.
I know. It's like you guys have the capacity to be like normal people. It's a choice at some point. At some point, it's a choice, guys. You choose, do better.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Now that they're gone, they're not allowed to come back. Oh, dude, I cannot wait for the return of Laura Davis. I cannot wait.
Oh my God, it's gonna be so beautiful.
I'm just counting down the days.
Yeah, I hope it's like a Walking Dead subplot where they lead up to it for like 8 episodes and it lasts for 2 seasons.
Yeah, I want this to go on until like March, and then I want her to come back. Yeah, and she'll have to have another different name though. Obviously, a new channel.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah. She'll reach out to you, so you'll be the inside guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me know.
Yeah.
All right, so this is one.
Honestly, Laura, if you watch this for some reason, like I want your resurrection to be a Zoobox event. Like that's what I want.
Seriously, pay-per-view, dude. We should go on locals. We should seriously make a locals and make like Shagger and all those assholes use their benefit money to buy the episode.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be nice. We could all benefit from this, Laura. I'm just saying.
It's interesting. So these people are like traumatized, weird, scared people living in this little area. And I know people donate to me not to go camping. It's the story. They just want to see what the hell is going to happen in this world, because very few people have accepted the story God gave them, and I have. Big Bear meets the Tiger. Dude, swear to God. And guys, they're all like half of them are liberals from California. These rich people. They do these sinful, in my opinion, this is just my opinion. And everybody got to talk.
Owen. What the fuck are you?
He's like, listen, he's not like
California, you took one too many milligrams of an edible and it scared you out of California, and now you think you're fucking the brawny man. Get out of here.
Dude, he's as real as fuck, dude. These fakers, that's how he can spot them. That's because he knows them, Dan.
Dude,
he's an elevated man.
On the wall. He can walk through the storm.
Yes. There's something about footprints in the snow, and at the end of it, Owen Benjamin is carrying you. That's all I can tell you.
Right. And at the end of it, there's one set of footprints because Owen Benjamin is carrying Jesus because Jesus didn't bring his snowshoes.
Yeah. Because Owen is he's that kind. They were walking side by side. Normally you would think Jesus is going to lift Owen out of his burden. Owen said, "No, Lord. Let me take this for you." He took him by the hand. It was very sweet. It was almost erotic. Yeah. Climbed into his big arms. I mean, what was Jesus, like 5'8"? I mean, come on. He's like probably cradled him like a baby. Wonderful, beautiful scene.
Talk about their opinion of me yesterday at the Pharisee. And by the way, Rome isn't the bad guy. So my opinion is very traumatized, very scared people move to this little area.
And by the way, the government is totally cool, guys. Rome is not the bad guy in this analogy. Cool your jets.
Did you hear that, Deborah?
Did you hear it?
Area, and now they need a scapegoat. And there's actual compounds in North Idaho. They don't want anything to do with that because those people are actually scary. So they want to go at someone like me and so this is when things get interesting. So this one guy in his jean shorts, swear to God, is like, we don't know who these bears are. We don't know who these people are.
Yes. Fact check true. They do not know who these people are. It would probably, if you're just a bunch of people in a little town, a bunch of old people, you'd probably be concerned.
We want a list of exactly who's coming. And you can see the guys on the board are like, what are we?
And Owen's like, haha, but I do not have a list who's coming because I don't know who gave me money. Joke's on you, bitch.
So
Yeah.
fuck you.
That information is literally impossible to find. Good luck. Take that, James Whelan. Write that in your vlog.
Approving of here, like that they were scared, like, so private property rights, because this is why I found it interesting, because the whole thing's about what is private property rights in America. You know, for me, it's like, yeah, we can't build this summer, documentary's on hold, great. It's not commercial, it was never going to have a lot of people up there. Everyone who donates gets it. I have zero complaints from donors, none. It's only trolls, NGOs, bots, all this, you know.
NGOs? Does he have NGOs on his tail?
He says that many times in this video. It's another thing he repeats over and over again. Yeah, he says that NGOs are trying to shut him down.
Because they see, like, you know, they see the man who would be king. They see him up there with his ready to be crowned.
You get a Beartaria in the Ozarks, then you get a Beartaria in Colorado, then you get a Beartaria in Iowa, and then all of a sudden you got a bear trail all the way to Appalachia, buddy.
That's right. I'm talking setting up franchises, pal. I'm talking about getting this thing nationwide and then globally. And then that's when we pull the kill switch.
All this shit. Everybody gets it. So the board took one look at those freshly pressed sheets. No, but the boards are Idaho people, and they started thinking, like, because I didn't build 6 private residences. There's no electricity. There's no running water. There's no propane heat. They're cordwood cabins.
The buildings
between
are
140
real pieces of shit.
I mean, I wonder if he if he really pursues this, which I think he would. I think he will. I don't know if their concerns will override his right to do what he wants with his property. If it like actually went to trial, like you can't just ban people from having visitors on their property because you don't know the people or like them.
Right, but the town can fuck with him a lot. But
oh yeah, for sure.
Like enforcement comes up to the deputies and stuff. Like there's a guy who I was cutting meat for who runs some kind of militia compound up in Vermont, and the town's trying to shut him down, but the sheriff's department and the state police like don't want anything to do with it because he's not really breaking any laws.
Yeah,
and the town can't understand. They can't understand. We gave the sheriff and the state police 90 days to arrest him, and they didn't arrest him. We don't understand why. It's like because they don't want to.
Yeah, they don't have
They're
to.
not doing anything wrong, and you are a bunch of fucking Debras in your fart chairs in the town office, and you need to shut the fuck up. So
I like that. Fart chairs. Fart chairs. Nice. That's true.
I stole that from Sam Hyde. Come on.
Fair enough. All right. Well, let's skip ahead a little bit because this is a very long video. We're gonna jump 15 minutes ahead if it'll allow me. Man,
it could be like you have to tear those down, like that volunteer work that you guys did with these little cabins that are zoned for recreation. And why am I not afraid? Because I'm in the story.
He's what they call the protagonist. If you ever seen the movie Tenet, that's like him.
Yeah,
okay.
No, Sean. He's the protagonist.
The protagonist. Yes.
He's the Christ child.
Yes, he's the protagonist of this story in all stories. This story is all stories. This is about Owen Benjamin's battle with his town. No, this is about private property ownership writ large. This is going to set precedent. Okay, what happens with this case?
I'm in the story. And don't get me wrong, I'm not a prophet, I'm not Jesus. I have agitation. I want to know one of my weaknesses? I want people to like me. Because afterwards in the parking...
You just hit the nail on the head.
That's because, he's like, outside in the parking lot, all these people that called me Nazis, I was being nice to them.
I was really trying to explain to people, I'm like, usually people like me. Like to sit there and have an entire room of people go one by one to explain how I'm evil and I'm a menace and I'm a threat and they're scared of me was fascinating.
And it hurt a little bit, but it didn't hurt because of fear. No matter what happens with that private property, people are going to learn a lesson. And if the Pharisee wants to deny this, which they very well might, because the mob does influence the Pharisee. And I support the Pharisee. This is the craziest thing, is I like that there's a commission. They're stabbing themselves. It's like they're just doing this to themselves. Dude, it's like so powerful when you see it. BB is...
Yeah, people are, they've adopted this nihilistic worldview that comes from these places like California, okay, with these drug addicts, these ne'er-do-wells. They come there, they sell their exotic animals, okay, and they bring this kind of darkness, this dark energy down on this place. And now these people have been enveloped by it. They've been swallowed by this nihilistic fever. And they're really just killing themselves by not allowing Owen to live out his fucking dreams. Because his dreams are their dreams, because he's the protagonist. He's who we follow.
That's right.
Listen to me, you son of a bitch.
This is very repetitive. He hits these same beats over and over again. Pharisees
deny this, which they...
Oh, I'm sure he does. We'll skip ahead to the next cut here. Okay, there's a cut in here. There we go.
I'm going to talk to them this week and tell them, like, listen, I can get 1,000 people at one of these hearings, but then we're undercutting the American Republic. It's a constitution.
Listen, he doesn't want to pull out the big guns, or as he might call them, the big bears, and descend upon this town and just take it over. Oh, you were worried about 70 of us? How about 1,000? How about 1,000, pal?
10,000. They're like Urukai. They just keep like fucking...
They come over the mountain like in the Two Towers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Right at the last minute. They're about to deny Owen his rights. And then they come down, they descend the mountain. Yeah, it's going to be amazing. Who is Gandalf the White, though? Who's leading the charge?
Deborah.
Deborah, of course.
No, I don't know.
Who's leading the charge? It's got to be, I'm going to say... Gandalf
Excavator
Bear. No, Excavator Bear. There you go. Excavator Bear. He's definitely doing it. Dude. Any chance to get away from that fucking wife of his?
What a fucking cunt, dude.
What a bitch.
Constitutional republic. It's not a democracy. It's not mob rule. I did not violate any zoning ordinances at all. It says you can build 400 square foot or less structures that aren't residences with no permits. That's the irony, is I didn't even break their codes, but I went through all the motions to be a good citizen and to be a good neighbor and to be a good, to be in good standing with the county. And it's like, it's been so fucking weird. Did any of those North Idaho people watch the documentaries? Yeah, guys, they're like, the people that went, they're like, a lot of them are drunks. They're liberals from California. They're terrified of me because of their disgusting habits, their abortions, what they did.
He's like, is there a checklist? He's like, his eyes are darting around for this list that he has just posted on the wall that's like abortion.
Abortions. They're whoredoms.
Yeah, private property. They're communists.
Wars. It's like, it really is like a scapegoat situation. The people that just had a problem with commercial zoning were fine, and I completely understand that. They needed me to clear up that it's not a commercial endeavor, which it's not. But the other people, they watched the special. They watched that one lady watched the documentary, and she was quoting it like I should be ashamed of it. And I'm like, I didn't say this to her, but I'm like, lady, I know what you do. Like, I know all about you. You're like disgusting. Your life's in shambles. You all are like alcohol drunk liars, and it's all good. The Iron Jorts, yeah, and they all have a lot of them have trauma because of Ruby Ridge and because of the compounds that they can't stop. And guys, the government has almost zero enforcement ability.
But I don't want to go that route because I want the government to keep their authority and the government to, to maintain its perceived status because it's better for everybody.
What a fucking pussy.
How much?
I don't like. Yeah, this is like a very weird turn. I've never seen any of this kind of stuff where he's kind of like a little bit bootlicky, which I understand he's doing it because intentionally, I suppose. He has to.
He knows Deborah's going to review the tape.
Yeah, she's going to see this. She's taking it down. She's taking the minutes. Oh, come on now.
The government has almost zero enforcement ability. You got to read the zoning rules, you'll be fine. Local zoning is very warning. Well, yeah, I know it'll be fine, but they sent a sheriff out. I got a violation for an ordinance that doesn't exist. I then spent the last 6 months using like an expert, and I'm not mad. This guy's great. The whole process has been enjoyable. I'm only talking about it because it's now public. It's on the front page of papers. To get my water rights, to get my zoning, my conditional use permit in, all this stuff. And I didn't violate anything. So now they were arguing over whether or not to grant me a building permit for something that is not a home. Because when you get a piece of land, you can get a primary residence and a secondary residence. Neither one of these are residences. These are basically hunting cabins. And
I mean, depending on where you are, you still have to get permission for that. But I mean, it sounds like he's kind of talk about like, when people build like sheds on their property. Depending on where you are, like you have to get permission. And I would imagine what he's kind of getting at is like that where in the Ozarks there that they don't need a permit for hunting cabins.
According to the ordinance, there's no problem having them. But leftist Californian freaks that moved up to Idaho figured out how to try and weaponize public opinion using Mike Wieland and his gay little papers to try and drum up fear in people and then try and get the commissioner to act in fear. And I had to sit through a 3.5 hour, Pharisee-esque character attack over a fucking building permit, one building permit. And now I'm on the front.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. Like, Owen, has it coming for his lack of, forethought, but that is pretty fucking wild that this is over a fucking building permit. Because that is fucked up that like a parade of people just get to fucking smear you and you just have to sit there over a fucking building permit. Like that's not okay.
In these little towns. It gets wild in these little towns.
Because that's fucking crazy.
Front page of a newspaper over a building permit of an off-grid cabin that's smaller than most people's garage. That's this is a tax. You know that this is not kosher. This is 100% discrimination. It's religious and political discrimination.
Kosher to me.
And I will fight this thing and see where it goes. Hopefully it goes nowhere. Hopefully they just say, yeah, there's no violation. I'm not mad at the zoning board. That's the craziest thing about me, guys. I want people to like me. I'm a Bravo. I'm not even like this fucking tyrant. I'm like, hey, everybody. Like I'm like a child in certain ways. And they feed.
It's fucking true. He is like a child in certain ways. He is like a child. I mean,
yeah, I was trying to say that, but I accidentally ripped myself from the stream for a second.
I like how he's constantly obfuscating his ability to have judgment. He's like, dude, guys, I'm a beta male. Like, I'm just like a nice guy. I just want to hang out. Come on, guys.
Eat on that. They want to taste that.
What's that?
I said, not this time, Big Bear.
They're like, they want to talk about how I have. He has a compound. I'm like, there's a compound right there. Why don't you go fuck with those guys?
because you know they'll shoot you in the head. You know I won't. That's why you're abusing me. And I've seen this my whole fucking life. People like to abuse kids, and they like to abuse the innocent and the happy and the joyful and the grateful because it's a way that they can just puke their poison on somebody without any repercussions. Well, the interesting thing is, sometimes the ultimate repercussion comes from the innocent. And now I'm going to see where this goes, and this could go over.
I mean, he just doesn't have to have like such a martyr complex about it. I mean, I'm not, you know, it probably sucks. Yeah, it sucks. Like, getting hassled by a small town.
He has the biggest martyr complex about it. These are the Pharisees. It's not a small town, Sean. These are the Pharisees.
These are the Pharisees. Well, he makes everything so big and broad and grand, and you're like, well, you know, I don't know, Owen. Because it goes into his dreamer narrative thing, I guess. He's just out there spinning, weaving stories, part of the story. This is part of the story, and it's got to be kind of reflective of every story. This is a story of every man.
Variety of ways. Because in the end of the day, the county has no teeth. I've looked into all this shit, guys. I'm not retarded. I'm a savvy little fucker. The maximum the county could.
He's like, did you see when I got all those people to give me literally hundreds of thousands of dollars and I don't even know who they are? I'm good at what I do.
Do is find me $130. Why am I not taking that course? Because I want the government to keep their authority. And I know that sounds crazy coming from someone who's ranting about this, but I don't want to be the poster boy of how to fuck over the county. Because I want the commissioner to still have zoning. I don't want a Taco Bell next to me. All they can do is find me one time, $130. I've already spent like $4,000, $5,000 on this process. Easily, minimum. So why am I doing that? Because
the process is the punishment, Owen. You're just like Jesus.
Right.
The process is the punishment.
Ironically, I want the county to win. I want people to respect zoning. I want their ruling to be followed. Because if not, you're dealing with fucking Taco Bell. You know, they bring 30 guys in jean shorts to talk about.
He's got really something against Taco Bell. He really does not like this place. Taco Bell and jean shorts, not for Owen Benjamin. Make a note of it.
It kind of sounds like he has a big stick up his ass. I don't know if I want to be around him. Maybe these people in the jorts have a point. You know what I mean?
Well, he's like, they're perfectly comfortable.
He's not going to get into anything deeper, and it's literally the same shit over and
over and over again. So the and I guess we can make this the last one if you want. It's pretty late.
Yeah, I gotta.
All right. So
we're into that little bed.
I gotcha. All right. So this is zoning violation standoff incoming. Is this the one, the Earl Lane boundary?
Hold on a second.
Because I got Owen Benjamin brainwashes fans into gang stalking.
No, that one is. I don't think that's the one. Yeah, the Earl Lane boundary. This is the one where he talks about ordering all the wood and not having a plan.
Okay.
Rebecca Bear is back. Steel, I love it.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to grab some water.
Gotcha. So anyways, Merry Christmas, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. If you've made it this far or whenever you're watching this. Even if it's after Christmas, you know what? Merry Christmas anyways. Merry belated Christmas. How do you like that? How do you like the cut of that? But actually, while Dan is away, you know what we can do? We can check in with our man on the scene, our Doppler radar guy, and see what's going on. This will be our final check-in with Santa Claus. For the night, and hopefully he got to where he was going. I mean, he looked like he was in a kind of a perilous situation. He had kind of injured himself. He seemed a little incapacitated, a little woozy. I just hope he got out of there. I just hope he got out of there. And let's see if we're about to experience a Christmas miracle or not.
Where is he?
Well, there you have it, everybody. Santa is still out there delivering presents. It looks like somebody had kind of set a trap for him. I hope he's okay. I hope he gets out of there and is able to continue on his journey. You know, he has not been to my house yet. I don't know if he's been to your house yet, Dan, but he has not been to mine. There are still no presents under the tree. I'm actually getting slightly concerned. I mean, I wasn't that bad. It wasn't me.
I'm starting to think that maybe I'm Jewish. Maybe I should have celebrated Hanukkah.
Damn. Again, you think I would get it over, after all these years, you think I'd fucking figure it out. Damn it, dude.
All that gefilte fish. Still haven't figured it out.
All right, so we're gonna we're gonna end the night on this video. It's Beartaria, Earl Lane Boundary, County, Idaho compound build, 40 cords of wood, 2,000 bags of sand. Let's do it.
Oh, dude, I'm pretty amped up about this build, but think about how wild what we're doing right now. So I crowdfund $300 and something thousand. I can't remember the final thing.
Okay, so there's kind of the number we were looking for earlier. Like, how much did he actually get the first time? I'm assuming over $300,000.
To buy this thing for $1.5 million. Couldn't afford it. We don't take out loans. So I got this unbelievable acreage on the river to be our campground, and I allocated $100,000 to build all these stone cabins and shoot a documentary and all this shit. And we're doing that in this next 2 weeks without any real plan. But it's gonna make a great.
Look at him. He looks like a mad pirate. He's
Yeah, the look on his face when he says he doesn't have any plan. It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna spend $300,000, and we don't really have a plan. It's like, it's so fucking insulting, man.
It really is. It's when you put it like that, it's really. When you put it like that, it is really gross.
Great documentary. People are driving in from all over the country to just like help. Excavator Bear is coming Sunday with his excavator. Dude, I just am trusting.
Fucking based. I love that guy.
Trusting in God.
He's not even going to put the excavator on a flatbed. He's going to drive it down the highway from his property all the way up to Owen Benjamin's property and ride that excavator up the fucking road that isn't even built yet and get
That's how he does it. That's how we do. That's how we do, Actually, I think it's in the first building of Beartaria documentary. I have seen the scene where Excavator Bear does show up, but he could not stay as long as he had thought he was going to stay.
This is exactly what I predicted.
Yeah, and there was some passive aggressiveness about it, I think.
Oh man, my wife's calling me. She, I know I'm a couple hours late. I told you I'd be up here and we'd be digging, but now I gotta. Oh man, to get this thing started, I gotta get some starter fluid. You guys got any starter fluid up here? Yeah, I gotta blow it in the engine in the back.
Ah, shit, man.
Blow some starter fluid on a lighter so that it ignites the engine. You got any of that? I only brought enough diesel to run for 3 hours.
I know. That's exactly how it would go too.
Sounds like that's exactly how it did go, dude.
From what I recall, I remember it was kind of a short scene because it was like he's there, he can't really stay. They do some stuff, and then they move on.
Because it was probably
dude,
like he showed up and he was like, "Well, what do you want me to do?" And Benjamin was like, I don't know. Start digging.
Fucking get in this dream with me, bro.
Yeah, didn't you have a plan to start digging something with your excavator?
Fucking Excavator Bear's like, no, dude, get out of my dream and into my excavator. What do you want me to do?
Yeah,
Come on,
show me a place to spot. When
there,
we were recording our last album, we had a song that wasn't it wasn't even really finished. It was like a dream in all of our minds, but we had like talked about it so much we felt like it was like ready for at least a demo. You know what I mean?
Yeah, give it a shot.
So after we had recorded all the bass tracks for the rest of the album, we were like, okay, we're gonna just like whack out a demo for this. And then there was just like silence for a little while, and like Randy wouldn't count us off. And Richard came in over the headphones. He was like, are we gonna start? And then I said, Richard, I think if you hit record, none of us are gonna know what to do. And we all looked around at each other and we're like, yeah. Like, we don't even know how this fucking song starts. We've been talking about it for like 6 months. We've been playing parts of it in the practice space, but like,
but not all together. Yeah.
Yeah, like what are we gonna do when it starts? And that's what Beartaria is. Like, Beartaria costs $300,000.
Yes.
Boy, I've just bought like 40 cords of wood. You know, like all like, you know, 2,000 bags of cement. And I'm just trusting in God, guys. I'm just rolling. And like,
yeah, you look like you're just rolling in something, pal.
Fuck. He's definitely, he definitely called his buddy Hashish Bear. I mean, come on, dude. You could put one. You couldn't put a couple of weeks of planning into this. You don't have a job.
I don't know why they weren't like intensely planning this, like intensely. Like if he has got guys that are coming down there that he thinks have some sort of like experience with this, like. But I guess,
and like know. Also, it's your property forever. Go build.
Yeah,
a couple.
Take
of
a breath.
Cabins.
Yeah,
build a couple of them. See how that flies. Trial and error, and what you can do better, and then build another two, and then another two, and then when you have the 10, by the time you have the 10, you'll have like 6 decent cabins and a couple of outhouses. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, it's because of that like manic bullshit that he wraps himself into. He just it needs to be now. I see it in my head because 6 months from now he's not going to care about it. Like he's going to be moved on to the next thing.
Right. Yes.
So if he doesn't get the gratification from completing this in a certain amount of time, he's just not going to care anymore.
And like I get it. One time I crowdfunded a bus. I bought a bus that I was going to turn into a mobile slaughter unit, and it turned into a nightmare. And I sold the bus for like, I lost money on it. I ended up putting money into it and then losing money on it. And I've carried it with me as one of my like greatest failures and embarrassments of my entire fucking life. And it was like $5,000.
Yeah.
And this dude, like, I can't imagine like doing something on this scale and being so cavalier and then turning to people and being like, oh, fuck you guys. You expected something?
Yeah, that's like, that's this really gross. Because like I kind of said when we first started this, like the idea of doing something like Beartaria, I think is great. That's awesome. Like, I wish more people had that kind of sentiment in a certain respect. Just to go out and do something with other human beings. That's actually productive and, I don't know, like have your own communities. Don't worry about whatever the fuck's going on out there. But Owen Benjamin, he kind of promises people that experience, and he's just fucking just funnels from them. He just sucks the life out of them. He's like an energy vampire. Takes their money, takes their fucking time, like takes their hopes. Like some of these fucking mentally ill, retarded people that think that they're gonna like find a community and a new home. Like, it's fucking sad. It's gross.
That's why it's less real than you used an exact phrase that my son uses when he pulls all the cushions off the couch and builds them into a fort. He'll go, "Papa, look at my new home." And that is more real than Beartaria.
Beartaria currently is.
It probably is more. It probably has more structural integrity than the fucking cabins that these dudes built.
It's very possible.
Just dudes coming. Like dudes from all, like just dudes are coming, like I'll help. And so,
that was a great place to start, by the way.
Dude,
dudes coming.
Right
dudes coming.
Oh, like Excavator Bear's like, I got an excavator. I'm Excavator Bear. I can come out Sunday. And it's like, yes, Other dudes are like,
I could come out for 2 hours on Sunday.
Right.
Owen
yeah,
thinks Owen thinks the guy's gonna like live there for 6 months.
Right.
He's like,
But I don't even think he thinks that, Sean. I think that he thinks, oh, somebody with an excavator's coming by. Awesome. We'll dig some stuff out.
Actually, you're right. He probably doesn't
He
think
has
any.
no idea
yeah.
what the fucking excavator's gonna do when it gets there.
Man, he should watch more Blippi. Pro tip, Owen. I know all about
Fucking
excavators, dude.
Smoke another one. Look at his eyes; they're fucking chinkier than mine are right now.
Well, and then they occasionally when he talks, one of them like kind of wanders.
Yeah,
and
I
it's
don't
only
think that
like
was the
it's
last Death Star he ate.
like, I'm cement pouring bear. Dude, it's like we don't have power or water. We have a river that we're going to be hauling up buckets to like hand mix and pour cement with like 6-inch slabs. We're doing.
See, he is like this Hollywood fucking libtard fuck who has a romantic fantasy.
Yes.
You're like, have you thought practically what that's gonna fucking be like? You fucking there's no smarter way to do this, you fucking asshole.
No,
like,
there is no smarter way. They're gonna have like 6 5-gallon buckets. They probably won't even think to bring something to mix the cement in.
He's
You know
like
what I mean?
he's like the rich people that read like Charles Bukowski, and just fucking flick their beans to it. Like, oh, you fucking hated your life, you fucking drunk fuck. Like, you worked for a living, you fuck. Oh. And then they feel cultured, like they've experienced it. Or it's like when people watch The Wire and suddenly, oh, I understand urban crime. Like, fuck you. Yeah, good for you. David Simon just told you how it was, dude.
Yeah, and he just, he's going to take all these people's money and play in the woods with his buddies and watch an excavator roll around. I mean, it's literally this, like, they're building a new house down the mountain here, and we'll take the kids down there to watch the excavators go.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Get them out of the house and give them something to watch those excavators go for, 45 minutes or so. It's the same goddamn thing that Owen Benjamin did. He wanted to watch me. I want to watch Excavator Bear drive his excavator around.
Guys, it'll be so cool, dude. We build it with our own hands, dude. All natural, bro. All natural, dude. All natural. Yeah, get me a parfait at McDonald's, please.
Yeah, seriously. 3 parfaits and a couple McDoubles, please.
Yeah, well, dude, I'm gonna need my energy out there and the fucking mountain.
And sweetheart, look at me. Look at me. Put some mac sauce on those McDoubles, will you?
Oh shit!
Extra onions, all right?
Please, I like the tartness of it. I like a little kick.
Doing cordwood walls, dude. It's like I'm just like, here's $100,000. Okay, I'm gonna tell my boy Kevin. I got bears that I trust, and I know they can organize stuff, and I'm like, I got $100,000. I bought this land. We're good to go. How do we build fucking stone cabins?
So he's just going on faith that the bears that are going to show up are going to know what to do.
Yeah, and like no pre-gaming. Like, how much? Do you guys have a Discord where you're sharing blueprints or plans? Do you know, again, the topography? Like, do you have a flat plane anywhere on that hill to build a cabin, let alone 10?
Or you'd have to grade it. But like which is a nightmare. But like, I mean, they might actually. The people that are showing up might actually have a better idea of what's actually going to happen than Owen himself. I would not put. Owen would be like, "Oh yeah, you guys just get together and you figure it out, and I'll be there."
Yeah, he'll be there filming and posting on Twitter while you guys actually fucking haul buckets up the hill. We got to get a couple of shots. We got to get a couple of shots of him hauling buckets, and then he's gonna go off on his phone and post on it on Twitter and be off for 45 minutes while you guys.
Guys, I don't know what's going on, guys, but I got a wicked headache. Like, I got a wicked headache right now. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go close my eyes for a little bit. Yeah, man. I don't know. The dog was barking all night. It's crazy.
Fucking blast a Death Star, wander off into the woods, come back 4 hours later. Guys, I'm fucked up. What's going on?
Dude, where's that cabin at, dude? I need to sleep.
Finished with the cabin yet?
I need to sleep, bro. You know what I mean, dude? I'm high, dude. I've been sucking the devil's dick all day out there.
I want to lay down in the cabin. I want to lay down in it. Where is it?
He just falls into the hole.
Yeah, excavator bear dug like half a hole and then got the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
He
Well,
trips
I'll-
over the root that excavator bear left behind.
I can come back in about 2 months, guys. Another 3 hours.
Yeah.
See you then.
Can we use the river, the flowing river, for a mill, BB? I don't see why not. This is past damage level. No power.
You know what I think you guys should do? I think you should build like a mill and you could create your own electricity. That's what I think you guys should do out there. Oh, it'd be amazing, guys. You could have movies out there, all screenings in the middle of the night, have your own little society. It'd be beautiful.
Seriously.
I mean, think of it. You got to dream, Dan. Come on, dream with me.
No water. 2 weeks. Where it's like we're gonna be, I'm gonna be bringing up milk from my farm, fucking grilling and stuff. But like we're just excavating, doing concrete pours, all this shit. It's just like
excavating for 2 hours. And does he are these people going to stay on site in tents? Does he understand the level of morale drop that there's going to be on day 5 when everybody wants to go home and have a hot meal and take a shower? Like, does he anticipate any of this shit?
No, because he doesn't. He's not like he's not a host. He doesn't care about them.
No,
Doesn't
because
give a
he gets
shit.
to go home to his farm. He's gonna
Yeah, you
get in
just
his
tear
pickup
ass
truck
back home. Oh god, yeah, guys. Oh, sorry I'm late. I had to help Ames with milking the cows. You know how it is. Homestead life, bro. Pound it. Let's crush. Let's crush today. He has kind of retired that from his lexicon. He used to say that all the time. I'm crushing, dude.
Crush. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm crushing, dude. They don't like me because we fucking crush, dude. The
Great
Bears, the Bears, they crush.
we're doing
It
it,
is.
man. And because we've been studying the topography and stuff. It's only moved like 1 inch in 20 years, so we're looking pretty good. But it's like Frontlines Jack Bear is an architect of cabins. He's designing the cabins. Excavator Bear has an excavator. We're restructuring.
He just keeps mentioning the excavator because it makes it seem more like official. Like it's more. It's like it's real. Like no, dude, we have heavy machinery coming up to the mountain, dude. This is for real.
He's going to drive it up there. We're going to look at it. He's going to drive it around, and he's going to go home. It's going to be totally official, dude.
Society. Well, we're not restructuring society. We're offering another view of society where it's like, what are you good at? Well, let's all meet up and do it. And then everyone can take part in it. And guys, people are going to feel amazing doing it.
Did Owen maybe he saw that movie The Village and it just really spoke to him? Really just stuck in his craw. Really just stuck in his craw.
I'm going to be hauling, because I'm the least skilled guy there. I'm going to be hauling water from the river. Just in buckets. We're building stone cabins. Yeah, but it's like mortar. I don't know how to. My friend corrected me that it's not exactly stone. It's like cement, mortar, this like cool mix we have with cordwood. So it looks like those old timey like cottages. It's going to look fucking awesome. And so we had to get.
Dude, you ever see those pictures with the gnomes live in? Those little cottages, dude? That's exactly what they're going to look like, dude. It's going to be very cool. I had it in my dream.
40 cords of wood, 2,000 60-pound bags of cement, all these this hand equipment, and a river. Carrying water is a spiritual practice. Totally, dude. And so it's like, get a horse, BB. We're getting there. And so that's our plan. We got Frontlines Jack Bear's got some plans. Excavator Bear has an excavator. And we have a really, really good documentary filmmaker. Snow just
that's
blows off it.
Because, the number one thing that you need when you're working on a construction project, documentary filmmaker.
Yeah. How else are you supposed to, spread the good info?
What a piece of shit. This guy.
How else are you supposed to let people know about your dream, your vision, and that this is a possibility for everyone that gives Owen Benjamin $400?
And imagine you're one of the bears who gave him your last $400, and you're driving to work, and you start hearing your brakes squeaking. You're like, shit. I hope Owen
Hope Owen comes through.
I might be able to get an extra 800 miles out of these brakes before they stop functioning, but I gave that $400 to Owen Benjamin. I'm going to get online and see what he has to say about it tonight.
Yeah, and then you boot it up and it's like...
And he's like, I got $300,000. I'm fucking, I bought like fucking 40 cords of wood and some cement, and we're going to fucking bring excavator bear up. It's going to be awesome on a grill, bro.
Or even more depressing, they stumble across the one where he's like, no, dude, there was never any promise. You're just supporting my dream, dude. Like, I am the protagonist.
It's so crazy. We're not even going to get to that tonight. We're not even going to get to when he starts straight up telling people, like, Beartaria is in your wife's vagina and shit.
Dude, like, yeah, there's just too much. It's so much stuff. And, like, we put together a pretty lean dossier, and we haven't hit everything that I pulled. Like... It's just so much stuff. So much shit. I mean, there's literally 5 hours of documentaries. I mean, I think building Beartaria, Dan, I think this is something we're going to have to, like, meet up, like, 3 times. And we're going to watch one each time. I feel like we got to, like, kind of see this through to a certain degree. Or at least watch the first one. The first one's going to be the most interesting one because it directly precedes this video.
Only on Zoobox can you run a 5-hour show that only scratches the surface. It's much like the history of cutting off your dick.
It is. I mean, how many parts is that up to at this point?
Up to 4, and if I actually shut down my company and take a normie job, it is going to. I'm going to be making a trilogy of trilogies, Sean.
A trilogy of trilogies. I like it. I like it. Well, if you need any help, you let me know. I'll run it in the background. I'll produce it.
Nice.
All right.
And yeah, it's just going to be fucking legendary. Because this whole time, we've been clearing like areas. It was like dense woods, no machinery. We weren't even, like, there's a couple chainsaws in use, but we were like,
what the come on. Why every single thing he says, you can just stop and comment on it. It was all, with no machinery, dude. Actually, there was a couple chainsaws there. You're like, what the fuck? Owen... It's like he's constantly doing this double speak thing. Like to fucking, you're constantly off kilter listening to him.
Yeah.
Clearing, we're using axes and hand saws to clear like 30-inch trees. Crazy.
Why?
Yeah, you have 2 chainsaws there. Why are you using that hand
because
saw?
This is this is what I meant about that fucking like California rich kid fucking romantic fantasy. Do everything by hand, dude. It's gonna be awesome, dude. Which, I mean, fuck, I don't know. Do we all have those feelings sometimes?
We all do. God bless. One of my apprentices right now, Steve. If you ever watch this, I love you. But you're allowed to use the bandsaw. You don't have to use the handsaw when you're breaking down the pigs. Okay, if here's the new rule, Steve. If you use the handsaw, you got to put on your leather apron, okay, buddy? Right? Just use the fucking bandsaw. No, I love you, Steve, if you watch this. I love you.
It's so fucking fun. I'm so pumped. That signed up at Beartaria.io. We crossed references, had a couple trolls, but no big deal. We dealt. Yeah, we're just doing it. We're just fucking doing it. I donated 100 on the first day to GoFundMe. Then they shut down the site. Where's my 1/30th of an acre?
His face.
Hilarious.
He's doing like Sam Hyde vertical video style. You can only see his chest and his face, but in his lap is like an open box of Twinkies, a bag of sour cream and onion chips, several empty crushed energy drink cans.
Yeah,
a meatball
and they're all caked. Like parts of his all caked on the tips of his fingers.
Yeah, it's like all over the cell phone screen.
Guys. So, I was thinking, sorry guys, I have to eat. I'm crashing, boys.
Thank you, brother. Everybody who donated can take part.
Actually, I can't. I'll have to get it to you later. But there's a guy on Instagram that just has like an Owen Benjamin is a fat pig Instagram, and the guy does nothing but post AI generated pictures of Owen as like a fat bear. It's crazy. Oh man, I gotta see if I can find it. Oh, come on. Have mercy, YouTube. Jesus.
Jesus, Mary.
And Joseph. It's like you've watched enough. Stop.
YouTube is like, they get the point. It's Beartaria.
It's Beartaria, dude. Well, that might be it. That might be a wrap. It's not coming back.
Well. I mean, it is coming up on the stroke of 3 a.m.
Yeah, it's almost 3 a.m.
3 hours. So.
Yes. Oh, there it is.
But hey, listen, guys, come on. It's Christmas.
It's Christmas, guys.
It's like watching a NBC News bumper with Al Roker and Carson Daly and a bunch of other vacant-eyed sons of bitches who couldn't care less about each other, pretending to give each other presents while a Kelly Clarkson song plays, and you know that all of these people are pedophile Satanists. So, Merry Christmas, everybody.
Yes, Merry Christmas, everybody. Thanks for everybody for hanging out over the past year and watching us yet again. We do appreciate it. We appreciate your attention, boys, because we need it.
Hey, I think we did a good job. This was no Jesse Lee Peterson episode, but we're never going to be. That was our thriller.
That was our thriller, yeah.
We might put out Dangerous after that. We might put out History after that, but Thriller's just,
Yeah, sometimes you just come... Sometimes you come out of the gate and you're just so full of life and manic energy, and you produce something like Thriller,
Yeah.
And you can't replicate that because you can never go back to that time in your life where that kind of excitement, that kind of fucking high. Now we're like old dogs. We're like, oh, dude, we've been streaming for like 3 fucking years.
Yeah, and on our next Christmas stream, like when Michael released History and he had to package it with like a greatest hits album. It was like greatest hits and then the new album together, which totally diluted the release of the new album. Next year there'll be like a half-hour clip show of all the greatest hits of our holiday shows beforehand.
Yeah.
And then we'll start the episode.
Yeah.
What's worse than a clip show on a sitcom?
Oh,
Nothing
on the
worse than that.
on the sitcom, they're awful. Yeah. Awful.
The only good clip show is, I think Community did a clip show completely made of clips that from episodes that never existed.
Yeah,
it was all like new bits, but it was
because they're called there's a term for it. They're called bottle episodes for when like you are running out of money.
Yeah,
so
everything's going to be filmed in this one room with these
with
six people.
And they're just reminiscing, and you watch old clips. Actually, that was the big complaint about the Seinfeld finale. They did a clip show for their finale show.
Yeah, they did. It was a bullshit clip show.
Yeah, I mean, it's technically it's the perfect ending for Seinfeld because they go to jail because of a Good Samaritan laws, violating Good Samaritan law. But it's mostly kind of a slog clip show. But everybody, thanks again. Thank you, Dan, for sticking it out with me. Almost 5 hours this year.
Yeah, almost 5 hours. I thought we were going to make it all the way to 5, but I got to run because speaking of Seinfeld, I'm going down to the Comedy Store. Michael Richards is about to take a stage. I have no idea what he's going to say tonight, and I think we'll all be very surprised. So anyway, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Merry Kwanzaa. Happy Hanukkah to David Packman, and I'll see you guys next year.
Adios, boys.
Zoobox, is that you?
Who's Zoobox? I don't know who that is.
Zoobox, is that you?
What the fuck kind of name is that?
Yo, Zoobox, what it do, baby? It's your boy, Ari Spears here. Going to win, Zoobox, and persevere.
The Zoobox is working.
I don't know what Zoobox means. I don't get it. Is this just some, obviously it's a code name of some kind.
Zoobox is working, man.
He says you a trash rapper.
Man, I want to dress up like a bunny rabbit and fuck.
That's all I gotta tell you, Zoobox. Come on, man. Chin up, find a place to smile, right?